stream starting. Okay, hopefully that means the stream is working. I just need to open up YouTube so that I can actually see it. I'm only 2 minutes late today, which, you know, is a start. Admittedly, I didn't actually get ready for the stream in that I was trying to do something, which is that I got my new hard drive and I was going to set that up, but then it didn't see it, so I restarted my computer and it still doesn't see it. So I don't know why I can't see my new drive. Like, legitimately, like, why can't I see my new drive? I saw it in the BIOS, so that, like, it exists. It just, you can't find it. Refresh. Okay, no. Rescan for disks. It's not finding it. Fucking I don't know. Create vid attached. Nope, that's a virtual hard drive. Read disk list. No, it's probably this one. Disk 4. Wait, so what the fuck was I on? Volumes? Okay, so I can't see it because it's a volume. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. We're just gonna, yep. 8 megabytes. Yeah, this. I'll give you a G. No, I'll give you a Y. Give me YouTube. Mount in the phone. I don't know. Empty. Next. Do not format this volume. Format this volume. NTFS. The default. No, the volume name is for YouTube. Perform a quick program. Yep. Don't enable compression. Sure. Alright. So I was trying to do that before the stream, but he couldn't find it, so I just had to restart the computer. So the idea is that when I'm trying to compile Rust on stream, it is quite slow, like slower than normal. And from what I remember, when I've had like Task Manager open, which I don't know if I had that. Interesting. Weird. I don't know why it's not detecting that. I had a window capture so you can see Task Manager, but it doesn't like that. It's literally not letting me select Task Manager. Right, open Task Manager. Can I select Task Manager now? No. Can I restart Task Manager? Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Still can't select Task Manager. Why is Task Manager not allowed? Let's close all these. That is very weird. Yeah, every time I do it. Whenever I compile something on stream, we'll do that now. And see if it actually is going to make a layer of me. So this is no voxel shadow. We don't want voxel shadow. We want forest tiles. That we worked on last week. So I'm going to do like hard clean. So this takes, I think, I want to say 2.5 minutes off stream to compile, and then we're going to go car in release mode, cargo run dash rule, like that. And I'm pretty sure we open Task Manager that on stream it like takes longer, and the best I can think was one, it's streaming, so it's like a little bit of bandwidth gone to or like CPU's going to actually encoding the video, but this disk gets clocked out, like it hits 100%, like 95%. Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure why this disk is getting read so much while I'm streaming, but not while I'm not streaming, because I did, you know, I was compiling this before stream because I'm making a video about this. But like this disk gets a lot more read, like a lot more usage when I'm streaming versus when I'm not streaming. So it takes, it's still not going to take very long. It makes me feel like this is quite a small project. Yeah, so it takes 2.5 minutes off stream. We'll see how long it takes on the stream while it's compiling. So anyway, I bought a new hard drive that's NVMe. So orders of magnitude faster because this is on a HHD. Projects, and then you know into here, and we're gonna go. YouTube projects. What's this thing called? It's like forest tile or something. Somewhere in here. Forest tile there is. Grab all of this. I know you guys can't see anything because I'm just doing it off screen. I'm just moving, going like new file for FR. We paste all that in there. I would just copy the whole file folder, but that'll take the target file, which is gigabytes in size. So that, to be honest, this is probably slowing everything down even further because this is definitely going to utilize it on disk. Apparently not. So, well, who knows? It's probably because it's consecutive reads or something. It is quite fast. Interesting. Yeah, I don't get what. I've done streams before and it was just absolutely capping out. So, like when I was trying to compile something. You know? Apparently at the moment my CPU is the limit. Even that's not really using everything. Yeah. This final linking step. And there we go. We're in the game. Okay. So that took 2 minutes 30 seconds. So it takes just as long on stream as off stream. Okay. Well, I don't know what was happening in the other stream when I was doing compiling stuff, and it was like my hard drive was maxing out, and it was taking like 4 or 5 minutes to compile. But I must have been recording that stream as well to disk, which is probably what was actually happening. Anyway, so what we'll do now is we're just gonna pivot over. We're gonna go file, open folder. And instead of this, we're just going to go to YouTube here. We've got projects, got forest tile. Select this folder, and then we're going to go, yes, I trust this author. And then we're just going to go new terminal, cargo run dash release. Okay. And we'll see how long it takes on the new drive. Let's just see what the new drive's doing. Like 2%. Barely getting touched. So that's fun. Well, at least we know it's faster. What's that like? Well, it's like almost 100 times faster. It's getting like maybe 5% usage at max, and this one was capping out 100 a few times. So it's a 20 times speed up over my HHD, which I think even that's pretty bad in the sense that to be honest, it's probably that it's not utilizing that much. An NVMe is supposed to be like, I want to say 15 times faster than an SSD. Well, both SSD. NVMe is supposed to be 15 times faster than SATA, and then the SSD is supposed to be so many times faster than an HHD. So really, this should like even not even competition. But I think this might be a brain like a thing about like the particular workload and the way that task manager is reading it being incorrect. But look at this. Now the CPU is just 100% like all the time, where it's apparently only 18% utilization, but it's 100% all the time. Whereas when I was on the HHD, it was spiking 100% for like a bit and then dropping to 0 and then spiking. So it was obviously having issues reading and writing fast enough. So in theory, this should be faster. It's not feeling any faster. I'm just talking for the sake of talking at this point. It's also using way less RAM, which is interesting. Okay. I'll get that one. I've also bought some faster RAM, but I did that separately. The hard drive I bought as from my Patreon money for streaming, and then I bought RAM out of my own money because I felt like going even faster. So the current, it's 4,000, and I just bought 6,000. I also doubled my memory, so I've got... I haven't installed it yet because, again, I was running out of time before the stream. So at the moment I've got 64, and now I've got 128 in my hand right now because I bought... double 32s instead of having 4 16s, I'll have 4 32s. And I've been told that it might be faster to actually just stick with 64 and do 2 32s and keep 64 because something about 4 sticks being faster. Anyway, how long did that take? It said about 10 seconds, so not really worth it. Yeah, but it'll mean that I can stream and record the stream at the same time. So if I ever do a stream that I turn into a video, that'll be better. Anyway, we need to go open GitHub. So today I want to do sign distance fill, which is it's going to be fun. So we have to like relocate this file somehow. Okay. Well, I think the easiest way to relocate that file is to go to the original and delete it. Projects, forest style. If we just delete the original, it's gonna take a while. It'll go, hey, I can't find this thing, and now I can say, hey, I'll relocate it, and I can find the copy. Like it's like that. And then Wait, what? Oh, that's concerning. Oops. Who's? Okay. Well, I don't have fucking hidden files turned on. That's what happened there. I got a recycling bin. No, please be my recycling bin. Also, I don't know what the hell's going on. That was weird. Right. How do I get to my recycling bin? Go my messy desktop. I'm gonna start recycling bin and go. The hidden files. Search. Can we just like restore that, please? And then we don't do recycling bin anymore. This is a bit of a chaotic start to the stream. We're doing the scientist says, hello, Roberto. Yeah, so we're doing science distance field because I have an idea for a project related to 3D printing that I think would be really cool if I can get it working with like sign distance fields. Please like locate it. Yeah, okay, select. Nope, apparently not. This PC here. I think it doesn't like that I moved it and then then I restored it, so it still confused where it is. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to, when I copy it from, so that's the D drive, this is forest tile. Where it is. Where is it? Somewhere. Refresh. There it is. Forest tile. So somehow I feel like view and be all like show hidden items, and we need to go like, hey, can we make sure that we actually copy the git file as well, and put that in here too. Wow, this is real fast. So that's what you're not reading from the disk when you do it. Okay, so we're gonna go. Hey Yash. Okay, then we have to go and do the silly little. We'll delete the original, and then hopefully because I moved the git, it'll work this time. Okay. I don't know why I'm putting this in the forest tile project. Something I just get this feeling from when I did the forest tile. I really want to turn that into an actual thing that I do. Like I don't want to say game because games are too strong. Like it, there was like a game that existed for a while that was really popular. Like I think it was a web-based game. I don't remember because I never actually played it. Where you like spawned into a random like world that was a certain size, and like you spawned as a baby with another player, and they had to look after you, and you had like I think you lived for 100 minutes, where each minute was a year. So you grew like for the first like 16 minutes, you're a child, and you run around like staying with your parent, and then you like had to develop a civilization because if you died, you could like I think it spawned you back at a parent that was like near where you were if there was one, like you spawn as like your own descendant sort of thing. The idea was like you could build a civilization, and like each time you started a new life, you'd become like and it was about like building the tech, but you had to do it for multiple lives, and you couldn't do it on your own sort of thing. I want to make a game like that with the forest tile thing for some reason. Like I just get this feeling that that would be really interesting to do, is have like the shader renders the world, which means that the world can be really big with it, or only need to resync where the players are, which means like I could make the map where it's like much bigger than it would otherwise be if I was doing everything with meshes. But I also don't know how to do it. I don't know how to multiplayer. But someone keeps asking me to learn or like to do a video on it's Lightyear. And I looked into it. It's really cool. Lightyear. So Lightyear looks like a really cool crate to use. So I do actually want to do something with multiplayer. The issue with multiplayer is I feel like it might get expensive if I try and actually run something like a server, and I don't think I can locally host it because Starlink doesn't give you a static IP address. So we'll find out about that. Anyway, we're gonna work on a different shader today, but still a shader kind of. Maybe it's a duck. We should probably do something like I said if folder. Yeah, we're doing sign distance field because I have it for a different project. I got really sidetracked talking about my plans for this project, but that's why we're working in this project and not starting an entirely new one. Is kind of want to develop this a little bit, but not focusing on it. This crate, which is the infinity tile, and then infinity tile. We need to change this to shader / infinity tile. Yeah, well, the issue with IVP6, and like this is one of those weird things where it's like you don't really notice it unless you actually work in tech, is that 90% of the internet doesn't work without IPv4. Like, there are so many websites that you just can't do. Like, most games just don't work with IPv6. So what Starlink does, maybe I should have done a different one to make sure I'm not. No, ID, IP. I hope this can't be seen. What's my IP? Okay. I don't know if Google's just got better at that. It used to like display your IP address really big font when you type "What's my IP." Apparently, it doesn't do that anymore. Okay. Anyway, whenever I need an IPv4 to do something that requires anything like it needs an IPv4, like Starlink will generate me an IPv4 for however long I need. It's got like a timeout of like a few hours or something. So the idea is that you can do your IPv4 stuff, and then it'll expire and change. And I mean, Australia did that. It just still does that. Our population relative to the number of IP addresses that we were assigned as a country is relatively low, which leads to the ability for our or at least it was, that if you turned your router off for like half an hour and turned it back on, you did your IP address. And it was like, whereas places like the UK and the US, it's like, no, that was your IP address and you had to talk to your provider to change it. Whereas we just turned it off and they just went, okay, well, we'll reallocate someone else that one and give you a new one. Like it was, if you're not using it, we'll just give it to someone else. It's because like it didn't really matter. We didn't have fixed IP addresses like everyone else. I think that's no longer the case, but that's what Starlink does. It's like if you're not using it, it'll just give it to someone else, and when you need it again, it'll give you a new one. But it means hosting my own stuff is kind of difficult. I also don't think they let you, in the sense of like obviously you can't access your router to port forward stuff because it's all locked down behind Starlink stuff. But I assume I can just do it. I know I've done it with like BitTorrent, where it's like you can port forward stuff through BitTorrent without access to the router, which doesn't make sense to me how that works, but it works. Used to do it for hosting like LAN Minecraft servers. Is like you'd start the LAN server, it would tell you the port that it was on. You could then use BitTorrent to port forward that port without actually access to the router, which yeah, weird. Why did it complain? It says because it can't find, because I didn't save the file. That's it got really distracted here. I'm gonna jump on Discord if anyone wants to jump into the chat for any reason. And talk in person. And I should probably do an announcement. So here, at here, okay. And then we just need like a link to this stream. We'll share this. Yeah, like a very rambly stream today. Probably because it's been the first time in a while that I've drank caffeine. Okay. Now, anyway, so this now works, which is lovely. Alright. And then, so we've got that working, and then we're just like not going to use it for a while. So we're going to go new folder. And this folder is going to be, new folder SDF. Also like Bevy sign distance SDF. Where's function sign distance? Okay. So doing a new folder, and then you have asset. And by any chance, Windows 2 symlinks. What I want is to keep the shaders actually in the shaders folder, but that's never going to happen. So we need actually this needs to be not there. We need to delete this because we can't init using cargo if there's already like cargo. Let's see, cd dot slash crates. Cd dot slash what's it, Bevy SDF, and then we go cargo init dash dash lib. Cool. And then we here, okay, cool, works. This, we go, okay, so Bevy equals version 0.16, and I think one of the like maybe default features equals false, because I kind of want to turn this into an actual library if I can figure that out. Anyway, so the issue with this is that we can't get it to watch this. Can I? Actually, maybe I can't. I don't think this will work, but can I make like a open? Okay, reveal and explore. Can I make a shortcut? Like, what I want is something like, I know Linux has like what they call like symlinks or whatever, so you can make like a link that like, as far as the operating system is concerned, is the same file, but it points somewhere else. And then what I'd want to do is I want to be like, the location that this points to, that doesn't seem like a good thing to be scrolling through, is dot slash, so that should put us in assets, dot slash, that's as in assets, and then dot, that should put us in the root, and then we go slash crate slash Bevy underscore SDF forward slash asset slash SDF dot WGSL, something like that. Yes. Next. It won't let me because it doesn't exist. All right. We just need to make that now. We go folder, we go assets, and then we go file, and we say SDF.wgsl, like that, and then we go, can I make it now? No. Can I say y slash I think it's slash project slash slash what was it called? Forest title. Hey, okay. Type a name for the shortcut, sdf.gsl. Yeah, okay. Now, the question is, can I point to that and access this? Okay, weird. Like when will Bevy treat them as like the same file? I don't think so. Which means that the file watcher won't work because it won't detect changes. But anyway, yeah, it should be fine. Maybe. We'll find out. Okay, so first thing to do, I guess, is to make a. So we're going to say plugin. Make a plugin. Then you read like the Bevy SDF plugin, like so. And then, oh, it's going to do nothing. Okay, cool. And then we go to main and we go, hey, can you please put in the, I need to include it in my thing. Bevy SDF, which is dot slash creates SDF. Okay, cool. And then we go back to our main and we go, hey, can we stick in Bevy SDF plugin, like that? Okay. So I need to actually do something. So I guess the first thing it should probably do is, I guess make the shader first and mod shader. I wanted to copy the Bevy example that they have for doing a custom phase item, because that's, I guess, technically what we're going to be doing. So it's like control, don't control A, because apparently it selects absolutely everything. You know, and it's going to like steal all this code and then try and decipher what it is. I think I've tried to do this on stream before, but it never really works because I don't understand it and then I get confused. Okay, anyway, so custom phase pipeline. So the idea is, I don't think this has to have a main somewhere. Yeah, entry point. So we have to make sure we do all this in our plugin. So let's just cut that and then go, hey, entry point, go away. Spawn the objects in the scene. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go to lib and we go, hey, this is what you do inside the build. Okay, so first off, we don't need a new app. We don't need default plugins. Extract. Okay, so don't need this. I say app. So setup probably can be moved out here, especially because we're going to try and get rid of setup because setup is unnecessary. Paste setup there. So we are using okay, so this exists, the render app, and then we unwrap and then we initialize this. Okay, I think that's all render related stuff. Shader. So you'd also be shader. To make them, we have to save this maybe. Make these public. I'll go back to the stream so I can see if anyone's typing. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. And then we go, what the hell is your problem? Why are you not working? So you're not working because apparently you cannot find all these things. Do we not? We are using the Bevy preload. Why are you complaining? Trait add render. Okay, so we're gonna go import this. Custom render entity I think is in the shader, so we have to go like something like hub use shader and then wildcard it in, and then we're just gonna like publicly import everything. So we don't do this. So custom phase pipeline, we need to go here. Okay, so this needs to be public. This needs to be public. Okay, where? No, okay, I don't know where you're pulling that from. And then we, this is a custom phase item buffer. Okay, you're complaining about a lot of stuff. Okay, render app, that's going to pull in from Bevy, specialized render pipeline. Okay, apparently that's where we get that from. Pull this page in, draw a custom phase item. Run that. Whoop, no, don't fix it. No, go away. Draw custom phase item command. I think that needs to be made public because that's in here. Yep. Public type. So pub. Okay. Then we go render comes from Bevy, and then render set also comes from Bevy. Nope, don't rename it to render though. Okay, and then we go BB apparently is not included in the preload. Okay. So at the very least it's no longer complaining about that. Apparently setup works because setup doesn't. I'm surprised setup never uses shade. Never uses the vertexes. Okay. So raw buffer apparent. The trait for shader vertex buffer is not okay. The trait bound shader vertex pod is not specified. The trait simply okay. Interesting that that's doing whatever it's doing because because I bite mark apparently is a dependency that I need. Okay, whatever the hell bite mark is, please just import whatever version of it you need. Okay, well that is okay. So outside of some tidy up needed, and that's something yelling. I'm going to go away for that for a second. So we don't need to add render command because I want to get rid of as many yellow lines as possible. Because again, we're going to try and make this an actual usable plugin for other people. Okay, and we come down here and go, why are you yelling at about not being used? Is more private. Wait, what? Draw a custom phase item. Are you okay? You're public. Okay. Now type param customize public interface. Private type in public interface. Params custom phased buffer. Okay. Yep. Well, yeah, I got that one. Okay. And then go. Okay. So then you get no yellow lines. Hello, Klein. Welcome to the stream. As we go. If I run this, it should render some triangles on the screen. Oh no, it's gonna have to compile it. Alright. Also, first off, I'm gonna run this with the cargo command instead of by doing that cargo, just because I like doing it this way more. So what change? So to try and work out what I'm doing, somewhere we should probably actually copy the shader. Oh, hey, okay, yeah. As soon as you said the change name, okay, yeah, I know who you are. What change your name? Just out of curiosity. What was I doing? Oh, I got to copy the shader as well. I go to the Bevy examples, and we grab the shader, and we copy the shader because it's not going to do anything if we don't copy the shader. Okay, shader, let's go. This is all the shader needs to do. And then at some point, I will one day learn how Bevy actually puts this data in place. This is what the whole thing's like a secret. What? Ink. Why has it got ink at the name? Why you say ink? No, you just WGSL. Why just stick ink at the end of its name? Weird. Anyway, that's what the shader does. So what does the shader actually do? So the vertex comes in, we say vertex, and we say click position is equal to the positions XYZ with a 1, and then the color is equal to the vertex's color. That's pretty straightforward, and then we just output the vertex's color. Alright. Seems straightforward enough to me. So our Bevy SDF and here shader. Okay, I'm curious if we load that shader, because somehow you load shader custom phase. Okay, so it's not called that. It's called SDF. Of course, apparently we named it to shaders, which makes a lot more sense. Shaders. Maybe copy that so I know it's spelled correctly. Okay, cool. Then we have to go to you and go shader and be like, it's a shaders. Okay, cool. So you have an issue because with asset loader failed to load asset. Invalid TDF sequence 1 byte for index 12. So that tells me that that's just, it doesn't like that at all, does it? Okay, failed to load asset shaders with asset loader. Yeah, I don't think it likes it because it's literally just a it's just a shortcut. And okay, so can you do okay? Can you do sim link on Windows? Yes, symbolic link sim links are supported on Windows, particularly on the file system starting with Windows Vista. You can create a symlink using the klink command in the command prompt PowerShell with the D flag for directory symlink and without it for a file symlink. Okay. Well, apparently we can do it. So we're going to cmd and we're going to go, please don't show incriminating information. So we're going to go y. I think is that, yeah, okay, then we're going to cd dot slash, oh, we can cd into, was it projects slash forest, what? No, what? Okay, cd to projects, so then we're going to cd to forest tile slash crate slash, no, okay, no. Okay, cd crate. Weird. Oh, don't let me search that. Okay, so we're gonna say crate, and then it was Bevy SDF, and then we're gonna go. Did I make it? So we use the MK link. Apparently, okay. So MK link, and then we're gonna say okay. So D creates a directory symlink. Default is file symlink. Okay, create a hard link instead of a symbolic link. I don't know what that difference is. Creates a directory junction. Okay, specify link, specifies the new symbolic link name, specifies the path relative or absolute that the new link refers to. Okay, so I think we want to see. Okay, first off, we want to go the other way. We want to cd dot slash. That puts crates dot slash puts us in forest tile assets like that, and then we're going to say cd into shader, and we're going to go, okay, so we're going to see, so we can delete you because you're just a shortcut. Okay, delete. Okay, so what you're saying is to make link and then target. Okay, so here we're going to go that. What was it? What is this? MK link. Okay, make link, and so the link is going to be called SDF.wgsl .wgsl like that. Okay, and then the link is going to be to forest tiles. Okay, so crates here. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Okay, and it's all going to link to backslash sdf.wgsl. Ooh, okay. So we're gonna copy that, and we have to run this as admin apparently. Okay, command prompt, and then run as administrator. Yes, paste this in. That's the wrong place to be. can we say y and then cd into project slash what was it, projects forest tile, project cd forest tile slash assets, paste that in. Symbolic link created. Nope, wrong spot. It's supposed to be in here. That should be fine though, I think. Hey, it actually does. It is just okay. That's good. It's cool. So now when we run this, it should work now because it's a symbolic link to there. Maybe. Well, it doesn't like this because something was called. Panic.run was called. Oh. Well, yes, that would also crash the application, wouldn't it? So that's in lib here. You know, I think when we're adding the shader, we're calling run at the end. Yeah, we go run. We don't run while we're shader. While we're in an application, setting up plugin. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I don't understand anything either. I'm making I was making a symbolic link, which is that it's good to know that yeah, it works. It's good to know that like Windows can do this. So it used to be like a Linux thing, but the idea is that on disk now, if we open this up, basically I have the shader inside the subcrate, and then like this is my shader. Like this is the actual asset to the shader. But I hope this is how it works. For Bevy to do file detection, it has to be in the main assets folder. So for my automatic change detection to detect it, it has to be in this application's asset folder, whereas it's not. It's in a subcrate's asset folder. So the idea being that if I publish this crate, it will have access to this, but this crate needs access to it while I'm developing it. So what I've done is I've put a link here that, as far as the operating system is concerned, anything that tries to touch this link gets redirected here. Like so, like these files are indistinguishable on an operating system level. And that means that Bevy will not have issues of like if I didn't do that, then changing this file wouldn't detect the change, and it still may not, because I don't actually know if Bevy, if the operating system reverses the symlink in that modifying this counts as this being changed. I don't know, but we'll find out. Hopefully it does. Hopefully, like from what I understand, it's supposed to be completely transparent to any application. Only the operating system knows that they're not actually the same file. As far as any application is concerned, they are the same. What do I need to go to? Yeah, I need to take out you adding a camera. Why are you spawning a camera? Because you're spawning looking at. Okay. We don't want to spawn a camera. That would be appreciated. And the way to test this is if we, this is what I should do with this Infinity tile as well, because it's got the same issue where the actual crate that owns this shader doesn't have the shader, because I didn't think to do a symlink at the time. Okay, so it's not working now, because we're not spawning a camera at the right location, I guess, maybe. So my thought with that is maybe if we go up here, if we track down the vertices that make up the, oh wait, I've got these, so they're Z, so I think we want to put the Z at like probably negative 0.5. I reckon might work. I don't know. I have no idea. So for some reason the camera, removing the camera made it not work. So let's go track down the actual Bevy example again and find the camera and be like, where was the camera placed, so I can try and move the triangle, because I don't want to move my camera because that'd be stupid. Like moving the 2D camera out of the Z plane is a bad idea. Oh, it's because it's a 3D camera. So it's at Z1 and looking at Y. Okay. It should, I mean, it should be here, but it's not. It's because it's a 2D camera, and somehow we're pulling a 3D camera. I guess that's where we can start, is working out how to turn this into a fucking set pipeline. How, when, why does it need to be a 3D camera? What are you doing that requires you to be a 3D camera? Let's see, is it when you spawn the item itself? You spawn it with the visibility, the transform, the AABB, and the custom render entity, which is just a marker. Okay, and this is a custom render entity, so it's somewhere in here. It's probably we probably use opaque 3D, don't we? Yeah, so opaque 3D. So we actually want to go core pipeline. Well, technically we don't want. Okay, go back. Let's put the camera back. I just realized that, although yes, kind of cool. Default 3D, depth, load, OP, depth, texture usage. I think we kind of want this to work on a 2D and a 3D situation, but like we're making fine distance fields, which means we actually want a 3D camera, probably. Maybe. I don't actually know. My end goal is to have a 3D scene, so we probably want a 3D camera, because there's no point making it work with 2D and then not actually using it. Annoying. Okay. Anyway, it should all work the same, except obviously it's not detecting that because it's 3D camera. Anyway, what do I want? I want a we need to say that something about camera order. Can I scroll up and find out? Like, it was spewing out error messages. Okay, so camera order ambiguous. It's ambiguous, should be resolved because either one multiple cameras activated and spawned accidentally, which is rendering a multiple instance of the scene, or two where multiple cameras ambiguous can be okay, yeah, but order. I don't think the camera has the depth clear operation to perform on the main pass. Okay, I don't remember how to resolve this. I need to do something like there's like a camera order or something. Atomic ordering layer. It annoys me. Camera order ambiguous detected for active camera with the following projection 0. Maybe it's the projection. Okay. To fix this, ensure that exactly one camera entity spawned with a given order. Okay, so it's probably projection in here, which confusingly, so you up here somewhere we have okay, so projection, no, it's just a default projection. Okay, so projection makes it even more confusing. Why is okay? Yeah, so you require a camera, which I think is just a marker. Camera doesn't contain. Oh, it does. Order. Oh, well, there you go. Now I'm extract okay, so it's not projection, it's camera. This, so we say here, and then we say order, and this is order. I'm assuming one is higher. I don't actually know, and then we just default the rest of it, which is concerning. But anyway, viewport, optional viewport is active. Okay, I assume Bevy takes care of the rest. I don't actually know. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because the 3D camera is definitely not setting anything, but my thing is, I don't know, it's kind of on startup. So, oh, it's either rendering behind, which is probably what's happening. So we probably want it to be -1, which I can easily do. Order is actually -1. Although I'd probably be spawning this in my app, not in the plugin. But you know, it's still not there. Which annoyingly implies that you are actually doing something funny with the fucking camera. How you do this? Depender. Well, it's not complaining about it anymore. But maybe it's just not. So I set it back to 0, does it work again? That's the real question, isn't it? You set this to 0 and go, hey, does the camera actually work? Maybe I just need to add a system that fucking updates the camera. Finds 3D camera, sets its ordering specifically to something else. Nope, okay, so it's not rendering at all, which is funny, because that implies that the camera literally has to be doing something. I don't understand. Camera render, how the, without setting this somewhere, because like they're not overriding the default, so I don't know how it's doing that. But if I remove this and it renders again, the other option is that it's just not working again. Ah, that's it. Okay, so what's really happening there is that I changed values somewhere else, and that's actually what's causing the problem. So we need to actually make sure that the mesh is in front of us. Okay, go here, go down to wherever the vertex is defined. Okay, set you to positive again. Thank you. Okay, that should fix it. I was obviously setting them behind the camera, maybe? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me, but... yeah, I don't get it. Because the camera should be position 1, so is it going to show up now? Nope, don't see it there. Did I not recompile it? No? Okay, let's flip the priority, maybe order 1. It definitely worked before. I definitely saw a big fucking colourful triangle on the screen. I don't know why you stopped now. I'm still spawning it, right? Like, yeah, there's a big fucking colourful triangle there. Okay, so it is working now. Cool. Alright, so we have a colourful triangle, which at some point I'm probably just going to doing the same thing I did with the other one, which is overriding it entirely. Okay, so somehow, so we prepare custom phase item buffer. So when is this called? What the hell? Oh, we pass it commands and all it does is insert the resource. Where is this used though? Nowhere apparently. Wait, what? How does that work? Oh, you do it. Okay. Right. So you set this in a render and it's in the prepare. Right, so all it does is every frame calls a init. Why not just initialize it? Does this need some kind of extra thing? Like, okay, so you're calling a init and it's not default, which means there must be a from world implementation somewhere. No. It's not default. So what the hell? When are you initialized? You do it. From what? Okay. So we have a rendered device, resource render device, resource render queue. Okay, and then we say create the vertex and index buffer. Okay. Buffer usage vertex. Bit flags allows a buffer to be the vertex buffer of a draw operation. Okay. Interesting. IBO. Index buffer. Okay. For vertex in vertices. Push. Okay, so this sets it up. And pushes this, and then we have a raw buffers. Okay, and then we say these 2 lines are required in order to trigger the upload to the GPU. Okay. Right, buffer right, render queue, render driver, render queue, and then we pass them to you. Okay. So what's fun about that is I literally do not actually need you to have any versions. I'm curious if I can get this to work. Okay. Okay, so where does that? Right. Well, at least we know how to at least send some information to the GPU. Like, so we have a raw buffer vertex, raw buffer vertex. Is that how that works? How'd you get type vertex? Position pad 0, color pad 1. I'm assuming that's my vertex. Okay, so that's obviously must be pulling it from there. That's how it knows what type it's supposed to be. Yeah, okay, okay. I'm trying to work out if I can not do this. Like if I just don't put any vertexes in. I'm assuming this is going to have a big hissy fit when I try to do this, but I want to steal the thing that I did on it was you, wasn't it? Yeah. I guess it's this one, isn't it? Because again, this shader's in the wrong spot. I'm supposed to be here. Somewhere down here we have a fragment shader. No, it's the vertex shader. This silly little fucking thing sets the view world position to this and that, and then somewhere have width, have height. Oh, okay. So this is more complicated than I was expecting. Right, view world position x minus. Right? No. Surely you can just set it to 1. Right? I'm assuming that's clip space. Right? Is that how I don't actually know how I'm doing that in that shader. Right? Because for some reason you're taking like the view x position and then the minus the height, and we're outputting your your position is -1. Yeah, okay, that's it's the UV that we were calculating, but no, let's do this. Okay, so inside this shader, we just want to go something along the lines of const vertexes. I just say equals and then like array of 32, 3, something like that. Except no, I want them to be vertices. Why are you okay? Right. First off, I want them to be 4 of them, and I want them to range from what says like -1, -1, 0.5, like that. Then I want you to be again, for the sake of being able to copy this, let's go this. So it's -1, -1, 1, -1, -1, 1. Okay, so 1, -1, -1, 1. Okay, so it's 1, -1, 0.5, and then it was -1, 1, 0.5, and then finally, I guess 1. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because yeah, that's all actually all 4 corners. Okay, so expected function found struct const vertices. How do I define a type? So I don't do shaders. Like, I've been doing nothing but shaders, but like I don't do shaders enough to be able to do this kind of thing. So if we run another code, we can open up my my other one, the voxel shader. I'm assuming projects voxel shader. So in the voxel shader, I think I declare some constants somewhere. Const, yeah. So it's const colon type equals type. Okay. Right. So we don't need this anymore. We're gonna go here. Okay. So it's here. So it's const colon type equals array. Does that work? No, apparently not. Do I have to, like, is it capital const, or is it, like, what is your problem? Well, apparently it's, I've broken the analyzer again. Const vertices, no, that's the folder I'm in. It's here. So how do you work? So const color multiple color. Okay. That should work. I assume. I don't actually know. What do I really care? I have another one, don't I? Nope, this one just specifies a type. It's very weird. Why? Okay, you have a problem with it now, which means that when I say vertex here, we say clip position is vertex position dot xy. Okay, so vertex. So we don't want its position. We don't. Am I giving them colors? Is that a thing that I'm doing? I assume I'm doing that. I don't fucking know. I guess we'll just leave them having a color. But instead of that, we're gonna say vertex outpoints clip position. Right. So your position comes in, so we don't actually need this, and we're gonna say this is actually location 0. This is going to be it's not location. It's built in, and then it's vertex index, maybe. Is that how you do it? Entry point vertex vertex is invalid. Okay, so that's not how you do it then. How do I do it again? We go back to this shader and we go, how the hell was I getting the ID of the current vertex with whatever wibbly wobbly shit I was doing? What is this called? It's called vertex. It's built-in vertex index. Okay. Apparently this is what it's vertex index, vertex index. And then we go down here and say your clip position is equal to vertices vertex index, something like that. Okay. Maybe. So these actually need to be right. Then yeah, there I can. So that can be fine. Because I think that's how that works. Clip position, I'm pretty sure is a vector. Okay. It's very weird because this one seems to be saying it's fine. This one's not so convinced, but It's expected to be, but got okay. Okay. Anyway, you seem to think it's fine though. Right. So I think that's how that works. If we watch this one, like that's what I'm passing into you, right? Like the clip. We say fragment. We say something about like world position. You output a vec4, which is the color. Okay. Somewhere you export the clip position, right? Like that's how your position, which is built-in position, is a vec4. Right. And then so that's you, and we say, hey, fragment is color, and then 1. Okay, yes. And then vertex out, clip position, and clip location, and location, clip position. Yeah. Okay, very cool. So you work, I think. I don't know. Let's run it and see how quickly it crashes, because I haven't actually given it a 4th value, which is fun. So where are we actually setting that all up? In here. Okay. So it really didn't like that. I've seen it crash under there. So that. Okay. So is that because I'm not doing? Okay. So let's do this, and then indexes, and then we push this, and so we need. Might be able to push index. Okay. So you're just iterating through 1 through 3. So I think the actual way to do this is to go. We want 4 of them, I think, and it's something like 0, 1, 3, 2. I think. I don't actually know. Okay, well, let's venture back to. It's gotta be you, because we spawn in like a mesh on this for no reason other than just to fucking do it. This is the most glorious piece of code ever. Just somewhere we spawn just a quad in load noise map. This doesn't really do anything. This code's shocking. Load mode somewhere we spawn screen rect. How do we do this? We say new, we say mesh, and we say mesh, and we add test, okay, screen mesh. Okay, so we 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Right, we give you UVs for some reason. Apparently the indices is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. We never give it a position, so that's even funnier. So apparently, here. Okay, so it's apparently it's just 0, 1, 2, 3. That assumes that we have them in the right order, but we should do, because I copied them out of the shader. So we push those 4 in there, and we say vertices, and we go, okay, we go to this, and we go, hey, can we just like add an extra one down here? Just, yeah, cool. Except, yeah, you're by 4 now. Thank you. I'm always gonna call you 1, 1. I guess. I don't really know. I don't think it really matters either. Soul is the same color. This should make a square instead now. I actually have no idea, because it's going to render a funny shaped triangle because, yeah. So I put them in there, but I'm still only rendering 1 triangle. So that's what's happening here. So I'm passing in 3 vertices and rendering a triangle, but then when they're passed in, I'm actually updating where they are on the screen inside the shader. So the shader actually tells them where they are, which is these 4 positions. Okay. So that seems to be working properly. So I guess next is to make it render a full square. So to make it render a full square, we need to work out exactly where we're rendering the triangle, which, first off, if I take away the vertices, like this is setting vertice data, isn't it? Okay, oh, no, we still need this because we're passing in the color, aren't we? Vertex. Interesting. Okay, so raw buffer vec. Okay. New vertices. So we just need to go, hey, vertices, can we just pass in like a single, can we just pass in a color? Like we can, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. We'll continue passing it all in because we're not actually using it, so it doesn't really matter. We need to pass the color in until we stop using the color. Okay, we pass in all 4, which is fine. And then this writes the buffer. Do immutable access? We do. We pass in a device, a queue. Okay. These 2 lines are required in order to trigger the upload to GPU. What do you actually do? If value is empty, return. Otherwise, reserve a len device. Self.reserve. Okay. If let some buffer range item len then must cast slice. converts A slice into B slice, is infallible and will fail to compile. Interesting. Q write buffer, offset 0, data, bytes, range. Where are you getting range from? Is 0 to self item size times self dot values dot len. Okay, fair enough. You do you. So how is this working? So this is a custom phase item buffer. So this holds our custom phase item, which just has the vertexes. So specialize. This specializes the render. This is specialized and this returns a render pipeline descriptor, which says this is a custom render pipeline and layout as a vec in a push const ranges. Constant ranges, okay. The push constant ranges for this pipeline supply an empty vector if this pipeline doesn't use push constants. Okay. Well, guess what? You're getting empty pipeline. Vertex stage, fragment stage. Okay. And this is a shader handle, I believe. Yes. Okay. So shader defs. Okay. Entry point is vertex. Oh. Okay. Buffer. Vertex. Buffer layout. Array stride size. Step mode. Vertex step mode. Okay. Whether a vertex buffer is indexed by vertex or by instance. Consider a call to like this. Draw vertices indices, where vertices is a range vertex indices and indices is a range for instance indices. Okay, I don't know what that means by that. For this, W invokes the vertex shader is entry point once for each possible VI pair where V is drawn from vertices and I is drawn from indices. Okay, these invocations may happen in any order and will usually run in parallel. Okay. Each vertex buffer has a step mode established by the step mode field in it of its vertex buffer layout. Okay. Given when the pipeline was created. Okay. Buffers whose step mode is vertex use V as the index into their contents, whereas buffers with step mode of instance use I. The instance buffer element then construct 0 or more attribute values for the VI vertex shader invocation to use based on the vertex buffer layout attribute list. Okay. You can visualize the results for all of these vertex shader invocations as a matrix where row of I for instances and with a column of V for each vertices. Right? In one sense, V and I are symmetrical. Both are used to index vertex buffers and provide attribute values, but the key difference between V and I is that line and triangle primitives are built from the values of each row along which I is constant and V varies. Columns. Okay. This needs to match the layout of vertex attributes. Okay. So this is defining obviously where some data is passed in. Target. Okay, like targets some color. Wait, why would you be a vector of options? Why would that be a thing? Why surely not being in the vector is not. Okay, anyway, ordinary you'd want to check whether the view has the HDR format and substitute the appropriate texture format here, but we'll emote it for simplicity. Okay, format is Bevy default format. Texture format, okay, and then blend is none and mask is okay. Primitive state declares the state of primitive assembly and restructure Okay. Cull mode and unclip depth. Okay, note that if your view has no depth buffer, this will need to be changed. Okay. Format is core depth, multi-sampling, zero instance, zero initialized work group memory. Whether to zero initialize work group memory by default. If you're not sure, set this to true. If this is false, reading from work group variables before writing to them will result in garbage values. Okay. Type key. I actually don't know what you're doing. Okay. Okay, so a render word system that includes the entity with the custom rendering into the opaque render phase for each view. Okay, so this gets our draw phase item, which is our... So we set item pipeline. And then we do something. Okay, so render phase per view. Okay, render phases are per view, so we need to iterate over all views so that the entity appears in them. In this example, we only have one view, but it's good practice to loop over all views anyway. Okay, so I think this is all about opaque render phase, which is like a view bind binned render phase. Stores the rendering instructions for a single phase that uses bins in all views. Okay. They're cleared out every frame by storing them in a resource like this. Allows us to reuse the allocation. Okay. Okay, so this is like, it's like queuing up groups to be rendered at the same time. Find all custom rendered entities that are visible from this view. Okay, so entity, and then we say view, and then we say custom rendered entity. Okay, so this is like using some kind of view visibility calculation. So iterate through every entity, and then we say pipeline ID is equal to specialized render pipeline, which is our specialized render pipeline, which is our custom phase pipeline. Okay. And we say specialize, which returns a cached render pipeline ID, which confuses me to no end. But anyway, so pass in the cache. So this is the specialized down here, right? Specialized render pipe. No, this is doing something. Cache entry key or insert with the descriptor. Fucking. There's our, okay, so this is where we call that specialized, and then we stick it in, and then we say Q render pipeline descriptor. Cache Q render. Okay. So that's like it gets the cache one, or it'll return it. Where did you get the MMSA from? Yeah, view, extracted view, render visible entities. A collection of entities visible from the current view. Okay. This tick, bump the change tick in order to force Bevy to rebuild the bin. Next tick. Set. Okay, I'm assuming this is like a Bevy specific thing, but I'm curious. Next tick. Tick. A value that tracks when a system ran relative to other systems. This is used to power change detection. Note this system that a system that hasn't been run yet has a tick of 0. Wait, what? I don't get this because it's not atomic. So like it's local. How does changing that do anything? Does calling get do something? No, it just returns itself. And so set just sets itself. Like I don't understand. Like, okay, maybe we use it somewhere else, but like this is weird because it's like is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, change tick. Right. Okay. So add the custom rendered item. We use the non-mesh type to skip the special handling that Bevy has for meshes, pre-processing, indirect draws, etc. Okay, the asset ID is arbitrary. We simply use asset ID invalid. I probably should use that more often because I usually just call default, which I'm assuming is just called invalid, but you know. But you can use anything you like. Note that the asset ID needs not be the ID of the mesh. Okay. Okay, so opaque 3D batch set key. Information that must be identical in order to place opaque meshes in the same batch set. Okay, a batch set is a set of batches that can be multi-drawn together if multi-draw is used. Okay. So there's our draw function, our pipeline ID, our material bind group index, the ID of the bind group specific to the material instance. In this case, PBR, this is in the case of PBR, this is material bind group index. This is the material bind group index. Okay. Light map slab index of the slab the light map resides in if the light map is present. Okay. Vertex slab. Okay. The ID of the slab of GPU memory that contains vertex data. For non-mesh items, you can fill this with 0 if your items can be multi-drawn, or with a unique value if they can't. Okay. We call default, which I'm assuming just is 0. Okay. Index slab, which is the none. Okay. So I'm assuming this is the opaque 3D data that must be identical in order to batch phase items together. Note that the batch set, if multi-draw is used, contains multiple batches. Opaque 3D bin key. So what I'm assuming here is like if you were doing this to render meshes, you would state this to always be this, like you want this to be the same if the mesh ID, like be the same if the, I just said that weird. Like if they use the same mesh, you want them to use the same ID, because what you're saying is, hey, if this piece of data is shared, which is your opaque bin key, they're saying this piece of information is how we know if they can actually be rendered at the same time, because they're just the same mesh. So like the same data will be loaded into memory. Okay, so then we say the actual entity that we want to render, which is needs to be an entity and a main entity. Okay, input uniform index. Okay, default. The index of the uniform describing this object in the GPU buffer. Okay. Subject in the GPU buffer where GPU preprocessing is enabled. Right. For example, for 3D meshes, this is the index of the mesh input uniform in the buffer. This is the index of the mesh input uniform in the buffer. Okay, this field is ignored in if GPU isn't used, such as currently in the case of 2D meshes. In this case, you can safely set this to default. Okay. And then phase type, which is a binned render phase type non-mesh. Batchable mesh, unbatchable mesh. Identifies the list within binned render phase that phase item is to be placed in. Okay, and then change tick. Right. So this is for every one of those entities. Now, the question is, does Bevy has an example? This one renders a big triangle. And then I'm sure it has one that renders a specialized mesh pipeline. Okay. So then there's another example. And it's the same example, I think, like in terms of like, apparently it doesn't fucking work. Well, okay, so it works, but you've got to go to like the sub example. The default one does not work. Shit, example. Huh. yeah, it just crashes. That's, or is it throwing an error saying you can't use CPU or you can't use GPU in CPU mode, which is fun. Okay, so this is the other example they have, which is, as you can see, like it's 3 triangles, and I think this one's probably better because, well, better. This one will let me like give instanced information, whereas this doesn't seem to do that. This seems to be like, it assumes that we know exactly what data we're passing in, which is probably more accurate to what I'm going to end up doing, but does mean that like it's not showing me how to update the indexes, because we literally just set the indexes when we spawn in. Like, we just pass this buffer and set the indices and never touch them again, which obviously isn't going to work long term. So pad, yep. Okay, so then I was trying to work out how to fucking make this one render a square, I think. So from I'm not going to into that. Yeah, I'm sure there was somewhere, yeah, render command where phase item. Okay, so in here we have P, which is our phase item. I don't quite know where we get phase item from. We never use it, so it doesn't really matter. Custom phase item buffer is custom phase item buffer into. Okay, hey, look, there's a custom buffer. Huh. Okay, and then we say, okay, tell the GPU where the vertices are. Okay, set vertex buffer slot index 0. Okay, set vertex buffer. Assign a vertex buffer to a slot. Subsequent calls to draw or draw indexed on the tracked render phase will use buffer as one of the vertex buffers. Okay, the slot index refers to the index of the matching descriptor in the vertex state buffer. Right, so we're just going to set it in 0, and then we're going to say buffer slice, which is custom phase vertices buffer. Okay, vertices in a single triangle buffer. So we could actually get the underlying buffer. And then we unwrap that because, okay, and then we call slice, and we just pass in the whole thing. Okay. Okay, so we can say where the indices are. So say indice buffer, and we say that the indice offset is 0 and the indice format is indice format uint32. Set the actual index buffer. Subsequent calls to draw indexed will be, use the buffer referred by buffer slice as the source index buffer. Okay. So draw 1 triangle, 3 vertices. Draw indexed. Okay. Draw indexed primitives using the base vertex. Okay. The active index buffer can be set using set. Yeah. So I don't quite get this instance 0. Okay, 0 to 1 because it's going to just pass in 0, because 0 to 1 returns 0, and then you return 0 to 3 because you return 0, 1, and 2. So one just returns 0. Okay. So this draws a single triangle like that. Okay. So if I said 4, I'm assuming it's not going to work because I haven't actually told it that it's a triangle strip instead of a triangle something or other, triangle list. So this might not work. We'll find out. Okay, so somewhere, yeah. Okay, so well, it didn't crash, which is it's a good sign. But second. Okay. So somewhere I remember seeing something about primitive something. Control F. Primitive. Okay, primitive state. Okay, so I want to know what the default of the primitive state is. I'm assuming that the primitive state's default value is going to be like something not triangle list. I don't know. Texture format. Okay. Where is your default implementation? I'm assuming you use derived default. Okay, so which means we go to primitive topology and go which one of these is default. Triangle list. Okay, so we want a triangle strip. Right, so that should only come here, and we say here, we put this open. So the primitive state, which I'm assuming topology is Bevy render mesh primitive topology triangle strip, and then default. Right. So if I understand what this is saying like if you don't set it otherwise, this will be the primitive state that it uses, which is the triangle strip. Which triangle strip is the divider, so the vertices creates 4 triangles, 0, 1. Okay, so that should then draw 2 triangles, I think. So, to be honest, I'm surprised it didn't throw an error when I passed in 4 values. When I've set up, we passed them in sets of 3, but hey. Okay, so we now have a triangle drawn across the entire screen, and so because these are both white. So maybe we should set the color of the other one. Where is our vertices and our colors? So we say you and then well, so 2 of them set to blue, so we should probably set like set like a red over here. Let's map these out properly. So it's -1, -1. Then it was like I think it was 1, -1, and then it's like -1, 1, and then 0. Okay, so then dots. It's annoying. Okay, like that. All right. So then it goes something like, so you're 1, which I think means you'd be 1, and then you'd be 0, and then since you're -1, means that when you're -1, so we're going to set you to 1. 1, 1. I think it'd be like 1, 1, and it'd be like 1, 1. And then, what would you be? So, moving along, you'd be back to... Let's say you're white. I don't know what I was going to look like, but we'll just run that. See. Anyway, so that's what it is. So somewhere in the specialization, somewhere here, we pass in the attribute, match the layout of the vertex, which is fun. Step mode is vertex. Okay. Yep. And array stride is the size of vertex as you 64. Okay. Fragment state. Okay. So shader defs. I don't know what these shader defs mean. Like, okay. Interesting. I think this is all blue. Something's getting past a negative number. I think that's why this is all blue. Magenta. Anyway, that looks kind of cool. Primitive states, then triangle strip. Okay. So I think in here is like where you'd like pass in your attribute. So your first attribute. So these positions in the attribute are per vertex. So how do I pass in uniforms? That's my next question, I guess. Oh, okay. Let's go back to the example that Bevy had. I don't know what I did with that. There. Okay. So this is for rendering triangles and actually passing in like specific data. So when we go to the shader here, somehow they're passing in the instance index and then fetching mesh functions position and world clip. Okay, so somehow at some point they're passing in the vertex to the position of the mesh, which is what we want to do. Okay, so well, it's not what I want to do, but this means that like somehow we're passing in like a uniform piece of data that we can access, because I think the way that this mesh function works, mesh functions and view transform world position, this gets it from somewhere. But it gets it out of a uniform. I'm pretty sure is how it works. Anyway, so we say somewhere. Okay, so in startup we say it's a mesh, and so it's a triangle list, and then we say render asset usage default. Okay, then we say the indices are 0, 1, 2, so it's a single triangle, and then we say the positions are this, this, and this, 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 and this, and then we insert the attribute, the colors, this, and this. Okay, they're colors. Okay, and so we spawn 3 triangles to show that batching works. Okay, so we zip, yep. Okay, so this spawns our 3 triangles, and then we spawn in a camera looking at that. Okay, so custom render mesh pipeline plugin. Okay, well, when writing custom render code, it's generally recommended to use a plugin. The main reason for this is that it gives you access to finish hook, which is called after rendering resources are initialized. Some render app, get sub app render app return. creating this pipeline needs the rendered device and render queue, which are not available once, are only available once as being illustrated. Right, so I'm assuming that's that the person that wrote this example knows more than the person that wrote the example I copied, because I think that's what this is doing. Right, because this needs this, and then so we call this, and then we have a whole function, right? Like, they're just literally the whole point of this function somewhere. This function here is just create the resource and a startup system, because it needs this to exist, and they don't until run is called. Wait. So I'm going to try moving this somewhere else, but like that says something different to what the other example says. So I'm going to just assume that one of these examples is outdated. We're going to go plug in wherever our goddamn plugin is, at the top somewhere. Right, no, we have to come here when you go ahead. So this is our plugin, so we have build, and then we have fn finish, and then app dot init resource, and then it's custom app. Okay. Okay, so let's see if that works. So I'm assuming finish is called finish, adding this plugin to the app once all plugin registry are ready. Okay, yeah, okay. So basically the example is either outdated or just written by someone who didn't know that you can do that, so we can get rid of this. Okay, so doing it and finish. All right. Okay, so cool. Except we should probably initialize the custom mesh pipeline. That's an interesting question. Maybe I didn't save and that's what. How did that work? Don't mind the only the. Fuck that up. Okay. So. Well, we need to get rid of this whole section here. Probably uncomment one layer of that. Thank you. So it's probably not going to work now because I probably just didn't save this file. Like I probably hadn't saved this, but it's because it's not. I'm not putting it in the render app, which is where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. So if we then do the if let some render app get suburb render app. Oh, there you go. Cool. And we can do this. That should work. Right. Yeah. Okay. That works. So you just have to do it and finish. Okay. Cool. And put it in the right world. All right. So this is the custom rendered entity, which I'm assuming is the same thing that the other one was doing. Let's go to this so I stop accidentally opening it. Okay. So in here we have like a custom rendered entity, right? Like that's custom phase, custom item, draw, custom rendered entity. Okay, so yeah, that custom rendered entity. Okay, so when we draw this, we have to set item pipeline, okay, and I think that's what we do anyway. Like that's what we're already doing. But then we need to in our draw phase item, no, draw custom phase item. I'm unclear if this is a different thing or not. Draw custom phase item command. Draw specialized pipeline command. Okay, so set the view a uniform. Okay, so view binding, mesh binding, draw mesh. Okay. So set item pipeline. I don't know what set item pipeline does. I'm curious. Okay. So what? I feel like I can do this. Like I can just say add bind group. And it's calling this draw mesh is I think what's actually doing something. I don't know. So this is all the same. Like this is that specialization, which is the specialized mesh pipeline. Wait, so specialized mesh pipeline is separate to what we've done? Is that what this is trying to tell me? Like, yeah, this is a render pipeline, and then we're specialized to keep. So maybe it's not quite as simple. Specialized mesh pipeline. Layout 0. So you obviously get access to something else when you call specialized on you. You have a layout mesh vertex buffer layout ref. Okay. Interesting. Whereas you, when we call specialized, you just get given a key and nothing else. Right. If layout.0.contains attribute position, make sure this matches the shader location. Actually, color. So this will automatically generate the correct vertex buffer layout. Layout 0 get layout. Okay. See, what I don't want to do is tie into the Bevy's I just know. What I want to know is how the fuck it does it. So what this is saying is like that something Bevy's doing here. I'm just curious if I need to know what the set item pipeline does, because that throws me, and then draw mesh throws me as well, because when it does this specialized pipeline command, we set the pipeline, which I'm assuming we set it to ourselves. And then we call this, and we call this, and then we call this, which means that draw mesh must do something special on its own, which probably just does whatever you do to draw mesh, but I need to actually work that out. So what do we currently do? We set the pipeline, right? Like that's just a thing that like all the draw commands need to do. Where the hell is draw command? Set item pipeline, right? And that's what you do, right? Set item pipeline. Okay. So draw custom phase item. A render command that binds the vertex and index buffer and it issues the draw command for our custom item phase. Okay, so when we call draw mesh, that's okay. So cached render pipeline phase item. Okay, render command P. Okay, where P is cached render. Okay, which, and then this is just a cached pipeline. Okay, so it's just an extra like abstraction around that. Okay, that's cool. For set item pipeline. Okay, and then this is pipeline cache, and then this is when we call render on this, and we pass in an item, which is our P, and we say, and we get a cache, and it's extract, and it says if let some pipeline into inner get render pipeline item cached pipeline. Okay, pass dot set render pipeline to the render pipeline here, and then we say render pass success, otherwise we skip. Okay. So what this does, which I'm very confused, but when do we call this draw command thing? Ah, here. Okay, so so this is how we get access to that, which is the opaque draw function, which is we up here, we add, okay, so I think I'm following how, so we get the function ID, and then down here when we call this with the opaque key, we pass it the function ID, which the function ID then calls set item pipeline. No, I'm still confused so this is a draw custom. How does it know what pipeline? There, pipeline ID, which then we say specialized render pipeline. Okay, so it's got to be like this here somehow encodes what pipeline we're in, which is our specialized pipeline, which is our pipeline cache, specialized pipeline. Okay, so which throws me even further, but yeah. Okay. Specialized render pipelines custom phase pipeline. Okay. Maybe. That's fine. Custom phase item. A render command that binds the vertex and index buffer and issues. Okay, so draw command. Our custom item phase. Okay, so what I want to do, I guess, is what I want to do is work out exactly how I actually add information. So this does something. We need to work out with this set view bind group 0. What does this do in terms of how the hell does it get access to the data? That's what's throwing me, is when do we actually set the data? Because it's not in this custom queue. Yeah, this is the specialization. We don't care about specialization. Wait, no, yeah, queuing. When we queue, we don't pass any data in. It's when we call render we pass the data in? No. This. When do we use this custom fucking buffer? Import specialized. Okay, so it's no, it's not specialized here. Right? I don't think so. Somewhere we call render, don't we? Yeah, here. Okay. So this is the render command draw custom phase item. Here. This is where we actually set the data. We pass and we set index buffer. And so we fetch the data out of this buffer, which we request from here. Okay. Set vertex buffer. Okay. Okay. So if I wanted to pass more data, what I need to do is work out how do I. Okay. So we have access to a pass somehow. Track render pass. So we say like pass dot. How do I set bind group? We need access to a bind group. Index buffer, camera viewpoint. Okay. Blend constant. Set bind group. Render pipe. Set render pipeline. Okay, I don't even want to set the render pipeline because we already did that. I'm pretty sure. The React. Then view pass, we set viewpoint, set vertex buffer. Okay, so setting buffers and we set bind groups. So this is what I'm gonna. Okay, indexed. So what I'm trying to work out is when do we actually set this stuff? Okay, so we have that thing. So let's go to our draw command, wherever the hell. Somewhere, draw command. So let's just pop this in. It's obviously going to be like wrong. Let's pop this in. We say set mesh view bind group. Can't find struct. Okay, so let's qualify this as PBR set. Okay. Now, what do you do? Because you obviously you're binding something to something like that. This is the thing that actually does the. Sets the mesh view. Actually, let me make, maybe it's not that one. It's the next one. Set mesh bind group. Sets the mesh uniform at bind group 1. Okay, this is probably the one we want to investigate because this is where it's sticking in the actual mesh information, which is just a silly way of accessing it. Anyway, so set mesh bind group. So we need to look into you and work out when exactly. So you pull in render device. Okay, so you mesh bind groups. Okay, so it's the pre-processing stuff, and then we render mesh instances. And then we skin uniforms and morph. Okay, so and then this is a view query, which I don't know what this does. I think it must like filter motion vertex pre-pass. Okay. View query. Do we ever actually? Where the fuck is this used? Somewhere, obviously, but not here. Not in this type. Okay, so I must use that to filter to something. Returns a bool that describes if the entity has the component. No, that's the has. I want to know what this actual foot gun. Yeah. No, okay. So when do you and what do you do? Okay. So bind groups. So bind groups dot into. Now, where the fuck are you getting bind groups from? Bind groups is the second one down. So mesh bind group. So this works out something. All bind groups for meshes currently loaded. Okay. Mesh bind group. Model only. Skinned. Morph targets. Light maps. Okay. I've lost where I was. Go here. Go here. Okay. So this obviously is like, this is the data. So how does it actually stick this data in? So we get access to the bind groups. And then we say at some mesh asset ID, mesh instances, mesh assets ID for this particular entity. So we're getting the mesh ID of this entity. Return success. Oh, right, else. Right. So apparently if this mesh instance isn't loaded. Mesh asset ID. Right. And then we return success. Okay. Current skinned bytes offset. Okay, so we don't care about any of this stuff. We say current skinned. Okay, so this is all again just about this is about skinning it and then light mapping it. Okay, so mesh phase bind group. Bind group. Okay, so it's here. So we match bind groups. We say ref. Okay, so let thumb match this. Mesh bind group CPU preprocessing. Ref bind group. Mesh bind groups. Mesh phase bind groups. Okay, so now if it's a GPU, we say mesh phase bind groups. This is the same thing. Type ID map versus mesh phase bind group. Type ID, okay, a map from the type ID of a phase to the mesh bind group for that phase. Mesh phase bind group versus your mesh phase bind groups. Wait, what? Get type ID of P. So I guess what's happening is that the CPU pre-processing, which confuses me. So it implies that like when it does GPU pre-processing, it stores more than one bind group, and you have to get the bind group specific to the phase that we're in, which I think is what the P is, the phase item, yeah. So you have to then fetch the specific binding for the phase that we are currently in. Otherwise, if it's done on the CPU, which I assume means that it's just, it's computing it per phase, it generates it and then sends it, means that we already know which one we are because we only generated the one that exists. Right, and that's why you're wrapping it in sum, is because you might not have actually generated the mesh. Okay, this is harmless if, e.g., we're rendering the shadow phase and there wasn't any shadows. Okay. Right. Okay. So yeah, so what I think it's saying is like if you're trying to render the shadow phase, it goes, hey, do the GPU preprocessing, is there a shadow phase preprocessed? And it says no, you just return. If it says yes, it does it. Otherwise, you would have generated the CPU one specifically for the phase that you're about to do. So you can only do one CPU at a time, but the GPU does them all, I guess. I don't know, is this mesh phase bind group? And then we say, okay, so we have to get the mesh phase bind group for the specific mesh asset ID, the light index, and it is skinned, is morph, and has, okay, the morph, the mesh bind group resource wasn't set in the render phase. It should be set by the prepare mesh bind group system. This is a Bevy bug, please open an issue. Okay, so that's cool. So okay, so dynamic offset is default, and offset count is 0, and then it says dynamic offset, item, extra index, and then, okay, so, I don't quite know what this is doing. So we set bind group, but when does the data actually get stuck in? It's got to be this bind group thing, right? We set bind group, sets the active bind group for the given group index. The bind group layout is in the active pipeline. When any draw function is called, must match the layout of the bind group. If the bind group has dynamic offsets, providing them in the binding order, the offsets have to be aligned to min uniform offset alignment. So something about the bind group has to hold the data, right? That, like, I think, I don't know, like this is what throws me, because the bind group has data, maybe, I don't know, and you pass in the bind group, but when we have to work out when this CPU mesh GPU processing happens, because this bind group, which is annoyingly it's a type I don't want to get to. There's an ID and there's a value, and it's just a bind group. And where are you getting this bind group from? Mesh phase bind groups. Okay, mesh phase bind groups. I mean, then we have to get the specific bind group to the specific mesh. But how are they loading? What? I don't understand when it's loading the information onto the GPU. See, because with this, I understand that like what's happening is pipeline tick somewhere. No, it's in render, not queue. Yeah. So what's happening here is that we're setting the indices and then we're passing in the buffer. Like set values, assign a vertex buffer to a slot. So the slot's 0 because we're not doing batching, and then the buffer slice is apparently a buffer slice. So doing this, if state, that vertex buffer slot index buffer. Right. Self.pass. I don't get that. Why does it? Okay. Self.state. Draw state. Okay. Why is it passing this thing around so much? Returns. Okay. So setting this tells the GPU where the vertexes are, and so you call that, and then you fucking call that, and then this, and fucking inner and the set and the slot and the fucking inner and the offset and the inner and the size, and then that, I don't actually know what that does. Apparently, that gets too far up the fucking chain of like it becomes a type at the point. Okay, so how and when do we set? So we need to work out when the bind group sets something. Let's go back to that draw command, wherever the fuck that is, and continue trying to decipher when exactly Bevy sets the information. Like, when does it send the data to the GPU? That's what I'm trying to track down. So set mesh bind group. So it's got to be in this meshes bind groups, which is when the... So when is this meshes bind groups used? When is this actually configured? So we insert resource CPU processing. So interesting. Okay, so we don't care about this. So we either insert it here, which I guess would tell me how I pass information to the CPU. Okay, so we prepare mesh bind groups. Create the per mesh bind groups for each type of mesh and each phase. So I don't think these bind groups actually are what I think they're. Like the bind groups, I feel like are just saying the layout. And so it's sticking the memory on the GPU somewhere else. CPU batched instance buffer. Batched instance buffer. Uniform. Mesh uniform. This is what we want. Batched instance buffer. Where are you pulling this from? It's an option. No GPU preprocessing. Batch. Okay. So what you're saying is if some CPU mesh preprocessing path, and then we return. Okay. Dot into inner instance data binding. Okay. Returns the binding of the buffer that contain the per instance data. If you were in the GPU instance buffering build mode, this buffer will be filled in via a compute shader. Okay. In this path, we only have a single set of bind groups for all phases. Right. Pair mesh. So you pass in instant data binding resource, which is instance. Okay, so this is some kind of batched instance buffer. Wait. Information has to be transferred from CPU to GPU in order to perform full mesh uniform. Okay. This is essentially a subset of the fields of the mesh uniform above. Okay. Whereas this is the mesh uniform. Right. So this is the data that's actually the batch instance buffer, which is a current instance buffer, previous instance buffer, phase instance buffer. Versus this is this one, which is just holds a GPU array buffer, which is so the GPU buffer holding the data needed to render batches. For example, we need this, whatever this is, and then okay. I think I know how to do this now. Maybe. Maybe I don't know how to set up like a mine group or anything like that. So what we need to do is we need to go like where are we storing this data? This is the custom phase item buffer. Custom phase item buffer. Okay. So raw buffer vec. Okay, so the vertices are for the single triangle. Okay. So since we're basically just using it as a uniform, can I insert something like well, maybe don't even comment. So we're just like we have to pass in. Wait, what? The indices of a single triangle. As above, this is a raw buffer vec because the U32 values have trivial size and alignment. Wait. Okay, the vertices of the single triangle. This is a raw because that's the simplest and fastest type of GPU buffer, and vertex objects are simple. Okay, so what am I want to try and pass something. I think we have access to the position, don't we? Oh, alright. So I want to pass in maybe colors. So how would I pass in colors? So what I'm trying to work out is like if no matter what I have access to this information from all instances or something. It's not even all instances. It's just whenever I do this. Am I access to? Is this just a uniform data? Can I say how would I do this? So I need to say something. My brain is just completely gone dead. So we're gonna be like let's call it test. So raw, what other buffer is it? Where are they pulling buffer from? Buffer vec. Okay, so let's go to the buffer vector. What the hell? So you have a values vector, a buffer which is an optional buffer, which is a buffer ID and a GPU buffer, and a capacity and item size and a buffer usage. Defines the way that you can use a buffer. The usage determines what kind of memory the buffer is allocated from and what the buffer can partake in. Corresponds to okay, so then the label and changed. Okay, so this does something which is looking good. Okay, so what other types of buffer are there? Right. Okay, other options for storing GPU access are buffer vec, a dynamic storage, a dynamic uniform, GPU array, and a storage buffer, a texture, and a uniform buffer. Okay, I think we want a uniform buffer, but why? Okay, so what the hell is a uniform buffer and how to unlock it? Let's go here, let's go, okay, so there's a raw buffer. So this is test. And you're just gonna hold that's U32s. How this works. Anyway, and then we're going to say uniform. And this is going to be a uniform buffer, which comes from Bevy render. And it needs to be a shader type. Okay, whereas you can hold no non-int. Okay. Right. So we're going to say the circles. We're going to make like a struct. Okay, so we need to actually split and start working on actually implementing SDF. So we're going to say mod SDF which hilariously, so the crate's called SDF, but like the actual SDF stuff's inside. Anyway, and then in here we're gonna have a mod shapes. All right, we're gonna open shapes. Apply this. Hello, Archit. We're not having much fun with implementing this. Okay, then shapes, and then so we're gonna say then the shape's gonna be mod circle, right? Then we have to make all of these public because it's a circle. We're gonna have a pub struct circle. Alright, so we have a circle, and the circle is going to have a radius which is an F32. Ta-da. Okay. So you need to be shader type, and I'm going to see if it yells at me. We're going to derive shader type. It doesn't need to be yelling at me. So you need to be public so that we can access circles. So we're going to go to here, and you need to be public so that we can access shapes, and then we're going to here. Yeah, so this uniform is going to be a crate, SDF, shapes, circles, circle. Why can't you get this? Could not find. Did I not save it? Can you find it now? Shapes, circle, circle. Okay, and you're saying that I can store this because it's just a shaded type, and then scratch. Uniform buffer. Okay, so what does it say about a uniform buffer? Okay, so stores data to be transferred to the GPU. Okay, and makes accessibility to, and made accessible to shaders as a uniform buffer. Okay, cool. Uniform buffers are available to shaders on a read-only basis. Okay, that's fine. Uniform buffers are commonly used to make available to shaders parameters that are constant during shader execution, okay, and are best used for data that is relatively small in size, as they are only guaranteed to support up to 16 kilobytes per binding. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Okay. The contained data is stored in system RAM. Right. Write buffer queues copying of the data from system RAM to VRAM. Okay, cool. Data in uniform buffers must follow STD18 alignment padding requirements. Okay, let's pop this open on another monitor so that I can be like, what the hell does that mean? Okay. Uniform. Okay, so this in the same shader stage. Memory layout. Yes, but alignment of T. Okay, and what do you say? It says you must follow alignment and padding requirements. Okay, so okay, memory layout. The layout of types is independent of address space. Strictly speaking, however, the layout can only be observed by host shareable buffers. Uniform buffers and storage buffer variables are used to share bulk data organized as a sequence of bytes in memory. Buffers are shared between the CPU and the GPU, and between different shader stages in the pipeline, and between different pipelines. Okay, because buffer data are shared without translation, it is a dynamic error if a buffer and consumers do not agree on the memory layout, which is the description of how the byte in the buffer are organized into typed WGSL values. These bytes are memory locations of the value relative to a common base location. The storage type of a buffer value must be host shareable with fully elaborate memory layout as described below. Each buffer variable must be described in either the uniform or storage address space. Okay, the memory layout of a type is significant when elevating an expression with a variable in the uniform or storage address space, or a pointer into the uniform address space. Okay, An 8-bit byte is the most basic unit of host shareable memory. The term defines the specific of 8. This section expresses counts of 8-bit bytes. Okay. We can use the following notation where T is the host shareable or fixed footprint type, and S is the host shareable or fixed footprint structure type of and A is the host shareable fixed footprint array or runtime sized array. So a line of T is alignment of T. A line of memory SI is the alignment of the ith memory of S. Size of T is bytes. Alignment. Okay, so alignment and size. Okay, so host shareable. Okay, so alignment of T. Bool. So bool aligns on 4. You align on 4. F16 aligns on 2. Size of 2. Vec T aligns on 8. Size of 8. I'm learning it for a specific application that I have in mind. It's a bit hard to explain. So I do a little bit of 3D printing. If you watch my shorts, occasionally you see me do 3D printing stuff. And my thought was, if I work out how to make like something, Blender. Okay. I don't trust that. Okay, I was going to show it in Blender. So the idea is if you had like a cube, and I wanted to give it like articulated legs, I could make like a SDF that represents the clearance and the SDF that is the cube, and then you can just push the leg in, it'll clear out enough clearance around the articulated part so that you don't have to like custom model every single part to have legs. Instead you could like dynamically build something out of a bunch of pre-built segments, and then like it automatically calculates the clearance. So the idea is we're going to use SDFs to render it so you can see it in the browser and it'll be quick, and then use marching cubes to turn it into an actual mesh model that can be exported as an STL and printed. Is the overall goal. So the science bits and fields are going to like allow me to basically have like negative values in some kind of formula for clearances, so that like you can move things like legs around and they will automatically move the clearance that they need around. Okay, so to be honest, this alignment shit throws me off because it seems to say that you can align on 2 or 4 or 16, but literally every time I've seen anything in Bevy, that it yells at me the alignment is wrong because I aligned on anything other than 8, I think. But that might be that you have to align by whatever the largest alignment is, which would make sense. So, anyway, so uniform buffer, which is automatically enforced by this structure. Okay. Per the WGPU spec, uniform buffers cannot store runtime-sized arrays, vectors, or structures with fields that are vectors. Okay, no vectors, cool. Other options for storing GPU accessible data are buffer vec. I wonder what a buffer vec is versus a raw buffer. Okay, a structure for storing raw data, raw bytes that have already been prepared, properly formatted for use by the GPU. Okay, properly formatted means this item's data already meets the alignment and padding requirements for how it will be used on the GPU. This item type must implement no unit, okay, for data representation to be directly copyable. Okay, index, vertex, and instance rate of instant rate vertex buffer have no alignment nor padding requirements, and so there this helper type is a good choice for them. The contained data is stored in RAM. Calling reserve allocates VRAM for rendered device. Write buffer queues copying data from RAM to VRAM. Okay, so there's a so test. Let's call it a buffer. Buffer vec. And then so I'm assuming a buffer vec just means like it's going to require it to be shader type. Ooh, and write into, okay, like raw buffer, but doesn't have the but doesn't require that the type D, the data type T be no uninit. Okay, this is a high performance data structure. This is a high performance data structure that you should use whenever possible if your data is more complex than suitable for a raw buffer vec. Okay, the shader type trait from the encase library is used to ensure that the data is correctly aligned for use in the GPU. Okay, for performance reasons, unlike raw buffer vec, this type doesn't allow CPU access to the data after it has been added via the push. Okay, if you need CPU access to the data, consider another type such as the storage buffer. Other options. Okay, interesting. Close. Right. So we already test. I mean, we're going to call this circles. Alright, so a circle is probably going. So can I also say like position vec2? No, because vec2 is not allowed. A struct with a similar name exists. First off, use Bevy preload, please. So it's going to tell me that I can't use a vec2 because vec2s are not. No, I can use a vec2. Okay. I'm assuming you just correctly align everything. You work out the alignment of the largest type. Again, I already don't understand why it yells at me all the time when I use the wrong alignment, but then like it doesn't seem to care about alignment. Something somewhere is doing something. Okay, right. What's wrong? You are saying you need a buffer. So we need to say like let new circles equals uniform buffer new. And then your new holds a buffer usage, and the buffer's usage is uniform, which I would assume you don't actually need to know because, hilariously, you are a uniform buffer, which kind of implies that you know associated type. Okay, so uniform buffer get what? Add usage? No. How do I make one? Default? Default. My assumption is you hold a... No, you have a scratch uniform, but look... Wait, what? Default, which just calls value t. Wait, what? Huh? I'm very confused. Right, my assumption is because you're a uniform, you can only hold one. You can hold a single instance of whatever you are. Alright, anyway, well, it's fucking circles. Alright, so you're complaining because as to the default is not implemented for circle. Okay, so one that tells me I probably don't want to be using uniform, but fuck it, we're doing that for now because I really don't feel like mentally trying to map this out. I assume I need to use maybe a storage buffer instead of a uniform buffer. It's basically it's just saying import defaults. Oh, yeah, so well, first off, you need a radius, please, and position of 0. Cool. Brain, where are you going? So circle, so radius, and then position to 0. Yeah, so what this is telling me is I can only hold a literal single circle, which is fine. So in our shader, we need to define a circle. So we need to go like, probably down here, like struct circle, and then this struct will consist of a radius, f32, and a center. Okay. And then we need a so something like it's like bind. Okay, so group. Right, that's group 0. Right, because I don't think anything else is bound to group 0. And then we have a binding. Wait, something else is using it, isn't it? Binding. No. Binding. Okay, binding 0. No. No. What are you doing? No. It's a uniform. Var uniform. Apparently I've completely forgotten how to do uniforms. Is it just uniform? No. Let's go to a different shader and go, how the fuck do I bind group there? Var uniform. Var uniform. Little piece of shit. Var uniform. SDF circle. Why are you calling it circle? Circle. Okay. Okay, can you stop complaining? Maybe if you're doing it in here, because this one doesn't seem to complain as much. I assume just because it doesn't work at all, but like, it's better than this thing fucking complaining all the time. Okay, so we're in a vertex and we did the fragment shader. Okay, so then the fragment shader is going to do something, and then we're going to fucking we're going to be like FNSDF circle. Yeah, position. We're going to like point, which is a vec2 S32. That's that. Why do I always invert those two characters? Okay, point and then F32. Yeah, renders. Wait, what? Oh, did I call it something? Maybe. Why are you yelling? Because it's circle. Okay. So we probably want to pass in a circle. Well, technically we can just pass in a point because we're just going to use the circle. So we're just going to pass in a point, and it's just going to be calculate the distance from the center of the circle, which is just point minus length. Is that how that works? I guess. And then return. Yeah, it's just circle minus distance minus circle radius. I think that's how you do that. Right, and then up here we're going to say your color. We're going to say if circle SDF circle the vertex. Wait, no, this isn't the vertex shader. We can give a shit about the vertex shader. We're going to do the fragment shader. Doing the vertex shader makes no sense. So in the fragment shader, we're going to say if STF SDF sun distance circle and then vertex output dot clip position dot xy is less than 0, then you are inside the circle, which means that you are return. We want to return a different color. Just return 1 if it's inside the circle. Otherwise, you return the nice rainbow. I don't know if that's gonna work. Let's just go back to our thing and be like, hey, we need to like somehow assign something somewhere. Okay, so at some point we're assigning a default circle, and the circle should be like 10 pixels. Okay, cool. So first off, I don't know if that's actually gonna work because I feel like the clip position is 0 to 1, which should be fine, but like because we're 0 to 1, we probably want to make the radius of our circle not 10, because that makes everything outside the circle. So we make it 1, because 0 to 1 means it is, yeah, okay, that should at least mean that we can see the edges of the circle if it exists. Now we have to somehow pass that data to the shader, so we need to buffer write that as well before I forget. Okay, so we have to do something like circle dot write buffer. You can't do that because you're not mutable. Okay. So assuming when I call write buffer on you say scratch from write and get self value, and then if self dot changed or buffer dot is none, self dot buffer equals some device create buffer with data, you know, divided by label usage change. Okay, self change equals false. Else if some buffer self buffer q write buffer offset 0 data scratch as reference. Okay, where'd you get buffer from? That's self.buffer. Okay, so there's some idea. Okay, so you write the data in, right, and then so I guess in theory what we would want to do is every frame, if that's changed, update that buffer. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, so and you queue this. Okay, so we need to somehow work out how to do the bind group, but how do we make the bind group? Oh, we don't need to set the mesh bind group, but it's kind of funny because I keep using it as a reference. So how did you do it? So you called bind group. I'm sure it built a bind group somehow. I've seen it build bind groups before. Set bind group I mesh value. So we need to get the bind group somehow. How do we get a bind group? Okay, so you're getting the mesh bind group from someone. How did you set the mesh bind group? Like, I'm pretty sure there was just something about like a specializing mesh pipeline. Draw mesh. Mesh pipeline key. Pipeline. We're looking for something that's like specialized mesh pipeline. Okay, that's far too many. We can come up the top here and go, hey, mesh pipeline, and fucking everywhere. I don't know, mesh pipeline. View layout, view. There was a type, a trait, I might say. Okay. Render command. No. Add rent. No. Ren. CPU. Mesh render instance. Where was it? Okay, yeah. So this is constructed somewhere. No, not just in where I'm searching. You were constructed somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, no, this one? Surely you constructed somewhere. Okay, maybe here. So we get this one. Shared if like contains extract mesh GPU build. I'm trying to work out where the fuck it builds the bindings, because I feel like I can just hard code the bindings, but I gotta remember there's like a function you have to call. Like there's a certain like resource you've access to, you can just call binding on, and it'll, you like pass in the things and it'll generate a render mesh instance CPU builder. No. What is it? It's a CPU. Render CPU render. Somewhere. God damn. It's always so fucking hard to track this shit down. Okay, let's leave here. Let's go back in the way we came in before. Okay, so at some point, turn insert off before I accidentally override something. Mesh bind group. Mesh bind groups. Okay, this. Okay, so model only. Do you when you where are you ever used? Somewhere. Prepare mesh bind groups for phase. Groups, model only, layout. Not model only. Not bind group. Okay. Okay. So we have to work out this layout, which is the mesh pipeline mesh layout. Okay, mesh pipeline. When are you constructed? If we can track you down, except you're fucking used everywhere again. From world. Okay. So obviously you're constructed here. Mesh pipeline. Dummy. Mesh layout. You. Render device. Okay. Yeah. Mesh layout. Okay. You. New. Okay. So we have a render device. And our render adapter. This handles the physical device being used for rendering the adapter from information. But when is it used? For light map. Okay. So model only layout, which is a render device. So layout model layout. So create bind group layout, which means we probably don't want to be calling this all the fucking time. Okay, and so we call this layout. So this is a render device, and we create bind group layout. So I think we just get access to the render device, and then we say create bind group layout. And we say mesh layout value of literal mesh layout. Okay. Bind group layout entries. Which is just a single. Okay. Variability, shader stage, empty. I don't know what this means. Get the flag values for all bits unset. Okay. Okay. Describes the shader stages that are binding will be visible from. Okay. These can be combined. So something that is visible from both vertex and fragment shaders can be defined as vertex and fragment. Okay. And then resource, layout entry, model, bind group, and layout. Okay. Indexed entity. Okay. Bind group layout entry with indices. Layout entry model, layout entry. Okay, wait. Skinned. What the fuck? Okay, let's go code. How the fuck do we get it in the other thing? Because I've just realized, pretty sure the binding layout we're using like the voxel thing to like set our voxel bit, because that's our layout. And so when we go to somewhere, voxel shader, no, that's complex shader. We want to go to the simple shader. We say block type. Where do we use this block type? In the material, when we specialize, we say layout, vertex, Bevy, renderer, mesh, mesh, vertex, buffer layout. So close. So close. So I think it was a get layout. Okay, how do you work? So 0, 0, and it's a get layout. And so hey, we're going to say get layout attribute script. Okay, so vertex buffer. Okay, so attribute descriptors, vertex attribute descriptor. Right, and then so you say vertex buffer layout. And how you get this? So you say layout, array stride, self.layout. What? Okay. Array stride. Okay, and then step mode, and then the layout of step mode, and then attributes. Single vertex. Okay, format. Right, vertex format. Offset. And shader location. Attribute. Shader location. Damn it. Okay. Confusing. Confusing. Alright. So I'm feeling that we just need to pull in when we specialize? No. So it specifies some attributes, which I find interesting. But we need to know that stuff. That's annoying. This needs to match the layout of the vertex. Yeah, which is fine. And this is a fragment, which needs to match the attribute of fragment. Okay. So somewhere. This in here. So I don't think I can pull in. I don't have access to. We don't know. We can pull in whatever we want. We can just do this and then say sres. And then this is not a custom phase pipeline. No, we need a render device, something like that. And then down here we say, hey, you're equal to render device. I think that's how that works. Yeah, and then we have access to the render device. Current phase item buffer. Into. Okay. So set bind group. So index 0, because I don't think anything else. All right. Set bind group. Set the active bind group for the given bind group index. Okay. So then I think you're just nothing. I don't think you use any dynamic. I think. And then we need a reference to a bind group. What does a bind group actually contain? So let's say let bg equal render device dot bind group as bind group shader type. What? Create bind group. Wait, what? So this is create bind group. Set bind group. You return a bind group. Right. So we need a label and a layer and an entries. Okay. But how do we make it? So let bgl equals render device dot create bind group layer, which has a label and entries, which is even more confusing in that why we need to be a reference to it. I think you also need to be a reference to it. Okay, so what's confusing me? First off, because creating a bind group requires taking a reference to the bind group entry. All right, but you return a bind group that doesn't have a lifetime? Okay, I'm not quite sure. First off, why do we have to have a layout? Right, and then pass that layout to this when both require entries, and then bind group layout. Oh god, it's all just fucking total all the way down. So we have to go back to here and be like, hey, so you call mesh groups layouts new. Then how did you actually do this? So model only. Okay, so right, bind group layout entries single. Okay, visible in shader stage is empty, which confusingly means it's never visible. Okay, layout entry model render device layout entry individual layout entries resource type parameter may be dropped. Okay, fuck you. Okay, resource layout. What the hell? Individual layout entries. Okay, go in here, model. All right, model. GPU array buffer. Wait. What? Machine binding layout. Visibility. Ooh. So binding layout. Bind group layout entry builder. Dot visibility fragment shader. So let's lock this in here. So that feels like what I need to do is say, hey, we need this. So this is like we need to like give you a reference to bind group layout entries. Is that what that was? I mean, no, entry. Bind group layout entry single. Wait, what? So apparently that doesn't work because the hell is it? Bind group layout entry. So that was in here. So okay. Just like get this, copy this, and be all like, need to like construct this first off somewhere else. It really needs to be like, so wherever this whatever this type was, It's not a custom phase item. What is it? Custom phase item buttons. Okay, in here we need like bind group. Bind group, and it's a bind group. Okay, so bind group can't find a scope. Okay, import bind group. Okay, so we have our bind group, and a bind group represents a bind group ID and a wrapper bind group. For binding render resources, buffer texture samples to the render track render pass. This makes them accessible in the pipeline as uniforms. This is a lightweight thread-safe wrapper around GP-owned bind group, which can be cloned as needed to work around lifetime management issues. This may be converted from dereference to a bind group. Okay, can be created via render device create bind group. Okay, so that's down here. Down here. We have access to the render device, I believe, at some point. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, we do. We have a render device here. Okay. So we have the render device, and so we need to say like bind group. Like this. Then we say like let bind group group equal render device dot create bind group. Okay, the label is going to be signed distance field data question mark. Cool. So and then the layout. Okay, so the layout is a bind group layout, so we need to create a layout too, which is very confusing. Let layout equal render device dot create bind group layout. Okay, your label is SDF data layout. Okay, and then your entries is something entries. Okay, so your entries, which need to be a reference to an array. Okay. Alright, so we need to go back to here and go, hey, so at some point we have this. Let's just put this down here in like a comment, so I don't have to keep trying to track it down when I go find other shit. Okay, so this just some like render device, and it says bind group builder, and we say this and this bind group layout render device invisibility. Okay, you're annoying, but okay. Okay, so next we do a picture to you, and we're gonna go so you, which was this, and then we say so this creates a bind group. Nope, this creates a model layout, which has a bind group layout. Wait, what? So model layout, which has all the bind group layouts, which should, okay, mesh layouts, okay. So mesh pipeline, but what, how do you turn them into bind groups? Okay, let's just get to the layout. Let's have all the layouts. Okay, so this is mesh only layout. Now mesh only layout says create bind group layout with a bind group layout entry. Bind group layout entry. Modeling. So create bind group layout, mesh layout. It says bind group layout entry. Okay. So call something like that, and then the resource is layout entry model. Okay. This is getting very old. Okay. So we just need to make a reference to this, something like this. This is what it said. Okay. So shader stage empty. So qualify stage. Okay. Render resource shader stage describes the shader stage that a binding will be visible from. Okay. These can be combined so that they are visible from both vertex and fragment shaded and combined as vertex and fragment. Okay. So vertex. No, fragment. We want it in fragment. Okay. So layout entry. Alright, and then model, and then render device. Okay, so then that calls that. This is the function that it's calling. Okay, so what it's calling is array buffer GPU buffer binding layer. So we need to go, it's a uniform buffer of type circle that is then binding layout and then we pass in the render device. Okay, apparently it's not binding layout. What do you mean not binding? Do I just call binding? Well, you give me just a binding resource, apparently. Which is what you want, I assume? Single impl group layout entry builder. That returns an bind group entry, bind group layout entry? Huh? Fuck. Okay, so this is called binding. No, okay. Well, first off, what the hell does calling binding do? What is calling so? You're saying I can't do this because auto execute uniforms. So I'm assuming required by the bounds of rendering. So uniform buffer. So we're going to buffer, but only when you implement shader type, which it does. What was it? It was binding. It was an into binding as entry buffer binding into binding. Self.buffer, but it consumes self, so we don't actually want to do that. Binding. Okay, where shader type and write into. Well, I assume, actually no, that's in case write into. So buffer binding. Binding resource. Buffer. Optional. Okay, self.buffer as entity buffer binding. Turns the binding view of an entity buffer. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to go. So when we call binding, this returns us an optional, okay, binding resource, which is what the issue is, that you need a into binding group layer entry builder. So when I call binding on you, what the fuck? Okay, so we're gonna say like let some binding equals else panic. Yeah, cool. You're telling me I spelled something wrong. Anyway. Right, so you can't do this for what goddamn reason? Well, first off, because it takes self, doesn't it? So we need to call circle dot binding. And I don't think you need to get the render device. So you just return self. Okay. Right. So now we have our binding resource. Can I just pass that in here? Is that how I do this? I just say binding? No. Because it doesn't. Okay. Resource is an array to the binding? I assume. I don't fucking know. Nope. Does not implement into binding group layout. What do you mean? Why? Okay. So I'm extra confused because that's all this is doing. This is just calling model, which then model calls visibility. Maybe it's this what I'm missing. So if I know binding layout. This is something specific to a GPU array buffer. Uniform buffer size, storage buffer read only T. That's something else false. What the fuck is this? Minimum binding size, self min size store. And this is under mod binding type. Into bind group link and a logo. What the fuck? Type is self. Sorry. Visibility none. Count none. What? hell are you doing? Mesh binding, visibility, self shade. Okay, so shader stage, vertex fragment. Okay, so I don't understand what the fuck you're doing. Do we actually even use that though? Like, that's my question. You have device, but you don't. Device dot limits maximum. Maximum storage buffers per shader stage equals 0. Uniform buffer sized. Okay. Has dynamic offset. True. Okay. Minimum binding size, none. Batched uniform buffers have a maximum use a maximum capacity array that is runtime size, so we can use none here and let the GPU figure out the size. Has dynamic offset. Okay, so we need to get like a uniform buffer size, which returns a. So if I'm reading that right, I should be able to say uniform buffer sized. Okay, and then has dynamic offset false, I think, and then minimum size is sum, and then I think like size of, and then this is circle. Right? I don't fucking know. Okay, you know, non-zero U32. Okay. What did you call to get its size when you storage buffer read only? So you said T min size. Okay, that's a shader type thing. Okay. So go back here and we say circle. Circle min size. Okay. So we need to use shader type. I don't know where shader type comes from though. That's the issue with that one. Shader. Okay, yeah, bring shader type in, and then that using shader type should then let that work, I think. Wait, what? I don't even know where I am. Okay, create binding, and this is a layout builder. So then, oh, I erased this, didn't I? Bind group layout entry single. That would no. So back to here. This is really just throwing me through a fucking loop. So no, it's going to be one layer up, which is in here. We're going to fucking new. Okay, don't screenshot. We go here. We go model only layout. So self and then layout. Model only layout. Model only layout says render device, create bind group, model layout, bind group, this thingy. Okay, so you can do this. Right. And then we just fucking here and we go like this. Yeah, okay. Where it doesn't give an array, it does this. Okay. Single. Okay. Shader stage, which how did I undo enough stuff that I got stuck out here? Okay, so this is visible, it's available in fragment. Okay. And then it doesn't need, so it's available in fragment. And it's layout entry model. I don't care about this. Okay. So this was, how did I even, that's concerning because that makes me feel like I typed just randomly somewhere in here. I've just entered some random value somewhere. But that's fine. Clean it after and recompile it. Okay. So here, can I just close all of these? This is just getting too much. Save this, close all. Reopen this. Right. So we have to track down that mesh stuff again. Alright, it's a fragment, and so this was uniform buffer sized. Okay, and then it's false because it's not dynamically offset, and then it has a min buffer size, and the min buffer size is circle. Min underscore size. Like so. Now we need to go shader type because that's no, well, apparently. So why can't I call that? The function expects the struct, but its trait bounds are not satisfied. The following trait bounds are not satisfied. How does circle is a shader type? Wrong circle. wrong circle. Did I not specifically specify? How did I get the other circle and how have I fucked this up so bad? Ah, because replace with use. Okay. Okay. So then you're getting confused because expected enum option found struct. Okay, so your sum, because I do know that your minimum size is. Okay. So this gives us a bind group layout. Okay, and then you can fuck it up. Did I fucking do it? Did I finally do it? I don't know. So I've made a bind group layout, which device create and label and then entries. Okay, I think that worked. So next is to go here and we hit okay your entries. So the confusing about that for me is like, why do we create the layout and then now do something else? Okay, set mesh bindings, and so you have the mesh bindings groups, and then like this, and it says it's mesh bindings. Okay, so where are you declared somewhere? Where is that resource like actually made? Oh god, it's just so much shit back and forth. Okay, so this, okay, so mesh bindings. So this, and then we say so this is reset, which I don't give a shit about. Get, no. Okay, so how do I make a new one of these? Mesh phase bind group, which has the bind group. When are you created? Groups, mesh only, some. Okay. Let group model only, some layout model only. Render device. Okay. Model only. Binding resources. How are you doing this? Layouts, model only. Layouts, model only. Okay, so this is how you actually. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, so you're actually constructing it. Okay. Do reuse allocations. Okay. Okay, create bind group. The layout is self model only, and the entries is entry model binding model clone. Right. So I don't understand why I have to provide it the resource again. Does the resource have a something? Maybe. I don't know. You actually need to own the resource, don't you? God damn it. Entry. Okay, entry model. Entry model. So what do you actually do? Or you just what? I don't get that one. Skinned entry. Wait, what? Binding size buffer? Buffer offset size. What the hell? So here there's a binding resource, and then the binding resource here is so this binding resource. It's a buffer binding. Binding is backed by a buffer corresponding to uniform and storage with bind group layout entry count set to none. Okay, buffer array. Binding is backed by an array of buffers. Must be supported to use this feature. Corresponds to uniform and storage with count set to some. Wait, okay. Binding is a sampler corresponding to sampler with sampler array, texture view array. Okay. So, what the heck? Okay, so you pass in model and then somehow, I don't know if I can know, where is this called from? Prepare mesh group from or phase. Wait, who calls you? What calls you? Why are you used 3 times? Instance data binding. CPU batched instance buffer. Okay, so into instance data binding. Okay, wait. Returns the binding of buffer that corresponds contains the per instance data. If you were in a GPU, instance data. So this instance data binding, and so you call this by calling instance data binding on batched phase instance buffer. Option binding. Okay, batched untyped. Wait, where did you get this type from? Which is in this. Okay, so stay up here. Okay, so you get this from the CPU instance batch data, which is this instance here, which is an optional non-GPU batched instance buffer, which is a GPU array buffer. Okay, so if I call instance data buffer, so I think it's called data binding. Maybe is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that I just need to say, hey, so your layout is layout, which needs to be a reference to layout for some reason. So we create this, we give a reference to layout, which is fine, and then we got entries. Okay, so your entries, so bind group entry, I think we got look at the first off, bind group entry. Okay, nope, still don't know what I'm doing. Okay, you. So you, and then you need to create this, and we say layout. To make you into a bind group, option some bind group. To make you into a bind group, we say model only, which is layouts, and then mesh layouts, model only. Okay, render this. So create, pass in model only, and then we say an entry in a model, which is then just a it's just a which is a bind group entry somehow. It's just a bind group entry, and then first off, what is your problem? Cannot find struct. Okay, input this. And then you're saying we need to say binding. Binding is 0. And then the binding resource is circle dot into binding. Okay. Optional binding resource. Self.buffer. Why would self.buffer fail? I don't quite understand why. Oh, because self.buffer is none. Wait. How the hell do you get a buffer? Set. Write buffer. Queues writing the buffer. Self.buffer equals sum. What the? Okay. So I have to do this after I call write? Because if I haven't called write yet, the buffer is not initialized. So I guess I can leave the layout up there, I don't really care. So we say here, we say binding, so then we can say like unwrap. And then we say dot into binding. Wait. No method named binding binding. Wait, that just turns you into a binding resource. That's exactly what we want. Right. We just call unwrap on the binding. I don't think you take, so you don't take ownership. You just say, hey, some binding resource a buffer, just self.buffer as, and then as entry underscore buffer binding, which is buffer offset size. I have no idea if it's going to work. It's probably going to panic at this fucking unwrap, because of course it will, but you know. So we do this, and we say the binding group, and then we pass the binding group, and then we, okay, so and then you have access to binding group. Then we go over here and go, okay. So set bind group 0. Okay, so this goes away. This monstrosity of fucking piece of code. Okay, so then, wait, it's not? What is it? We don't need access to the render device anymore? Let's get rid of you. Because we, okay, so we no longer need the render device because it's okay. So instead, it's custom phase buffers dot bind group. Okay, and then the binding. Okay, so we then question our sanity even further and go, does this actually work? As long as it actually creates the buffer, I would have to say yes, but I don't really know. I also don't know if editing the shadow does anything. So it did not like that because it said failed to get binding for circle uniform buffer. Failed to get binding for. Where did you call this? Binding. Okay. Right. That's because, as I said, you have to write to it first. I don't even know what I was. Why are they even using that? I guess I must have written something down and then changed my mind and then done something else. Because it's not until you write the buffer even exists. Okay, well, something crashed because I just saw the console spew out a lot of text. It did not like that. Now, where did it crash? Why did it crash? What actually crashed? Okay, prepare custom phase item buffer in set. Not found in shader. Wait, what do you mean? That's not even a thing. So that's okay. That's a different thing. We're adding systems, so that's a different thing. Okay, yeah. What actually crashed? Panic, resource, system parameters, resource requested by, change detection, res, pipeline cache, custom does not exist. Custom item phase buffers. Wait, what? Okay, resource requested by, change detect. Maybe this is it. Okay, Bevy render resource pipeline cache. Panicked at. Okay, yeah, system parameter. Okay, well, that's no help. What act? Okay, panic dropped. End was never called. Yep. Okay. What actually crashed though? Like what system? Okay, we're looking for something that uses the pipeline cached and resource does not exist. SDF shader custom phase item buffers. Why do you not exist? Right. Shader. Okay. Why do you not exist? When do I make you exist? So you obviously need to exist because that uses you. Custom item buffers needs to exist. Circle apparently is just never used, which is fun. Why? Okay. Custom phase item buffer. So did we not make it to? I create it here. So why is it not being initialized? Can I like just print line do that and go like, I'm assuming it just never gets to here, which means it's crashing earlier than that, which means something's relying on this that hasn't yet been made, which makes even less sense, to be honest. Okay, validation error. Okay, this makes slightly more sense. Handle error fail as fatal by default. So this is probably actually what crashed, and I was probably just reading an older crash log, to be honest. Okay, so what does it say? It says WebDB backend core Okay, validation error caused by in render pass end in a draw command kind draw the bind group layout with SDF data layout label of current set bind group with SDF label at index 0 is not compatible with the corresponding bind group layout with label of render pipeline with custom render pipeline label. Expected pipeline did not match. Expected render pipeline with custom render pipeline label got none. Right. Label at okay, so the issue I think is that we set the bind group circle and it's a uniform bug. So it does say it's the bind group layout with SDF data layout label of current set bind group with label at index of 1 is not compatible with the corresponding bind group layout with no label of the render pipeline with custom render pipeline label. So somewhere in our render pipeline, I think, somewhere in here, we need to specify our layout. Bind group layout. Wait, custom. Right, so let's just track down this. So I need to work out how does Bevy's thing do it? Because I think that's what we need. We just need to specify in the layout that that's the layout, which is it makes it even more confusing because it's getting to the level of like it knows what the layout should be because I've told it what the layout is, and then it's going, oh no, but you've given me the wrong one. So vertex. We need to go here. Well, okay, we should probably also not do this. That's probably also like something we should probably not be doing, but we need to also have this somewhere so that I can like access it. But yeah, and it shouldn't matter because we're setting bind group 1 and that's not actually the problem. Okay, so somewhere we're looking for like specialize, maybe. I don't know. Well, it's definitely going to be in here. Specialized import specialized mesh pipeline. Okay, let's lock this up and go in here. Where was the thing? So I reckon it's somewhere here, like render pipeline descriptor, which is what comes out of specialize. Do you give a render pipeline? Render pipeline descriptor, yeah. So at the end of this somewhere, you return a render pipeline. Okay. So you say vertex fragment layout, bind group layout. There you go. Vector of bind group layouts. So when did you create that? Up here? It reckons it should be on screen now. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Bind group layout. Okay, so let me bind group layout equals vec self get view layout. What the fuck? Self, which is the mesh pipeline. Get view layout, which is self layout mesh pipeline view keys layout. Okay, with the key, and this gives us our bind group layout, which gives us a vector of bind group layouts. Oh god, this is so dumb. Right, and we just wrap that one in the vec, and then we say, hey, okay, so push setup morph and skin depth. Okay. Right. Vertex buffer layout. But I think that's it. That's just those two places there. And then down here, when we pass that in, so what it's doing, I think, is it's saying this is the layout that we use. Right? And so we set the view layout in the first spot, and then we go, hey, do we have even mesh morphs? And then we set that in the second spot, which means that your layout here needs to be self, which is custom phase pipeline. Custom phase pipeline. So can I say like layout, which is then a bind group layout like that? Right. Cannot find bind group layout in scope. Okay. import it. Okay, so we have a bind group layout. And then, so somewhere we need to go, like, you have a from world, I think? Yeah. So, customize, okay, so we need access to, okay, so what if instead we said, because we had all this stuff, but like the bind group layout's done here, which means that in theory we could instead go something like because these are we grab new ways. We're gonna be like let pipeline equal resource custom phase pipeline, like that. We get the pipeline, and then instead of doing this, we're going to cut this for now. And we're going to go down here, and we're going to say, when I do this, can I say that it's actually pipeline.layout? So, and that makes the actual bind group using this layout. And then we come down here and we say, hey, when I do, I need to like let render device render isn't it render device? Yeah, device. There's a resource render device, and then we can go down here and we say layout equals this render device create, and then we come down here and we go okay. Okay. So then up here, when we say hey, your layout is equal to self.layout. Which is behind a shared reference. Your layout needs bind group layout. Dot clone. I'm assuming it's clonable. Obviously not copyable, but it was just an ID and a wrapper. Didn't it say this is like can be created? Yep. Which can be cloned if needed to work around lifetime issues. It may be. Okay, so that's how Mesh did it, yeah? So you bind groups, and go back up to where the bind groups were created. Then we say, okay, so then the way you work was you got the layout and then you cloned it. Okay, so this might work now because we've basically said that this is the layout we expect. And so it was having issues with the fact that we were assigning a layout that we weren't actually then assigning. It's confusing. Okay, nope, it like that even less. Okay. Does not exist in the world. Okay, right. So we need to go, I think it's lib, and we go, so at some point, extract, so, okay, we initialize the resource custom phase pipeline. Specialize render pipeline custom. Okay, the question is, when I call from world on you specifically, your from world implementation, your resource, your default. Okay, yeah, your default, and then it's this cache and default, which is just a hash map. Okay, so you can be initialized without this existing. Right. I'm hoping, because the rest of it doesn't reference anything, that we can just come down here and we're going to say render app dot insert resource. So what's happening here now, hopefully, goes according to plan, is that we initialize the pipeline and then we initialize the custom phase in the finish section after the other stuff's all set up. And then because we initialize you first, you should exist for when we initialize the second one. Hey. Okay. So question, if I change this, can I just like return oh, we'll leave that at 1. I think like color times 0.3. I don't know if that's something you can do. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. It's not updating it because the symlink shit. Damn it. Oh, why can I not close this? Oh, that's concerning. Well, don't worry about that. Okay, which annoyingly means we need to like, I don't know if I can have the shader over here again. I kind of want you to like not do that. God damn it. Okay, so we're just going to copy you and paste you up here. Cool. And we're just going to edit the copy for now because I can't be bothered. Okay. So somewhere, I'm going to shader. Where do we load this shader? Just down here, isn't it? And so we're gonna go. And then we're just gonna select space, copy, like that. Alright. So this should mean that we can now edit it and have it like live update on us. So it should be a lot dimmer because we're returning. Okay. And then if we do like 1. Okay. So now it does reload. Okay. So this FDF circle, which is less than 0. What if we say that it's greater than 0? Well, now it's just red. So something's happening here where you're just always returning. Okay. So calculate. Okay. So go to Google and be like SDF sine distance function. It's a nice little website. We'll put it in the description. So SDF function list. This. That's not how that. SDF list. Okay, and then save that. So in the description, if you want to have a look, there's like a website that has a whole bunch of SDF things. So we want to go like, hey, the ST sphere, okay, which is the return the S. I'm assuming that just works in 2D versus 3D and whatnot. Okay. Okay, that's concerning because it's so we length of P where float S. Okay, so I'm guessing S is circumference as radius. So we need to say like so STF circle, which is we pass in point. We say length of point, and then point minus radius. Oh, not working. Greater than 5. All red. 100. Okay, that it's over there. Okay, so that means we're in pixel space when we're in the fragment shader, which is annoying because I think that means we need we're gonna need the resolution of the screen, aren't we? Oh, God damn it. Okay, so you little shit. Okay. God damn it, we need the view. Okay, I mean like so I need to go like group 0. Okay, it's not circle 2. It's, this is view. Right, then we're gonna say you're a vec to U32. So this is going to be where we pass in the resolution. So that's annoying because this is a little bit insane. There's got to be a better way of doing this, but I like, can't think how it would be. So shader, then we need to go up here. Okay, so maybe we should make a new struct. Like custom phase item buffer. Okay, so we need to be like pub struct display data. Okay, so we need like pub width, which is a U32, and a height, which is a U32. Okay, that's all we need for now. So we need to say like, hey, you're a derive shader type. Thank you. And then in here, maybe we want to say what the fuck? No, display. No, you're not a uniform. No, I don't know. You could be a uniform. I'm not going to judge it. I feel like I actually want you to be a raw. Like display does not equal mux not satisfied by the following type. Okay, what did you implement to be able to do that? You need to be pod and zeroable. Okay. What the fuck does pod even mean? Drive pod for this trait. Okay. Rep C. Okay. What is pod? Drive pod trait. Macro ensures that struct follows the safety requirements for the pod trait. The following constraints need to be satisfied. The macro C. All fields in the struct must implement pod. Okay. The struct must be rep C or rep transparent. Okay. The struct must not contain any padding bytes. Wait. What the fuck did that mean? The struct contains no generic if it is not transparent. Okay, so we need to derive zeroable and pad and put clone and copy in it. Okay, so that's you. I guess you don't need to be shader type, so we need to go like rep C. Rep C. Okay, so pad. So you're not. Okay, you need to be clone and copy. So, okay. So you have a width and a height. Right, so thing with this is I don't think I can. So we obviously need to set up the buffer. This is really making me think there's got to be a better way. Anyway, let mute display equals raw buffer new it's a uniform and copy allow the buffer to be the destination buffer for a it's just a uniform, please. It's just a uniform. Then you come down here and say display. Okay. So first off, we need to say wait, what? No, it's not a vec. It's just a uniform buffer, isn't it? Raw buffer vec, implying that it's a list, but it's not. It's just a uniform. So just a uniform buffer. Well, see about like that it's faster, but it's not actually, because you just buffer. Like we don't need it to be a vector, so it doesn't need the variable length. Okay. Uniform buffer because it doesn't implement default. Okay. I don't know what the default values are, but we can maybe extract that from. So you, I'm going to say impl impl default for display. So I'm going to say fn default. Okay, and then we're going to say the display width and height, but we're going to say window. So there's no I can't pull the default out. Okay, so like let w equal window default, and then we're just say w width and w height like that. Apparently they're F32s dot physical height, physical width and physical height like that. Thank you. Okay. You never used. I know that. I'll be setting it, but anyway. So we come down here and we go. We have this buffer, display buffer, and then we're gonna say you get set to default, and then display buffer right. Yes, queues right data the VRAM for GPU. How did the right work? The right just like because it checks to see if the buffer exists. Is that's what you do, right? Queue right of data from system raw VRAM. If the GPU side backing buffer already exists. Okay. Queue writing data from system RAM to VRAM using the render device and the provided render queue. If a GPU side buffer does not already exist for this data, such a buffer is initialized with the current available data. Right. I think you just by default have a buffer. No, okay, so the buffer's always optimized. That's interesting. So we do that and then we pass in the display. Now, part of our create bind group is we need to say that this, create bind group, and then so this is the entry. So then I think we need to say bind group entry. Right, so then we do display, and then we just bind display to 1, like that, and then we go, we need to go to our pipeline, you know, it's down here that we actually set the layout. We do the layout, and we say, okay, so not single. What else can we do? Sequential with indices. Default visibility. Indexed entity. So do we do something like this? This 0, comma. Right, and then uniform. I think that's correct. So it's saying I'm missing some kind of closing something. So what do you mean? When am I not closing you? So I open you, you close you. What do you mean? What are you going? Because I don't close you. Right. So you're saying that you don't. Okay. Let's just make it sequential. Sequential. Then we can get rid of this bit. Like that. And this bit. I think that's correct. Oh, okay. No, it still doesn't like that. Do I have to pass it in as the into bind group layout entry builder array reference? No. Well, what fucking type satisfies this fucking trait? I mean, wait, what? So I call a reference to you. You call sequential. Sequential returns self, which is build group entries. And what do you want? You want a reference bind group layout entry. Isn't that what you return? No, you're an entry builder. Okay. So bind group layout entry n. So into bind groups n. Entries exact. So what the hell is your problem? So why do you do this? Bind group layout entry. Why? What is the type that you're missing? Satisfy. Like, if I was to fucking get rid of this, right? Does it work now? No. What type do you fucking want me to pass in? Into bind group layout entry builder array. This is a bind group entry builder array. The trait into bind group layout entry builder. How is that not a... No. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. Let's look at sequential and go, like, what the hell do you actually do with it? You just say let I, and then you say entries, and then entries exact into array map entry. Let binding I plus 1 entry dot build binding default value. So what you're telling me is that I can just fucking say, hey, let Liz equal this monstrosity. Yeah, and then we're just gonna say, hey, don't use this whole sequential fucking builder thing. Just do this, do this, do this. Say dot build. Binding is 0, and default visibility is viz. And do the same here, but 1. And then we go. Apparently, we've got a little bit too much wrapping going on. And then we do that, and we go, okay, cool. So if I run this, it'll pass in the display with the default display size. And then next, we need to go... Something's already detecting that the screen's changing size, but that's a different plugin doing that. So, I mean, technically, we should just always do it because it's on-screen resize event. It's always happening. So technically, it's inside the shader. It should happen in here. It's getting a bit crowded in here, but anyway. Fn detect detect screen resize. So this is going to be a trigger event resize, which is a trigger for a resize window resized. Like main, which is then a single entity with main primary window. Maybe. Technically, the shader can only target the primary window now. It's not designed for 2 window screens. Okay, so detect resize, and then we say, and we also need access to this display uniform. No, not that. We want res mute, and then we want something about buffers. What was it called? The type is called custom phase item buffers. Okay, like this, and then we say okay, so we say something like if resize okay, first off, okay, right. So resize dot caller, no, event, right. Height width window. If window resize window does not equal main, return. Okay, except we can't apparently do this. So can we do like main 0? No. Can we dereference main? Yes. Okay. Wait. I need to return, but we do need to return. So otherwise, so we can say we say display dot width. We need the other stuff too. Dot set. Okay. So technically, it only holds the display's width. We may have to get and then set later, which we should probably do anyway. Let the value equal. Okay. Can we do like display width and then like, is this allowed? I don't know. Not default. Display dot get. It is clone, it is copying. So right, so we need to just say as u32 and come with you as u32. Okay, so it's gonna say that this isn't gonna do anything. We're gonna say allow. No, what's this saying? So needless updates. To be allowed needless updates. Okay. I'm leaving this here so like if in the future we add more fields to this, we don't clobber them when we do this, when we set value. Then we need to say display dot right display dot right buffer, and then we need the device in a queue, which means we need to go render device and render queue, and then reference to render device and a reference to render queue, and okay, detect screen resize goes up here, and hilariously enough, this actually isn't in here, which kind of makes me think I need to pull the whole thing out. But look, let me go up here and go, hey, in my plugin, can you add system, add observer called detect system resize, detect screen resize. So if I run that, I don't think it's going to really noticeably do anything, because at the moment the circle's kind of stuck in the middle of the screen. Technically though, we should be offsetting the circle off of the edge there, because at the moment the circle's just kind of stuck over there. So first off, inside of our shader, we annoyingly have to edit the copy because the fucking detect changes shit won't detect changes. Maybe, I don't know. I guess the way to check that would be to reverse the symlink, wouldn't it? So, yeah, see, it detects that this symlink is just a symlink to a different location. Okay, anyway. So in our draw circle, we take in the point, and we need to take in, okay, so it's point, and then I think it's minus circle.center, I think. Right. I think that's how that works. So first off, we should probably put the circle not on the edge of the screen. I feel like it needs to be absolute position, but maybe not. I guess the trick of that is we actually don't need to pass in the display if we make the... We could just pass in the camera's position. I mean, that's one way of doing it. I think it's doing it to detect the resize, maybe. No, not the right here. So we're taking in the view, and then we want to say point circle center. Okay, but the point that we pass in, which I guess, yeah, for the speed, I think we probably want to say that the view is the offset. That, I guess that makes sense. At the moment we're passing in the width and the height of the screen, but technically we should probably be like, when do we calculate here? So we take in this position, and we add view like that, and then we should stop detecting resizing of the screen, and instead, well, apparently we're rendering something wrong here. Expression, it's saying they're the wrong types. Because okay, so let's change these to F32s. That should break every... Oh no, I didn't. Weird. So we can pass in... I don't know how we can pass in ints. Yeah, probably because we're not actually moving, so we're just passing in zeros, maybe? That seems wrong, but anyway. It's not detect resize. It's I'm just gonna go update camera position. Yeah, update position. Okay, so then instead of being an observer, it's just going to be like we need a main. Don't care about main window display. So with camera. We need to transform, right? And then we go. Hilarious with this is that we're actually going to be following them with camera, and we also probably want to do this and go changed transform, so we're not updating it all the time unnecessarily. And then we say, hey, instead of doing this, can you just like get the position, and then why would you be inserting this? I'm assuming you're just confusing yourself here. I think we need to say probably something like hub minute right WR buffers, and then this is going to take in that, and then we're going to say maybe not that. I'm going to say if buffers. We'll just do the run condition. We'll say if buffers change, and then right buffer, right buffer. Okay, and then here we're going to say not retires. We're going to say display current. No, single. Okay, and so it's main. So this is just name this pos underscore x. Rename this to pos underscore y. We're going to say main dot translation dot x. Now you don't have to do that anymore. And then main dot trans. Oh, how do I? What there we go. Main dot translation dot y, and then we have to go to u, and we say these are actually F32s now. Okay, cool. So then we do that, and then we pass in that, and we go here, and we go okay. So instead of doing that, the default value is just 0. Okay, we'll just derive default then, because we don't need that. Derive default. Okay, cool. So, okay, now we take the camera's position, which is anytime the camera's changed with camera. Okay, so we need to go here and we're gonna say, okay, this is our update camera position, right? And then we also want to say, ooh, we might need to extract the camera's position. That's not observed systems. Okay. I assume the camera's position is extracted to the shader. I don't know. Is transform extracted with camera? Worn on non-render graph. Frostum vacant transform. Extracted view maybe. So instead of this, it's something like extracted view, render view entity. Okay, I think it's actually that we want, and we just want to say like I assume single. Wow, we don't want single anymore. Query extracted view and then changed extracted view. Right, isn't that how that works? I'm not sure. We had it somewhere else. We had like an extraction function. Where is it? It's like weird. I don't know why you're planning now. What do you, first off, you don't go here. You go in here. Sub app, add render command. Okay, so we're gonna say we don't use the prepare custom phase item buffers. Interesting. So we're going to dot add underscore systems, and this goes into render, and it runs in so this is update camera position like so, and it needs to be dot in set render set prepare. I'm saying like prepare rendering resources for from extracted data from the CPU based on this sorted order, on their sorted order. Create bind groups that depend on these data. Okay, so update camera position. Okay, so in here, update camera position is having a bit of an issue, which is because you don't have a translation, because it's not that anymore. It's okay, well, first off, it's main for main in no main okay, so we do that, and then we just return. We do this, and we don't have to do this. We can go to this right buffer. So we just set the display, because the right buffer is going to be done by its own system. So we say main, and then we return. Because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered doing a single. Okay, so it's somewhere in your viewport. Okay, and then you have like a comment on you, don't you? Like extracted view. I think extracted view says like the viewport, which is origin.x, origin.y with height. Cool. Okay. So maybe we should just pass that in. With and which is an F32 and pub height is an F32. So we do need to make sure that we actually pass that data in correctly. And viewport dot so x and then y. Wait, no, it's x y with this viewport dot z and height is viewport dot w. Except apparently those are right U32s. Interesting. Okay. U32. Okay. So this loop never actually loops. Yeah, but how do I? Do you have a suggestion on into iter next? If let. Okay. Sure. So if let. Let's say let open some main equals iter next. Okay. Is that the same thing though? Okay, cool. Yeah, double check because they always fucked me before with that. Yeah, and dot display dot get. Okay, so just in case. Casting type to itself. Yep. Okay, cool. And okay, casting type to itself. All right, then they say device and queue aren't needed. Okay, so we need to have this write buffers thing. I still need those. Okay, so we need to add system. So we need to add a system here. Like, dot add underscore system render, and this is yeah, write buffers and dot inset render set render set prepare assets, prepare is it a post cleanup, prepare base sort. Okay, no. So there's extract, then there's prepare assets, prepare meshes, manage views, create an any additional views such as those used for shadow maps. Okay, then queue draw entities as phase items in the render phase, ready to resort if necessary. Queue meshes, queue swap, phase sort, prepare. But what is the order of these? A subset within prepare for initializing buffers, textures, and uniforms for use in bind groups. Okay, prepare resources. Okay, flush buffers after, but before. Collect phase buffer after. Right. Well, that's like exactly where we want to put it, but render resources for extraction data from the CPU bits. See, the issue is I don't actually know if that's going to be the correct spot, but that's definitely the right phase for this very specific thing, because that's exactly what we're doing. Prepare resource flush buffers. Yep, it does. Because I'm pretty sure when we say write, we say hey scratch write value, and then we say self.changed, if self.changed or self.buffer is none. Else if let some buffer self buffer queue write buffer 0 self scratch as ref. All right, scratch is a uniform buffer. That's interesting. So I don't quite get where this like self change. Where does that come from? Add users. Right. So we really shouldn't be doing. We should only be calling that if it's actually changed. Right. We shouldn't just do that every frame. So dot run if data, which is res custom phase buffers data dot is changed. There you go. I've actually, we've got one of those, doesn't it? Resource changed. And then you pass in that, and then you give it that. Yeah, okay. Custom phase. Okay, resource changed. Yeah, it's exactly what I just wrote, but it's just like Bevy has a custom one. Yeah. So, I wonder if this is going to work now. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. What I like about this is because we're using like every view that's extracted. I don't actually know. Maybe it doesn't extract every view, but okay, that's not working. Well, we technically don't move that camera, but we also probably don't have the right data inside the shader. What data do we have inside the shader? Oh, that's not running. You are actually are we actually ever passing it in one, and we bind it to, well, technically we want to bind it to display display, which it's like that. Well, no, yep. Oh, U32, thank you. Well, no, that's again not how that works. Well, we can go struct display, and that is a display. Like so. Nope, it really didn't like that. Okay, so it wants the display to be. Okay, so I don't know if I can const stuff like that. I don't know, because it's a uniform. Can we like const offset, which is a vec equals a vec2, not -1 -1. It's f32 display view dot position x. Oh, okay. Can we say var? Expected runtime. Okay, annoying, because it would be nice to be able to do that in a way that doesn't need it to be recalculated every time. I do feel like I need to turn these into F32s so that I'm not constantly passing or converting back and forth. Yeah, let's do that. I have no idea if it's going to have any impact whatsoever on the shader, but a value is required here. Yeah, we're here. We go, hey, okay, can you please make this an F32 as F32 and as F32? The width and height, maybe. No, I kind of want to convert them as well. And then we come up here and we go. Yep, we need to wrap them in a different way as well. Offset, which is going to be a vec2, vec2, like that. That's a lot of F's, but offset. Okay, now we're going to come down here and we're going to say that we're going to get rid of this and replace offset with this. So you and you, okay, and then we're going to come out here and we're going to say, hey, these are. Maybe we should just change this. We're going to say hub size, which is a vec2, and then we go down here and do the same thing down here, which is that. Cool. Which is ZW. Okay, cool. And then we're going to go here and we're going to go, hey, so you actually have a offset, which is a vec2, and a size, which is a vec2. And so you have a problem because you're doing this and you're saying, okay, so I'm going to plus view dot offset. Okay, cool. And then can you not? Okay, and then if I move around, the issue is like, can we say only render the circle if it's not so it's like less than 100? That should flip it. Oh, well, there you go. But then we just want to like discard. Discard, yeah. And then we should be able to see the stuff underneath, which means we can tell if the camera's actually moving. So the camera is moving, but for some reason, we are not extracting the view, I guess. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's not considered changed. Extracted view display describes a camera in the render world. Each entity in the main world can potentially extract the multiple subviews, each of which retains view entity subview indexes of 3D cameras extract to both 3D camera subviews with index 0 and special UI subviews with index 1. Likewise, point lights with shadows extracted to 6 subviews. Okay, 1 feature the shadow cube maps. Oh god. Okay, so what that means is, well, apparently the views will be changing all the time. So we need some kind of way of marking the camera. So what we probably want to do is have custom phase item buffer. We're doing all this stuff. We have like a raw custom phase item. Do we actually use that anywhere though? Like we set the buffer, we set the index for like we iterate through all the views or something, don't we, at some point? Q custom phase item for view. Render phase per view. So we need to iterate over all views so that the entity appears in them. In this example, we only have one view, but it's a good practice to loop over any views. Okay, except when we say view, query extracted view. So I think what we actually want is instead custom pipeline, custom, what are you doing? So your custom render entity. Okay, so first off, let's call this the SDF camera. Like that, SDF camera. Right. A marker component representing the entity there. This is the SDF camera. So we need to change that because this is a for view, but we're going to say actually if we got with SDF camera. Now we don't need to queue up an individual entity for entity. Oh no. Okay, so we grab our opaque view because we iterate through and only go into this if we have it. Okay, so the pipeline doesn't use the entity, so we're just trying to work out exactly opaque. Right. Can I go like, is this working? The answer is going to be no, because we're only going to iterate through views that have an SDF camera, which is none of them. So it doesn't work now. So we just need to make sure that our camera, when we spawn in our camera, it's fucking here. This, I don't know what you're actually fucking doing. But anyway, visible, transable. Okay, SDF camera, which we should probably just say like gets a camera, but anyway, we'll work on that in a minute. So putting the SDF camera on, you should mark the view because you extract, right? I think that's how that works. Like you're set to extract, which yeah, okay. So right, so I'm going to commit this because it's working. So very basic SDF. Okay, so we're going to commit that so we don't break something and then have it not be able to get back to here because it works, and that's what's good. That's what's important. So what we need to do is, first off, we need to remove you going through these entities. So we need the pipeline ID, and the pipeline ID has nothing to do with that. Right, so we get our pipeline ID, which hilariously, because it's not using that, why would you do that? Pipeline ID, cached render, pipeline ID, specialized, pipeline cache custom phase. Yeah, why is this done in the loop? Why wouldn't you do this outside the loop? Because it's not dependent on the entity. I guess so that you don't do it if no entity is. Bump the change tick detection. Again, why is this done in the loop? Why are we bumping the change detection every time the... Okay, and then opaque phase add. Right, so we can just add it now. Yep, cool. That. Okay, so this entity here, which we need to provide an entity and a wealth entity. Now, my question is opaque here, bind, bind, render phase, and an add. So I don't, okay. Opaque phase, add. Key, and then main entity, input uniform index. Input uniform index. What did you put for your input uniform index? The index of the uniform describing this object in the GPU buffer with when for example, for 3D meshes, this index is the mesh input uniform in the buffer. This field is ignored as because it isn't used, such as current. Okay, so what I'm trying to work out here is what entity, like where is this entity actually used? Like, bin a new entity. The phase type parameter specifies whether the entity is a preprocessable mesh or whether it can be binned with meshes of the same type. So first off, so is opaque 3D, opaque 3D batch key set. So this opaque phase, binned render phase opaque, I don't know where that came from. Because my the thing is, like, what happens if I just say like entity placeholder, then main out entity, placeholder? No. How do you get a main entity? Pub struct. Yeah. What can I call to get a main entity? I don't think I can call anything. I feel like Bevy's gonna have that pretty locked down. Okay. So, but like component added on the render world entity to keep track of the corresponding main world entity can also be used as a new type wrapper from main world entities. So, but it's not public, so I can't. Okay, I can call ID from entity. Okay, so we can just say like our entity placeholder dot into, like, oh no, not index, into. That's not how you spell into. Fuck me, brain. Okay, so we have empty and empty placeholder into 2. Okay, then we comment this out because we don't need that. Okay, so my question is, if I do this, because what I'm doing is for every view I'm rendering exactly one, I'm doing exactly one call. But like, what is the entity actually used for? I'm assuming like for some kind of like deduping of stuff, so that if it's in multiple views or something, I don't know, but like it doesn't actually have to point to anything. Import for binned render phase BPI, which is we need a batch key and a bin key. So binned render phase, bin a new entity, bin's a new entity. So my question is, can I do a render phase that doesn't need to be binned? Because like that, this works, and I feel like I'm just not going to change anything. I'm still view visible entities. Like we don't need the view visible entities because like it's a per camera thing. You stick it on the camera and the camera now renders the stuff. So now that we have this working, we can also go back to our like lib and get rid of this entity. I hope via the extract. Okay. Right. So right. Let's try and track this down. So where was the camera? It's your camera. So we also probably don't need this either. I'm slowly removing things and making sure that it still works. So we don't need to add the visibility class, and then we don't have to require visibility class. So then we can clone. So it has clone component and extract component. Implements extract component trait for this component. The component must implement clone. The component will be extracted into the render world via cloning. Note that this only enables extraction of the component. It does not execute the extraction. See the extraction component plugin to actually perform the extraction. Okay, if you only want to extract the component conditionally, you may use the extract component filter attribute. Okay. with unconditional, without a filter, unconditional. Okay, extract with camera. What? Okay. I don't think it's done anything, but okay. So the fun thing with that is we need to turn a component. Anyway, so now we're running into over here. Now, for some reason, we move this camera around, but this camera is a separate camera, which is hilarious. So technically, first off, we should remove this because this is now unrelated. We need to make you public, so we need to do like pub, pub mod, ECS, no, pub mod, prelude, that's what I'm, prelude. Now you need to be like pub use crate, I want to say shader and then SDF camera like that, right? And so that's all we need, and we can go to this. All right, so now we had an issue in that we were spawning a 3D camera and then using a 2D camera. So step camera, no, we need to set up. Okay, so what I need to do here is we're spawning the camera here and we're spawning a 2D camera. Okay, so spawning the 2D camera, we're also going to say what is it, Bevy SDF. Okay, and then we say like prelude SDF. Okay. So we spawn this camera. Now we're going to only have one camera. The question is, will it still turn up? I don't think it will, because for some reason we're using like the 3D opaque thing, which means that because it's a 2D camera, it won't get hit. We need to remove that because we need to be any camera. Now, technically, we would probably want two different shaders depending if you're in 2D or 3D, but that's a different can of worms. Okay, so it doesn't work now, but only because I suspect only because it's a 2D camera. We make this 3D. Whoop, we need to make it default. Thank you. Okay. So if we make you 3D. Well, okay, right. So it's just that it's a 2D camera, so we need to work out how to make it. I guess any. Well, we kind of want to do different things if it's 2D or 3D, but that can be worked on later. So we need to go back to. Okay, okay, so you need a 2D camera because that's how the game's going to work. But the game is unrelated to. But we need to make you okay, first off, so I guess you can just extract with camera. I want to say that it requires a camera, but I feel like that's going to break a whole bunch of other things because the 2D or the 3D camera is doing different stuff. First, like this is all what you need for a camera, but the 2D and 3D camera have different requirements, I assume. I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, we need to work out why exactly. I think it's because we're adding you to the opaque 3D. Which it would be nice. Okay. We add a render command opaque 3D. Opaque 3D bind phase item. Right? Opaque 3D. We're also still setting them, which we don't use at all, but we're still setting it. Anyway, it's funny. So we say opaque 3D. Right. So set item pipeline. Then we draw custom phase item. Okay. So I'm assuming we can add a render command opaque 2D like that, and then say do the same thing, draw custom phase item command. Okay, now that may not work because now we're trying to set mesh bindings when we don't have bindings, but ironically it doesn't seem to care. Okay, it's still not working. Now, why is it not working? I'm assuming because draw function 3D. Wait. Okay. So somehow we need to know if the camera is 2D or 3D. Right? That or the option is we stick a. This is our draw. Okay. How? Okay. We need to work out where does this extract view come from? Extract component extract view. Describes a camera in the render world. Each entity in the main world can potentially extract a multiple. Okay, no. So extracted view, range finder 3D creates a 3D range finder for a view. Okay. No. Okay. So down here, prepare view uniform. So how do you actually do that? So extract views. So extracted view and view uniforms. Okay, so this is the view uniforms. Okay, so all right, I understand what you're doing, but you're not what I want. I want to know where prepare view targets. Camera, query, entity, extracted camera. Extracted camera, viewpoint, optional, render. Extracted camera. So I'm assuming the extracted camera is the actual data that you extract. Physical viewport size, physical target size, viewport. But how do you know if you're 3D or 2D extract? Extract cameras. Okay. You extract projection, maybe? Optional projection, perspective, orthographic, custom. Okay, render entity, camera. Okay, so you extract. Yep, they're cool. Query entity, render entity. Okay. Camera, render graph, global transform, visible entities, frustum, optional has no. So how exactly do you care? Yeah, I don't think you do. I think you just do whatever. Your camera is not active. Entity remove. Okay. Color grading, UI rect. Yeah, you don't seem to actually care if the camera is 2D or 3D. I have no idea. Like, what? You have to at some point like extract that it's 2D or 3D, or why would it not be working now? So we go like here. If we say like camera 2D, like what does this actually do? Extract component filter with camera. That's kind of dumb because it's extract component filter with camera requires camera. It'll always extract. So this seems like an extra check that doesn't need to do. But anyway, requires. Okay, so dither camera render graph. Ooh, okay. Configure the render graph name assigned to run on the given camera entity. Core 2D. This is probably related. Frustum. Orthographic projection. So, what? To be honest, I'm confused on how. Okay. So probably somewhere, maybe core 2D. Graph. So we have core 2D, then we have input view entity. Okay, so this is camera 2D. Okay, so I'm assuming we had something about a view. What was it down here? The extracted view. Okay, so the extracted view came from somewhere down here where we said prepare view targets. No, it was like extract camera. Camera. Prepare, so extracted camera. Interesting. Does this tell me if it's 2D or 3D? No. Prepare view attribute. Prepares the view target output color attribute for each view in the current frame. Okay. Extracted camera. Prepare view targets. Okay. Extracted view. Extracted camera. So does extracted camera have the information I was looking for? Render graph. Render graph. Okay. Extract camera. Extract camera. So you call camera render graph. Configure the render graph name assigned to be run. Okay. So when do you actually use it? So when we query extract our camera render graph. So if in an active, okay, so we extract camera and we say camera render graph.0, which is the intern dyne render a subgraph. Okay, so what does that actually do? Intern render subgraph, render a subgraph. I think this is just a strongly typed something like it's just like a name, like that one, like core 2D. So there's something about where I'm running it, something in here that procs when exactly I something custom phase pipeline. Okay. Something somewhere specifies specifically that I am in the 3D only. Now, I think I've got a command on both. Right. It's the Q phase item. It's here. So yeah, opaque 3D. So this is my opaque draw function, which is res draw functions for opaque 3D. And then this is the view opaque render phases. Res is it view bind stores. They're rendering. Okay, so when is that added? Because it would be nice if I could like not bin it, because I don't need to bin it, because it feels like there's a lot of overhead for what I meant. Like basically boils down to I'm going to be doing one call and one call only every frame, no matter what. So this is coming from the render phase. Hello Redneck, how are you doing? You'd say it's getting late for me actually. Well, this is like 6 o'clock, so it's not that late. Alright, so draw functions stores all draw functions for the phase item type hidden behind a read write lock. Okay, so the opaque 3D. So, and this is some kind of batch key opaque 3D batch key set. Okay, opaque 3D bind phase item. Right. See, I don't know. Core pipeline core 3D. Opaque. So there's opaque 2D, opaque 3D info, but okay, so opaque 3D. So this comes from like core pipeline. See, with the fact that it's got like, so this is a plugin core 3D plugin, right? So we want this to be like, so this comes in, so this is Bevy pipeline, and so there's core 2D, so core 2D, core 3D. But I want to know if there's like a upscaling, post-processing. That's annoying. Okay, so hilariously, we're actually working in 3D when we should be like, this should be 2D, and this should also be 2D. That should just fix everything, because yeah. But no, we're going to import this. Okay, so maybe we should like go tick a feature flag or something. So no, just replace you with the 2D version of yourself, and you're the 2D version of yourself. No. Okay, import you. Now, why is there no opaque? Missing field draw. Oh. Hang on. Batch key set. Right. Opaque phase. Add. Batched key. What is your batch key though? That's interesting. Because what that's telling me, right? Bin key. So we need the pipeline, pipeline ID, and then what is it? We're giving you your asset ID. Your draw function is draw function. Draw phase item. And then what else did you want? Your material bind group ID. material bind group ID is so material bind group ID is none. Okay, so that gives you that, but then what is the opaque set key? Like what is this type supposed to be? All right, wait, let's undo all this. Oh, nope. Okay. All right, leave it all as invoke 3D. So we're gonna work on it. So you're gonna say work. Commit this so that we don't break something. It's technically working. We just need to be on a 3D camera. So then we want to go here. We want to go like features. I want to say 3D. Oh, that's fine. 3D. No. I will call it core 3D, and it's going to equal. But it's going to require nothing, and then we're going to have core 2D. It's going to equal this, and we're going to say default is just core 2D. And then I'm going to modify it so that you can't do both. I don't know how to do it, so you can't do both. But anyway, so then what we need to do is when you go up here, when you go, hey, we're bringing in like this opaque 3D, right? Oh, cool. Okay, we need to definitely change some of this stuff. All right, so we're gonna say config feature equals core 3D, and then we're gonna go use Bevy. That okay. Which is the opaque key set. Okay, so that means these three can go from here because they're used up here. We're going to say as opaque, right, and then as opaque batch set key, right, opaque batch, and then we're going to do bin key. Oh no, 3D as opaque bin key. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to say, do the same thing. We're going to say do D. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Okay, so you're saying that there's opaque, main opaque, past 2D node. All right, so for some reason you don't have a set key, which I don't actually know what that means. Okay, so then that works. Okay, so next we're going to come down here. We're going to go, okay, so first off, you need to be opaque, right? And then you need to be opaque. So basically, as you toggle the different features, these will be swapped automatically, right? Which seems to be working fine. Then when you come here, we go, okay. So this actually needs to be changed. So this needs to be the so we're just going to get rid of the 3D. It's just the bin key, and then we're going to say config feature core 3D. So that's that specific thing, and then it's going to be opaque config feature 2D, and this will be opaque bin key. Okay, and then we need to do like all the stuff. So the pipeline is pipeline ID, and the assets is untype, and then the draw function is the draw function. Add draw function is that draw function, and then I think it's, yeah, it's called this instead. The draw function is this, and then the material bind group is none. Okay, so that should do this, and then let's say, well, comma like that. Okay, so that's our core, and then we need to go same thing here. Okay. Feature 3D, and then go hey batch key, go away. Okay, and then something about like I don't know what a unit here. I don't know what is your key. That's the question. Well, first up, need to be config core. Okay. All right. So expected batch set key 2D. Batch set key 2D. Okay. So batch. Okay. Well, it's just going to opaque batch set key. And what it says is batch set key 2D. Okay. So we're going to say batch set key 2D as opaque bin key. Okay. What? Ooh, okay. No, it's opaque batch set key. Okay. We'll come down here and we go, okay, you're complaining because expected value, construct. Okay. No. Okay. That's confusing. Because we say, well, it says no fetch field or struct. That's fine. Okay, wait. Material. Okay. Material batch group ID none. Okay, so my issue with that is that these seem to be the same in value. So you seem to be looking fine. Field indexed. False. Maybe I don't know what fucking index means in this particular case. Okay, wait. So is that what that's supposed to look like? Maybe. The arguments to this method are incorrect. It's expected Bevy core batch set key 2D. Found opaque 2D bin key. No, it's batch set key 2D. No, opaque bin right, opaque bin set key, and then your opaque batch key. Is that correct? I don't know. Set key, bin key. Okay, that's the correct orientation. Opaque batch set key. Opaque batch set key. Like that. Okay. And then opaque batch key. Because it's opaque bin key. Okay. Okay, so your issue is that apparently you should... Okay, I think that's actually the other way around. I think you're actually the bin key. Interesting. Okay, so I think you go here. And you go here? No, that's definitely not correct. It's definitely that way around. It's just that the types are the wrong way around. Okay, yeah, so you just need to flip the typing. Okay, you're going to flip the typing. It's that you... Wait, what? That's very confusing. Okay, the arguments are incorrect. Okay. Swap these arguments. Opaque bin key. Okay. No, apparently that's correct. It's that it's supposed to be this. Batch set key. Okay. So I guess it's indexed false. And then all this information. There we go. Okay, apparently that works. Right, fucking run that. That took me way too long to figure out. 2D meshes aren't currently multi-drawn together, so this batch set... Oh. It appeared for a second, and then it fucked up. Now, my question is it rendering and I'm just like in the wrong location? I think that's probably what's happening. So can we just like not discard anymore? Ooh, not like that. We have to return that. Okay. Well, definitely not there. It appeared. I saw it. I did. I definitely saw it. It appeared for a second. Okay. My question now is it not appearing because, well, one, we're not doing next tick. So what is the change tick? Okay, so well, we should probably check some of the other places where we initialize stuff, like the fact that we added the. So we added. Okay, so well, first off, you need to go config feature 3D, and you go config feature 2D. We should put a semicolon in the U. Hello, Andressy. Oh, I go in. Okay, app dot and then app dot. Okay, except this definitely needs to have a semicolon and the app dot, because we don't want to not add things because of that. Okay, so we add this, and then we should probably go, hey, can we just like not do this anymore? That could also be breaking it because we're trying to add a mesh that doesn't exist in the 3D pipeline and the 2D pipeline, and we don't actually use it. It was literally just there for testing. Not even testing, just literally so I could F to it. Okay, must be added to the world as a resource before adding render commands to it. Okay, so draw function, Bevy 2D, opaque 2D. So why, wait. So init resource, specialize. So this must have been doing something. Well, it must still be doing something, because initializing this resource seems to allow us to add draw commands, whereas we can't add the 2D draw commands. Wait, that doesn't make sense, because I take that off, didn't it? Okay, well, we've pretty broken something now. Render, okay. So you don't like that, which is weird. So for some reason we're trying to add this case, if we can't draw function opaque core 2D must be added to the world as a resource. Bevy core pipeline opaque 3D must be added as a resource before. Okay, but my question is, like, did it work then? Like, what did I change? I don't think I've removed anything that should be doing that. This discards. That's unright. That's unright. Okay, render pipe must be added. Okay, opaque 3D must be added. Okay, so what's interesting about that is the fact that it's moved to 2D, implying that initializing this resource allows the adding of the commands. I don't quite get that one. I don't follow that one. Oh, because we're in the. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's probably not good. We need to like let some render app equals sub app do it. Render app not found, not working correctly. Okay, and then we say yeah, get sub app. Okay, so we say render app dot initialize this resource, then render app dot add this, and render app dot add that. Okay, that's what's probably breaking it, is that we are adding this to the app, which is not correct. It's render app. So when I split stuff, it was causing issues because we stopped putting the systems in the right spot. Okay. Any reason specifically? To be honest, no. There's no specific reason. I'm trying to learn Bevy shader stuff better, because so I have this voxel shader that I've been working on. That I've seen some really cool things you can do to optimize voxel shaders, and one of the things which I'm doing really badly at the moment is like you can pass in like the block, like the voxel data as a I don't want to say like a uniform, it's not the right word, but it is a uniform that you can pass in if we go into the shader itself. So like how you're passing like your vertex data, and that, you can like have a piece up here which is the same as setting a shade, like setting the material. So you can pass in that and have all the voxel data, and then you can just render the world without needing to like bake the mesh to then render like a conventional mesh. But I couldn't try it and implement it because I, for the life of me, could not work out how to insert data like Bevy does with the shader, which means that if I wanted to do that, I would need every single chunk to have its own material, and that material would then have a copy of the voxel data, and I need to keep that material up to date with the actual block itself so that it renders properly. And I couldn't work that out, so I'm like intentionally taking a more obtuse route in because I have today worked out how, although very clunkily, to stick data in as I need it in that. Like I can over here, like I am setting the display instead of just hooking into where Bevy was setting the display. Like the fact that I could just use Bevy's built-in stuff, but when I do that, which what was the other one, the tile one, this is what I did last week, this shader, it ran into that really annoying issue of I'm importing view, and I've just copy pasted view out of the Bevy shader because I don't like the imports. It breaks the autocorrect in here, and the color grading. I've just copied this from Bevy, and then I'm like, well, I happen to know that Bevy sets it at binding group 0, binding 0 is the view, which is the camera. Well, so whenever it goes to render anything in the camera, I know it's on the view, and then I can hook into that and use that. But it's like, I don't know how Bevy is setting this. I still don't know how Bevy is setting this, but I at least have an idea of how I could do it myself, which is what I'm doing today. Where is that? So here I have a circle, which I'm providing, and a view display. And then when we go to my shader, I set that data down here. That we update the camera position every frame, which is probably not the best idea. We need to set this to width. I think this would work with SDF camera and changed extracted view. I don't even know if this is actually working, but okay, one struct takes one argument but two generic arguments displayed because I put that in the wrong spot. I think you like that, like that. There. So we'll update the camera's position with the extracted view every time it changes, and like I put that in this resource that then whenever this resource changes, we push it to the CPU. So like I could just render it onto a quad that covers the screen because that's basically what this does. This just where's the actual shader? Yeah. So this in its vertex. In its vertex, it literally goes, get me the ID, the instance, the index of the vertex, and then set its position so that like it literally just puts one dot here, put the dot here, put the dot here, put the dot here, and then I have a mesh. It's just these two triangles. Like that's all it is. It's 4 points. It's a triangle strip, so it's technically drawing two triangles, and then I do everything from there. Like this entire reason I have a vertex shader is because I don't know how to set it myself, and then I escape into the fragment shader and do what I was doing. And if we go to the actual thing itself, so we have our screen space rectangle, which is this piece of code here that like literally I just generate a mesh, and in that mesh I set some attributes because Bevy will crash if you don't set any attributes. If you have an empty mesh but has indices, it will crash. So I have to set some data. And then I just pass in these 4 indices and I let Bevy take care of the rest. Whereas today, I'm kind of just repeating information here, I know, but if we go into our shader, I actually specifically say I want to draw these indices. And like I am doing like setting the index buffer and setting the vertex buffer and setting the bind groups. So like it's a learning experience more than a specifically the best way to do it. Because now I know how to insert data. So yeah, we're going to update camera position. I forgot what I was doing. Why are you not Okay, something somewhere. So let's go take a step back. Go here. Go, hey, if I set you back to a 3D camera, do you work again? Are we still missing something that we need to make something a 3D camera? Default. Okay. We need to make a okay. If it works on 3D camera, I'm not sure why it would be considered part of a 3D camera, but not. Okay, well, it's not going to work on 3D camera because we turned off 3D. We'd have to toggle the feature. Let's do that. Yeah, we say SDF default features equals false and feature equals core 3D. Okay. Do that, run that. Okay, I just need to toggle it so that it works. Yes. Well, yeah, go away. This is going to complain. Yeah, a lot of the time it is like what has annoyed me about shader. Like when I was working on the infinite tile shader, someone came in and was like, "Oh, you know, like is it this or that?" And I was like, if I knew what I was doing, it wouldn't take nearly as long. But because I have no idea what I'm doing, I can end up stuck for like hours just trying to get something to work. And the thing that they asked about, I managed to do in like 30 seconds because I was like, if I just do this, and it just worked. Whereas half the time with shaders, I hit a wall and I'm like, I don't know how Bevy gets the data here. How did I know? So what you do is you go GitHub, go through Embassy, because apparently it always just defaults to Embassy. We go Bevy, and we go what? No, not searching. No, just go to Bevy, and we go Bevy engine, and we go yeah, Bevy, please. We go Skur. No, wait, no, it's crates, isn't it? It's crates. Then we go somewhere where it says PBR, and then we go. You can tell I've done this a lot, and that's how I know everything is. We go, say render, and then we go mesh. No, not mesh. Is it mesh binding? Not RS. Mesh binding. So I know that the mesh array is bound at group 2 binding 0, and it either ticks a fixed size or not fixed size, but that's not relevant. And then there's one, I think it's view binding. View. One of these is something binding. Binding cluster forward. Is it IO? Like forward IO or something. IO. Forward IO. So we know that a vertex output looks like this, and a vertex input looks like this. Where is the forward IO? That's where I just was. No, where's the view? Is it? It's not mesh binding. Is it mesh functions? A lot of it I learnt from this. Like so. What I did is I went to PBR and I worked my way through this very slowly and painfully, trying to work out what Bevy's doing. Because the very first thing I want to do was to do a what's it called, a tangent shader, like a flat lit shader, where if I run this Minecraft clone, actually I don't think it's working at the moment, so I can't do that. With like blocks, it's like you could put a vertex. You need a vertex for like every face, like, you know, 4 vertexes for every face of the cube, because you need normals that point up. I'll open Paint because I like drawing stuff sometimes. So we'll just put this over here. So with your cubes, like you need, when you get your cube, you have your one face, and then it's not going to let me draw perspective, but your other face, and then your other face. Pretend it's a cube. There, 3D cube. Right. So when you do this, you need like a vertex. Even though these 3 faces share a vertex, you can't share a vertex if you want to use normals, like regular normals, because each of these faces have a different normal. This one points up, this one points that way, this one points forward. So that you need 3 vertices here to actually be able to do that with normals. So what I was doing was in here, Bevy does something. It goes something, world position, in dot world position, and by using that in.world position. I can actually open the code because I can still use it. It's not working. I can't show you what it looks like. So we take our normal position and we do this. We run this bit of code on it. And what this does is it calculates in screen space which way the normal should face based on the triangle that's drawn, not the vertex, which means that I can combine a whole bunch of vertices because I know that the triangle, I just want lighting to work tangent to, no, like perpendicular to the normal. So like the face, I just always want lighting to point directly out of a face. Like I always want the lighting to point in straight lines out of the faces. I don't want some kind of like blend. And if you don't do that, you end up with these issues. And then, so I can use that to work out what the face is, which means I don't need to include normal information in the vertices, which means that when we go to our like vertex representation, mesh gen, somewhere, shader, where is it? It's not, no, somewhere, and there's a thing called simple shader. How do we set it? I think we just use like a single i32 or u32 to store. We store way too much information. This is really dumb. Block overrides material. I don't know where I did it. It's somewhere. I mean, we can just look in the shader itself at the top. A specialized pipeline. Up here, vertex fragment, vertex in. So we take the index because we need that to look up the specific mesh to get the something. I think. Yeah, we need to get that. We use that to get the world position. I think. It's fragment. Vertex. Yeah, so we get local from worlds, which is the instance. Then we unpack the vertex's position with all like, you know, so we only use a single 32-bit number. So we only use 32 bits to store every single vertex and build everything from there. There probably is somewhere, but it's not easily accessible because it's not that direct. Another way you can get to some of this information is you can go standard material. Standard material? Oh, I've commented out. This is how I do. This is how I find it. Yeah. So you can go to the standard material, and then inside the standard material, it's like you know that the binding 0, binding 1 is the texture, binding 2 is the sampler, binding 3 is a texture, binding 4 is a sampler. So you can, like, if you're using the standard material, you can look up what they are by going into where they're defined. But it's not as straightforward. But again, maybe it's because I've just not looked in the right spot. But like, yeah, the documentation is not super obvious with shaders. And it's partly because shaders are like painful as all hell. And also they changed it a lot recently. Like if you watch any of the videos or any of the tutorials that I've seen are all like 0.9. Like they're not relevant because everything changed. And it's like, ugh, it's so annoying because like I found a really cool like what was it? It was like a marching cubes implementation, or no marching cubes, a ray marching implementation, 0.9. So like none of the shader code, like it looks close enough that you can't tell that it's the wrong version, but it's nowhere near close enough that you could actually convert between them because it's like some of these types just don't exist anymore, or they got renamed to something that like you'll never guess the name unless you knew the name. Like I would have to go through the migration guides to get to the right thing. Anyway, I should get back to trying to work out exactly why it requires a 3D camera. That's the real question. So we did the render and draw the render graph, and we set so we set the Minecraft and Minecraft 0. Just go to that. Custom phase pipeline cache. Okay, so this is pipeline cache. Specialized render pipelines. Okay, so somewhere draw. Okay, somewhere. So custom. Where is it? Bin render. What do I let's go to lib and work out what exactly do I stick in. So we stick in the extract components resource. That shouldn't care what camera it is. We then go into the render app and we stick in a specialized render pipeline with a custom phase pipeline, and then render, and then render. and then finish by adding the custom phase pipeline and the custom ISO buffer. Okay. Bind group layout. Okay. But none of that, none of this update conversation, none of this relies specialized render pipeline. Maybe specialized render pipeline falls into 3D, but none of these are specific to 3D, are they? Like, specialized render pipeline is a Bevy resource render pipeline specialization. Cache, and specialized pipeline, specialized ID pipe. I don't understand where I am setting something. So we add all this stuff, and you're just render, so you're probably not doing it. Custom phase pipeline is my type, so it's probably doing it, but it's definitely not because I'm adding that type. I'm not missing adding something. We add opaque 3D and we add opaque 2D. It's possible that opaque 2D is the wrong thing to be adding, but it don't make sense because it's opaque core and because it's the same. Right, so we're going to do shader. Okay, so when we set pipeline item, it could be, you know, that's Bevy, yeah, okay. I was just making sure that I'm not fucking pipeline cache. Pipeline cache and then inner and then inner clone pipeline set success. Okay, so it's probably not that. Display data's mine, custom buffer items, vertexes, indexes. Okay, so from the top, don't me this stuff. Found it. Okay, where we use this. Right, we need to go to our specialization. That's what's going on. We need to specialize when we implement specialize. Implement specialized render graph. We pass in the key MSAA. Okay, that's fine. Specialize render pipeline description, custom render pipeline. SDF. Probably start actually filling in SDF. I like to pretend that I'm going to make this an actual crate that other people can use. Push constant ranges. Okay, vertex struct. As a shader and a vertex and a point vertex and a buffer and an attribute and a this needs to match the layout of the vertex. Yes, okay, that's fine. And then fragment is again fragment. Okay, so primary. Okay, so notice. Okay, note that if your view has no depth buffer, this will need to be changed. Okay, format core depth 3D format. Okay. Wait, I was hoping this would have something in it that looked like a fucking version. This wait, what do you mean this takes them? Oh, it's getting confused because I've got two versions turned on. There's the version turned on in the TOML and the version that's the default features. The analyzer uses the default features. Okay. In reality, the best way to do this is probably just to leave that alone and swap the default features in the crate itself so that it doesn't get angry at me. Just go 3D is now default, please, and recompile so that it stops complaining. Okay, so shader, update camera position, somewhere, custom pipeline layout. So we say visible vendor fragment. Okay, create bind group layout. SDF bind group layout. Did that layout? Okay, so okay, custom phase item from what? This just loads the data. That doesn't do anything. Okay, so this FN specialized. This is the thing that I think is like okay. So specialized with key MSAA. Specialized render puppet. I don't know why I'm specializing to multi-sampling. Somewhere in here, multi-sample. Okay, so specialized render pipeline comes from render, so it's not like that it's specific to the 2D or 3D. And then this is my thing, so specialize. Render pipeline descriptor. How? Okay, my thought is that maybe the depth stencil, the effect of okay. So what if we said something about like features, config feature equals core 3D. Okay, and then we're gonna say feature core 2D. And then we're going to say depth stencil none. Right. So let's see. I don't think that'll matter because I can't imagine that the depth stencil, the affected local depth stencil applies to the output target if any. See, but none of this stuff would be restricting it to the MSAA probably could, but I think I select that, don't I? Like the specialization that we pass in MSAA. So the possibility, there's one possibility, if we get rid of MSAA, it's possible, which is probably actually what's happening here, is if we go to the because 2D has anti-aliasing. I'm thinking maybe when we go here, when we stick in a 3D camera, 3D cameras require MSAA. Maybe something's sticking it in, so because it exists. So camera maybe. Well, we're gonna hope it's camera. Yeah, camera requires it, which means that 2D will also have it. So it's not that it's not calling it. Custom rent. Okay, so right now we are in Core 3D. Okay. So what we need to do is work out, first off, you're calling opaque. Okay, opaque. So opaque phase. So I'm trying to custom. Okay, so custom phase pipeline. Okay. So then we have res mute specialized render pipeline. Custom pipeline. What do you actually do? You hold a cache with the key, and like if I just get rid of the anti-aliasing, they just go away because I don't actually think I'm going to do anything with anti-aliasing, so I feel like I can just get rid of the anti-aliasing. Like multi-sample. The multi-sample pipeline. Count multi-sample anti-aliasing samples. Can I say none? Bitwire mask. Mask the result restricts the samples of pixels modified by this pipeline. All samples can be enabled using alpha enabled. No, okay. So I feel like multi-sampling we just want to disable, but so I'm curious if the depth stencil, the depth compare. Okay. So primitive states and triangle strip, but that should work in either. Vertex buffer array size of step mode vertex attributes. So shader def entry point. I don't know. Whoosh. What? Opaque phase. So the opaque phase comes from the opaque phase binned render phase. Okay, stores the rendering instructions for a single phase that uses bins in all views. Okay, they're cleared out every frame. So okay, draw function. Draw functions. Okay, so pipeline cache, layout cache, shader cache, device. Yeah, if I render device, pipeline cache pipeline. Waiting pipelines. A render world system that includes entities with custom rendering into the opaque render phase for each view. Specialized. My only thought is that extracted view, for instance, 3D camera extracted to both 3D cameras, but what do I actually use the extracted view for? Do I actually use the extracted view? View. Retained. Opaque phase. Okay. Opaque render phase get mute view dot extracted view dot retained in the main world corresponding to this render world view. Okay, so it could possibly be this opaque phase. But we have to start putting fucking breakpoints and things to try and work out exactly when it's getting stuck. So when I run this, it's not going to work right. So I'm just going to swap everything to 2D. My suspicion is that it's maybe not getting past here. So we should probably set like one no opaque render phase. View for so is it getting past there? I think extracted view. No opaque. Okay, so it's definitely getting into the loop. It's just not finding. Okay, it's a start, because that implies that the retained view entity retained view entity opaque render phase. So, well, it would help if the camera was a 2D camera. Interesting. Okay, so we have to go back to here and we have to set the camera to 2D, which is probably why that camera wasn't showing up, because it wasn't a 2D camera. Yeah, cool. Okay. Yes, we'll create default of units. Oh, it crashed. I mean, actually, that probably even better, because that kind of implies that I can like explicitly go like, what the fuck did I do that works in 3D but not in 2? No opaque, no opaque, no opaque, no, it's here. Okay. In render pass end is set pipeline command. Render pipeline targets are incompatible with render. Wait, what? Incompatible depth stencil attachment format. The render pass uses a texture with format some depth 30 to float, but the render pipeline uses SDF render pipeline. But the render pipeline uses the attribute with format none. Okay, so get rid of the depth stencil apparently, because okay, so the thing that broke it, depressingly, has absolutely nothing to do with what's actually broken. Why are you not working? I don't understand. Anyway, apparently comment this out and then comment this out. Okay, so just always use a depth stencil apparently. Or see, this is what's interesting to me, because we use core 3D depth format. Oh, wait. Wait. Can we just God. I don't think you're gonna like it, because you're gonna say, hey, you can never get part. Hey, alright. So I'm just an idiot, because when I'm in 2D mode, it was just rendering the other shader got priority for whatever reason. Okay, so it works. We just need to like not be rendering the decor. How does that work? I think I can turn you off somehow. Sprite white. There was something. I thought this shader cared about something. Probably not, because again, it's very poorly written. Yeah, I don't think you care. Script to vertex buffer layout, which is layout. Yeah, I don't fucking know what you're trying to do. Something apparently. What actually causes you to render? The presence of this material. There. Spawn screen rect sticks that material on it. And it's that material existing that does the renders the mesh. So technically, if we got rid of this, it would work. That's so dumb. Anyway, which might be what's happening is because it's this sort of priority. Okay, anyway, that means I can move around. Not actually doing anything at the moment, but the camera should be moving, which means that can we like somehow, maybe I'm just not actually updating the position. I need you to vertex, find edge, select, no, this is the wrong shader in here. Okay, so I assume I have access to the size and the display. So we need to be like, hey, if view dot offset dot x is greater than 0, discard.
Your dinner's ready.
All right. I'm gonna eat soon. This card. Okay. If x is greater than 0, discard. So, oh, I should probably go into the positive x direction. Can I get it to print out the x maybe? For a 0, that should set my x to 0. Okay. So that, well, one probably means I'm an idiot and I'm not actually setting the values as I thought I was, which is annoying. So view here, display, binding 1. Why are you not getting set? So my thought is it's probably not extracting the shader properly. So stop going in the wrong shader. Okay. Yep. So at the bottom here we've got this. So first off, let's info writing buffers to GPU. Okay, let's get it doing that, which is writing display and circle. Okay, so we're going to say here, we're going to say with SDF camera, I assume this should be working. So you need to write that down. Print line updating camera position. Main.viewport. Okay. It could also be that the viewport's just set to none because of what I'm doing, but I can't imagine that's actually correct. Change extract view. Okay, my suspicion, no, it is, it's running. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, wait, no, update camera position. Wait. Why are you calling changed all the time? Can we say let the equal display dot get, right? So we're going to use it here anyway to propagate. Say give it C. Okay. So we can now say if C dot offset dot x does not equal main dot viewport dot x as f32 or C dot offset dot y does not equal main dot viewport dot y. Okay, wait, no. It's equal because we want to return it. So if x equals and y and y and c dot size dot x equals okay. Return no change needed to update. Okay. Okay. So first up, do we not update the camera all the time? We put this down here, and so let's redo that because okay. Okay. So one thing is it could be like iterating through the wrong camera, but I can't imagine that. But it is the so we're not updating the camera, but we are writing the buffers to the GPU, which is really annoying because we're probably borrowing it fucking mutably. Which borrowing? Okay, so can we buffer dot bypass change detection? Let buff equal. There you go. It's detecting its own change I think. I assume that's how that works. I don't know. That wouldn't make that much sense, but it still. Yeah. Mutually bypass. Okay. There we go. So now we're not updating it constantly because we're not actually changing. So if I move the camera, which I am in fact moving the camera, because if I press this, it tells me where the camera is. Okay, so it's not detecting that the camera is being moved. So what that means, because it's definitely extracting the camera. Like if I turn this off, I am almost certain this is going to start spewing out just line after line of updating camera. And then this is going to start spewing out about writing buffers to GPU. Right, because I assume that every single frame, the extracted camera, yeah, it's extracting it every time. But it's not actually moving the camera, which means we're extracting the wrong camera. Which means we want the camera with the SDF camera. No, I was going to say maybe we're extracting two, but there shouldn't be. That's an interesting point though. Since because we should only be extracting the SDF camera, but obviously more than one entity is being created when we extract the SDF camera. But why is that? No, not necessarily. Man, we are putting the camera and the SDF camera on the same thing, but apparently this isn't actually the one that's getting the transform. Okay, wait. Can we can I like let s equal main dot iter dot count, and then just like print line. Right. Yeah, I don't care. I said, I want to know how many cameras it's spawning. Like, it seems like it's spawning a lot for some reason. Which I don't know why it would, but for all I know, I've been spawning infinite cameras the whole time. Okay, so first off, updating camera position for one camera view. There is only one view. Okay. So my question then becomes, why are you not extracting the translation? Updating camera position. Okay, that's very confusing. So because the camera's moving, like I can print out that the camera is in a different position. So why is the extracted view? Maybe I'm running you at the wrong time. When should I be running the camera? Prepare resource slash prepare. Extract commands. Prepare render. Okay, but okay. Where is the camera extracted resourcey thing happening? Again, wrong track. I know it's happening here from me, but like, when do you actually call extract prepare view uniforms? Extracted view. Okay, so you grab the extracted view. But what do you actually do? When is this used? That's some mute wrapper. It's further down here. Okay, wrapper right view uniform. There is something viewpoint. When do you get viewpoint from? Viewpoint as vec4. Extracted view dot viewpoint. Okay, but when do you call this? Because obviously something happens for entity in views. That viewport equal. Okay. When is this called? Prepare resource apparently. Prepare resource. So flash buffers after prepare resource, before prepare bind groups. Okay. a subset within prepare for initializing buffers, textures, and uniforms for use in frameworks. Okay, so that's when it runs it. So that's what I shall run. Prepare resource. Where was it? So it's still not doing it. Okay, so where is it doing it though? Extracted view. Okay, down here. So you're doing this, and then it's at the top to prepare. When is this run? So this is run in render. In the render app, we prepare the views, and then do this in here. So sort cameras, ambiguous with sort cameras. Prepare view targets. No. Okay. Prepare window. After prepare window. What does prepare windows do? Okay. Okay. Clear view attributes. Which is manage views. Creates an additional view such as alright, okay, yeah. Prepare view attributes, prepare view targets, prepare view uniforms. Doesn't use sorted camera index for target. Okay. Finish. View uniforms. View attributes. So extracted. Okay, derive extracted. So we need to work out where like it. Why is the extracted? Okay, so the extracted view just seems to always be 0, which annoys me to no end because I don't understand. Am I just moving the wrong thing? I mean, that's always possible. Texture. Man. Okay. Pan camera. We move the transform with camera. Well, probably change that to with camera. Just because with camera will there, step camera. Means it'll work in a 3D camera as well. But again, I don't think that matters. We're not moving that. We're moving this from transform negative y. So it's just not extracting it. So like the transforms being up there. The possibility is that maybe it's not extracting them. Like the viewport extraction thing that it does. Okay, where is it? Shader. How do I keep opening that? Okay, so somewhere we have our extracted view. Yeah. And then we go, hey, when you extract the view, but like when is the view actually extracted? See, we prepare the view uniform. Yeah, but when do we actually extract the view? Because you're just a component. When do we actually extract you? Prepare. Okay, sure. It's gotta be like when we extract camera. No, because that would be an extracted camera. Like when is the view actually prepare view and prepare view targets? So you extract view targets and you have an extracted camera. So let's go to extracted camera. Because again, these aren't extractable components. Extract camera. This grabs a global transform. All right. So when we extract the camera, what do we actually extract? Primary window. Next. For camera. Yeah, camera. Okay. So we say if camera's not active, remove the okay. When you stick the view back on, and what actually is inside the camera, to be honest. Okay. Select some viewport size. Physical. Okay. Okay. Target.x target size.y equals 0. Continue. Okay. Render view entities. Okay. Don't think I care. Okay. So when we insert, okay, extracted camera, viewport, camera dot viewport. If set, this camera will render to the given viewport rectangle within the configured render target. Okay. Physical viewport size. Okay. Render graph. See, it was obviously putting out something. Wait, okay. So we get the extracted view. Now, viewport.origin, which is if let sum camera dot physical viewport rect. Okay, so maybe the issue is that the viewport's always in the viewport position. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. When do we use the global transform? Because you just never gave it a global transform, which means it's always going to be 0. Where world from view transform. Okay, we just give it the global transform. So it's actually world from view. Clip from view. Okay. So that's our problem, is that we need to use the extracted views world from view. Okay. Which is confusing, but anyway. So I think the width and height's correct. It's just that we need to say it's not the viewport. It's let so we need to let t equal main dot view from world. Clip from view. No, it was world from view dot translation. Yeah, translation. Okay. Cool. Okay. So that means we can say if offset.x, we can just say dot truncate. I think it's dot trunk. No. Returns a vector containing the integer. No, that's the wrong truncate. Truncate. Here we go. Okay. So we want to say if c dot offset equals t, and okay, viewport equals okay. Return no changes. Otherwise, please say that the offset is equal to t. Okay. So now we're actually going to take the transform and not just the viewport, because apparently the viewport just always starts at 0, 0, which kind of makes sense, but not really. From what I understand, what it's saying is you can have a sub section of the screen displayed. Okay. If I press down, it goes up, and if I press up, it goes down. So that's a little bit weird. Left and right work. Left, right, up, down. Technically, we're moving the sphere, which is just it's incorrect. Do I need to invert that, or is that a bug somewhere else? I think I'm just going to invert it. So, how do we do that? We're going to go. Actually, let's stop discarding in this one and see if this one moves weirdly too. And maybe I just didn't notice when I was doing it. I don't think it does, which would mean that if I press up, I go up, and if I press left, I go left over. Okay, no, so it's something in the way that I'm calculating the sign distance field means that the directions are inverted. Okay, so wow, in theory, if we got a negative x, it should just disappear, right? Because we've got if offset.x is greater than 0. Oh, there we go. It just vanishes. So this is a positive. This is negative x. This is positive. Why? If I press this, y is getting smaller. So that's negative, and then it's going up. Right? No. Confusing. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that kind of does imply that the other thing is wrong. What I need to do is render no, I'm sure I had a square rendering, so the camera is moving what I expect. I don't get why moving down goes up. I do need to eat, but I want to kind of set something on screen, so I don't want to end the stream just yet. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. Right. I'm going to set up a little mini system to run in circles or something, and then I'm going to go grab my food, and then I'm going to sit at the computer and eat it and and my microphone probably muted, so you don't hear me emitting. But anyway, we just need like some kind of weird system, like then we'll just call it orbit. I'm just gonna go like, but I know we need to do time, which is gonna res time, and then we're just gonna like, yeah, we camera, and then we're just gonna say but don't look at 0, 0, just you're just going to be orbiting around it, and it's not seconds to start of it, I don't think. Really? Elapsed secs and secs. Probably going to orbit really quickly. Also you don't need to get camera up and get me, just say camera. No, camera. Yeah, just camera, then we say time, or elapsed seconds. Why you can move to other 32, that's a good point. Who knows if this is going to actually look like any good. We need to make it bigger or whatever. We're going to put its own system. Dot add system update. Cool orbit. Maybe we will give it a little local radius, which is a local local f32. Except I think it's this. Okay, so that's gonna do that, and then we're gonna go and then we're gonna like enable, which is gonna be a local bool, and we're gonna like input input, which is res button inputs. I'm gonna say this. Okay, we're gonna go something like if input dot just pressed o toggle enabled. Okay. Apparently you're immutable. Okay. Make these both movable like this. Okay. If enabled, if not enabled, then return. So if not enabled, return, and then we're going to say I guess we're going to go left, mute up equals is a local bool. I'm going to say if radius is greater than, let's say 10. Again, I don't really know. Up equals false. If radius is less than 1, up equals true. Radius plus equals. If up delta seconds, otherwise minus delta seconds. We need to dereference u, and dereference u, and dereference u. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go. What the hell does this even look like? I think these numbers will need to be a little bit bigger. But we can press O to turn on, and it should start orbiting around. And then when it gets to 10, it'll start. It's gonna still be orbiting in the same direction, but it's gonna. So press O. What the hell are you doing? I think you're already moving. Okay. Well, first up, we need to get that bit. Remove that from the shader. So, first up, I think we need to make R just way bigger. What was it? Lib. So radius is going to be like 100 and less than, I guess 10. I just feel like it's going to spiral too quickly. Let's add delta seconds. Wait, why was the time like 0.1? That's real fucking slow. No wonder it moves a little. It goes up to 100 down to 10. Should just like spiral around. Okay. Should probably offset that circle too. How do I keep getting inside this? Where the hell did I define that circle? I think it's in here, in here. And then we go like, your default position is gonna be like, vector 2 minus new, and it's like we want the x to be no, it's 720. It's not 720. What it was it's 10 something. I think it's like 1044 over 2. And then the y is going to be like negative 100. It's going to be like 720 over 2. I don't know. I'm trying to get it like closer to the middle of the screen. Also, apparently that's a radius of 1. That doesn't seem right. Makes me think this is very wrong. I feel like oh no, we're gonna yes. That would probably okay. Well, there goes okay, so can we just say that you're at I'm gonna say like minus 0.5, and I feel like you also want to be like minus 0.5. Well, that's concerning though. That's the other question. Why is the so okay? What I don't get is why is it over there? Also, why are you updating the camera? Okay, just don't print that. Okay, I'm pretty bad at this shit. Okay, where is it? Shader update camera position. Okay, first up, don't print that. I need to press like 5. No, it's not 5. It's this. Okay, negative this, negative that. That's where we need the camera to be at its default. That's the origin of the camera. Okay. Minus that, and then your minus that. Okay, so that should mean that when I press O, not the best numbers, but anyway. Okay, radius times elapsed seconds is fine. Well. Okay, can we get like a second circle? I feel like we really need a second circle. We're gonna add like a whole section just to add a second circle, so I can go like I can make it interesting. I don't remember how to do shading. Okay, so remember, think, focus, concentrate, layout. So we need another circle. Put it. Whoop, not like that. This is not the way to do this, by the way, but anyway, we're just going to do this. And we're going to go somewhere. We need another one. I don't know. Bypass change station. No. We want to pass that other one in somehow. I don't remember where we do this. Uniform buffer. Sure. I'm gonna call you circle 2, and then down here we have to like define circle 2 in here. Yeah, hey, can we make another circle like this, and then we're gonna say, hey, this circle is gonna like first of all, this is circle 2, and circle 2 dot set t is circle with a radius of 2 and a position of half. Yes. Okay. So that's set circle 2. And we're gonna circle 2 dot right. Okay. And then we're gonna go down here and we're gonna give it circle 2. Okay. So this should render a second circle. Now, the question is it actually gonna render it in the right spot? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't even know if this is gonna work, so we'll find out. Now, where's this other circle? First off, it didn't like that. Okay, because we didn't decide. Okay. Yes, but okay. So label. Okay, number of bind groups in bind group 2 declared 2 did not match the number of bind groups found in bind group. Okay, where did I need to define the other one? Not you. In here somewhere. So we defined 3, and then we need to actually use 3 somewhere. I think. I don't know. Set bind group. There we go. Yep. Control C. V, and this is actually bind group 2, and this is our circle 2 binding unwrap. Okay, now we have 2 circles. I need the smoothing function from here. Smooth. Nope, apparently not. Okay, return trip. I thought it was a smoothing function. Smooth union. Float 1, float 2, K. Okay. With the shader. Smooth union. Thank you. F32. Well, first off, that's not how you write these shaders. So there's an F32 and an F32 and an F32 and returns an F32. It's an FN. Okay. Yeah. Wrong way. Why you don't copy paste other people's things? F32. It's in the wrong fucking language. F32. 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 Oh, it's let H clamp that. Okay. Okay, that compiled now. Do we have 2 circles? The answer is maybe. I don't know. Well, first off, you just use circle position, so that's okay. Circle. Right. So we need to go like, hey, if SDF circle. Okay. So first off, let S1 equal circle. Wait, no. First off, we're duplicating you, calling you bind group 2, calling you circle 2, and then we plus view. No, I guess technically we'll just call this one 0. And this one can be added to our view. And this is circle 2, and then when we say let V equal remove that 0.1, and then we say if V is less than 1, then return red. Fuck knows what that's gonna look like. Oh, first off, we made that fucking circle really small. Less than 100. Now the circle's really big. For some reason, that circle's always in the corner. We need a bigger K value as well, I think. 10. Good. Let's make the K like 20. There we go. 200. Okay. So, first off, I think you're in the wrong spot. So like view. That's like view offset by like 2. Who knows what it's gonna look like? Okay. Cool. So here's the thing. Why is it when I'm in the fucking center of the screen, 0, 0? Why are you over there? What value is being passed to offset right now? Right this very second, what value is being passed to offset? It's like 0, 0. Why are you over there? Why is that 0, 0? Okay, right. We need to say something like view dot width dot size dot x divided by 2 plus I guess it's view dot y divided by 2 plus. Okay, no, negative. Okay, negative. Okay. Well, first off, you're not supposed to both be divided by 2. I think the AI stuck that in there at some point, because that's how we get them to actually go near each other. Right. Now if I press 5, which should 0 me? No, I thought it did. What did I do to break that? Right, let's just restart that. A quick squeeze and go. Okay, so first off, why are you still in the wrong spot? Okay, so you are this. Wait a second. Oh, oh. No, no, your position. I guess your size divided by 2. You're just also your size divided by 2. Yeah. Okay. So now it's a big circle, and it's a smeared up circle, and it's smeared up circle, and it's smeared circle, and it's smeared circle. And now when I move it around, okay, cool. Okay, so when I press O, well, first off, let's get rid of that like offsetting me by a mile. Again, I was supposed to be getting food. I'm really bad at doing what I said I was going to do. Time, elapsed, second, sign. Okay. What the hell does this do? I feel like we need something to make this bigger. So hit 0 and go, what the hell are you doing? You are moving. You're just moving by like a really small amount. So I think we just need like not just multiply this by like times it by 100. Like it just needs to be more. I think it's more likely that we need to like increase the sign and cause. I think that's how that works. And then we should move in a circle. And the radius should go in and out, which should make us bigger and smaller. Yes. 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 Okay, it's getting a little bit too big. Okay, so maybe only go out. So first off, go from like 1 and to like let's say 3, and then we set this value accordingly so that like the radius is the right size. That makes sense. So we go O, and then we spin out, and then okay, we're going back in. Oh, okay. Apparently we're following some kind of like peanut shaped. Well, we're bouncing. That's fun. Okay. First off, we need to go like up to maybe 5, and I also think I want to go like 150 and 100. Yeah, do them unevenly. That'll show them. Okay. I should probably add some noise or something. Anyway, I gotta get food. So, enjoy whatever hell this. Actually, if I add noise, it's gonna turn into hell more quickly. I don't know. Yeah, no, enjoy this. I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be back. I don't know if I should be offended that my view count's gone up since I left. Okay, so first off, let's stop spamming the console. So I just okay. I wonder if there's a better way of doing that, but I can't imagine there is. It's kind of one of those you have to update the camera position every frame, otherwise you can't move the camera every frame. Okay, so update camera position. So next, I guess, is to do something really obvious here, which is make it a buffer and not a whatchamacallit, why is my brain gone dead? Not just a uniform, because a uniform means it can only have one. Whereas if we said, what is it, buffer vec? Right, and then you still require it to be a shader type, and then write into. Like raw buffer vec, but doesn't have the requirement that D is non-init. Okay. There's high performance data structure that should be used whenever it's possible. If your data is more complex than is suitable for a this is too short. Okay. So now it's called circles, and it's actually filled with circles. Okay. So what's nice about that is, first off, we don't actually need to initialize it. Well, not initialize, it's the wrong word for it, but you know what I mean. No, so from world. Okay. So first off, you're not a uniform buffer size anymore. You're a something buffer vec batch. No. Buffer something. What was it? It was something on a resource, right? Like we can just construct the thing. Like we don't have to. We can just. What do you return? Your build group. What do you actually return though? You're a bind group layout entry. Okay. So then we get to say like, hey, your binding is 0. Your visibility is viz. Your binding type is ty. And then what the hell is a binding type? Binding type. That's looking scary. It's not a sampler, that's for sure. I want to say it's a buffer. Oh god, this is already turning to hell. With a buffer binding type. Obviously not a uniform, or we wouldn't be swapping. Yeah, it's a storage and it's read only. True. Okay. It's a lot of hell, but it has a dynamic offset. False, and minimum binding size is none, I think. Right, and then count. Ooh. None. Not none. I feel like that was count non-zero. So, okay. If the value is sum, indicates this entity is an array. Maybe it is though. Array sizes must be 1 or greater. Okay. If this value is sum and ty is binding type texture, then it's a binding array. Texture anyway, must be supported. Okay. If this is sum and ty is any other value, binding group creation will fail. What? Wait, what? I don't get it. Okay. Well, the answer is it's none. And you don't have a circle 2 anymore. Okay, thank you. Thank you for attending my TED talk. Okay, I'm coming in here. Here we go. Go to circle 2. You're a buffer vec. Buffer vec. Thank you. Buffer vec. Okay. Which is buffer vec circle. Wait, what? Oh god, now I have to do a type new buffer usage storage uniform. I want to say it's a uniform, but maybe it's a storage. I don't know. As a buffer, be used as storage inside a binding group, but I don't want it to be a storage. I want it to be a uniform. Is that right? I just want it to be a uniform vector though. So I'm pretty sure what this means is that like a uniform means it's sort of this read only, whereas a storage would mean like I can read or write to it. Don't know if I need to call write on you because I don't actually do anything, but we should probably put some circles in you. You know, like you're like circles dot push circle default. Just give us the default circle. Okay, and then circle dot push circle. We're gonna give you like a radius of a half and a position of half, and then it's gonna be like circles dot push. I'm gonna have a circle with a radius of 2 and a position of vector 3 new with 300 100. I've just remembered that the reason our circles are fucking small is because the default radius is 1 and that's 1 pixel. That's why I have to keep multiplying everything. Okay, and this is offset by 1 pixel, so I'm like, okay, so first off, the default position 0 0, thank you. 0. Anyway, so 100. So we're gonna say that you're actually a size of 50. Yeah, radius of 50, please. And a position of like, let's say like 150, 200, and we're like negative 200. No dot, no dot, no dot. I should probably double check that I've unmuted myself. Yeah, I said. In fact, unmute myself. Okay, so thank you. You need a bit of radius. Thank you. Okay, and then what the fuck are you doing? No, there is no bind group 2. Now, the tricky thing with you is working out exactly how the so radius and a lib and a public. I'll give you the shader. I'm going to go like hello. I can say uniform and then I can say like array, like a uniform bar circle, which is an array of type circle, right? Like that's something I can do, yeah. And then we can give it a circle 2. I think that's something I can do. I don't know if it is something I can do. Let me say fragment. Instead, can you do a for loop in a shader for loop? Is that a thing you can do? Yeah, it's maybe let v equal it's var because the variable var v equals 0, and we say for I and circle then maybe. Right, that definitely seems to be a thing that it's trying to do. Expected if v is less than 100, make it red. No. If v is less than 0, wait, what? Expected assignment or increment decrement found let. What? No. What? No. V what? V plus equals. So first of all, we need to calculate our offset being maybe let offset equal view dot size divided by times by 0.5 plus view dot offset. Thank you. It was minus. It was negative. Negative. Okay. Plus offset, and then we can say, hey, you're this, and then you're offset. Offset plus. Something like that. So what do you mean let? How do I do it? For loop WDSL for statement. How do I do this? For if that's not how you run a for loop, but okay. For loop. Okay, so it's for var equals okay. So it's like for var I equals 0. I don't like this. This is the old like C way of doing it. C++, C sharp. Ooh, I less than array length circle I plus. Expected as let. Okay. So u equals this, and you say offset x, y, z, and circle I. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like there needs to be smoothing involved, but we can run this and find out. I feel like it's just going to crash, but you know, I don't know what's expected assignment or increment decrement bound let. Okay. What the hell is this? Okay, so create binding label it's data. Okay, so usage flags, buffer usage, copy, destination, uniform, or buffer with label did not contain required usage flags for buffer usage storage. With label did not contain required usage flag for buffer usage storage. So like, why give me the option? Buffer usage storage. All right, like, but call it a uniform in 64 and 28. Allows a buffer to be storage inside a bind group, but I don't want it to be a storage. Okay, he didn't like that. So something global variable. Type flags does not meet the required type flags. Data sized copy host shareable creation resolve. Okay. So it can't be a circle, apparently, because I need to know. Invalid after return. Texture dimension. What's using texture dimension? What? Oh, that's the other shader. Okay. So what is your problem? So you're saying I can't use it because it's I'm calling it a storage, but it's apparently not a storage. So storage var uniform. No, because that's not how you do that. So it's a storage. Read only. Oh, how do I make a storage? Something else says like var storage. Like that? No. Oh, okay, that actually worked. That'll work. Load pointer, scalar, s width, right, array length 13, of type scalar, pointer, array length 13. Okay, so he's saying it says array length of reference to circle expression is invalid. Operation less this can't work with type scalar. Okay. Circles dot count. No. Storage. Nope. Nope. But how do I know the length? Like count leading zeros, first leading bit length. Circle. What? Yeah, you just pass it circles. I don't know why I was passing by reference. I think that's probably actually what was wrong with it. Array length circle. No. Wait, what? It's just called circle. Okay, well now it's called circles. Okay, what is your problem with this? You're saying that you okay, so array length, you can, so failed to build the null entry point fragment is invalid. Loading of 13 can't be done. What is 13 though? I don't like that it does that. Not defined in scope circles. Okay, so expression 14 is invalid. Loading of 13 cannot be done. Do I have to pass that in as a like, actual thing? That's annoying. Wait, okay, so first off, let's look at a storage buffer. WGSL, oh, got it right, WGSL storage buffer. Let's just like work out how you declare a storage buffer, because there's a good chance that that's just not how you do it. Okay, so it's var storage, comma, read, and then it's just circle. Like that. Apparently that's how you do that. Which that feels very wrong. Our struct. Okay. So constraint is when oh yeah. So JavaScript, CSS. Alright, where the hell is it? Pipeline. Okay. So const uniform buffer, create buffer, label. So GPU buffer usage, copy destination. Static. Wait, what? What? But what? Okay, so it's definitely array. Okay. That's how it's done. So she's saying circle is invalid, but how do I get the length of an array? Apparently it's just called array.length. Wait, great. Given the first 2 points above, let's take a look at it. I want to draw 100 triangles in a single draw. This is a use case that might fit storage buffers. I say might, because again, web GPU is similar to other programming language. There are many ways to achieve the same thing. Array, I think, is const element of array versus for. Okay, wait. You telling me I can I don't believe this for a second, but this is I can do for const element of array. Right. Oh, let's not call it array. I think this is not correct, but we'll just circles. And then we say let. Does that actually compile? No. Right. I don't know why it's got this like 4 yeah, okay. Plus I. I think this is right either, but yeah. Well, let I equal circles I. Okay, so yeah, it's not like that either. I don't know why they've got all these examples of things that aren't actually things you could do, but you know. Let I, this is must be a reference type of, okay, increment decrement operator requires a reference type to one of I32. Yeah. Yeah. What the hell is array length? Yeah. What type does this return? I don't even know what I had here before. Let's just undo until that comes back, because that was at least complaining about something else. Okay. My question is, why does it now? Okay, probably because it was a let. Is that yeah? Okay. So it needs to be var. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. So. It comes down to drawing triangles. All that that is we return a value from the missing with the extra and return color or location with fragment shadow. But I don't want to pass an instance ID. Add a new parameter to it's called instance ID. Instance inject. Which means it gets a when we call draw, we can pass a second argument for the number of instances of each instance draw. Okay. We also need to get the color from the current array element. Use it. See, but like, how do I get the length of an array? Get array length. Array length. My assumption is that runtime sized arrays. My assumption is that there's a bar storage light what do you mean? Why are you saying that I can just call array length? Apparently I have to give a reference to the array. Okay, so what you're saying is I can't do it because I'm calling it I. Operation less can't work with 12 of type scalar kind sint width 4 and scalar uint width 4. That is the stupidest thing ever, because it's saying I is an signed integer. I haven't told it to be signed, but it's signed integer. Dumb. Because I hadn't told it to be unsigned, it was assumed to be signed, and then when I was saying less than a signed integer, it was saying I can't do that. Now, question. Yeah, if you're less than like 100, can I see you now? Nope, apparently not. Can I just say return? Okay, very good question. Return just return vec 4. Okay. Apparently can't do that. Can I do that though? Sure, can I do that. It doesn't like that because I'm returning early, but if true, stupidest thing ever. If true, return early. Okay, cool. So now it's just white. Okay, so that means we're getting here. Okay, so I'm saying if I equals 0, return white. Okay, so we're definitely getting here. I equals 1. Okay, so we're getting there. We're doing that. We're doing this calculation. So we say, okay, so if v is greater than 1, return 1. Okay. Well, first off, that shouldn't always be true, so that's a little bit concerning. Well, maybe we should like reset ourselves back to 0. But, okay, if v is greater than well, actually that could be the problem. V is greater than 1,000. Okay, so nothing's showing up. Greater than 1,000. Okay, now we've drawn a really big circle. So their radius is now too big. So I don't quite get that. So I want you to have a radius of like 10. Well, you have a radius of 200, so that's probably actually what's fucking it up. Is that 200 is like most of the screen. Right. I kind of want to go like, if you're one color, you need to be one color, and if you're different color, you need to be different color. One of you should be 5. Which one? You should be 5. You should be 20, because that's how numbers work. Well, not how numbers work. That's how I want the circle. So, hello. Okay. So now we've got like a wonky looking fucking egg looking thing. Now, it's got to be because okay. So now the issue I think is because every okay. So if it's greater than 1,000, it's white. Wait a second. If you're less than 0, you're white. If you're inside the circle, you're white. Okay, if you're less than 100. Okay, first up, from here. Alright, why does it go away? Right. It's going away because it has to be... Okay, yeah, no, so that's correct. If v is less than 1, is less than 0, return white. If it's ever inside of a shape, but that depends on the order it checked. Okay. So when you be like, let c equal calculate the current circle, right? Like that. And if you're inside a shape, see, maybe we need to be smoothing them, and that's actually what we're supposed to be doing. Is that like because we're not smoothing them each time? I don't know. Anyway, then we say v plus c, and then we say if c is less than 0, return white. Otherwise, v plus c. And then if v is less than 0, return white as well. Can we make a different color? Actually, can we make you like return red, just so I can see what's coming from blending? Okay. So we have 3 circles, so I can actually make the circles big again. So they're white if it's below 0, which means you're inside a circle, and then the circles are nowhere near each other, so they're not blending together. Okay, so. Alright. So what that translates to is we're supposed to be taking the how they're supposed to work. I don't think you're supposed to add them together like that. So smooth union. See, h clamp 0 plus half plus times half just times. Okay, so if we instead said it's a v yeah, v equals vc like 10, and then maybe that should smooth them all. Can we go back to like actually rendering the shader properly? No, somewhere we define some circles somewhere. Where do we define them? Yeah, let's make them big again. 50. Apparently 200. I feel like 200 is going to be way too big, because 200 can take like most of the screen real estate, and then we have to find the default one, wherever the default one is, and make it 100. Just like I'm thinking about like actually like how big are they going to be when they're scaled, but it's like I don't know. I should also add like the actual code that like will let me move them around and stuff like that. Okay, so they're not really that big, which tells me my screen resolution must be really high. I'm almost done eating, so I can almost go back to doing it quicker. Okay. So, first off, let's just make it a little bit easier to control them. So, first thing. Absolute first thing we're doing is we're sticking the fucking editor in. Hopefully the editor's updated on the official one, but we'll see. Bevy, editor, please. Is the official editor updated? Last updated 3 months. I don't think that is. Okay, so we're gonna go to pull requests. Update this one. I'm gonna go hello. Try. Okay. Quick go here and then go here and then go. Okay, can we go? No. How do I get to the original here? Okay, we're gonna go. Works as advertised. We're gonna go Bevy underscore editor underscore please equals. I'm gonna get paste that. Branch is Bevy 16. Picture is not no. Sometimes the AI. All right, so we can do that, and then we can go to here. We can go. Please whack me in a we're gonna go let me app equals okay. I'm gonna go app add plugins and all that stuff. Okay, and we're gonna app. Oh, right. Okay, so we can do all that. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go like config debug assertions and say add plugins. Bevy editor please. Nope. Bevy. Interesting. Editor please. Editor plugin. I probably spelled it wrong. Plugin in default. Something like that. Should work. Okay. So almost certainly what's happened here is I have what are you complaining about? Non-primitive cast. What? Shut up. I know what you're talking about. Non-primitive cast. Okay, so I've probably got that wrong. It's almost certainly right. It's probably the branch. It's just called something else. It's dash, no dot. The branch is dash, no dot. Okay, and then now it's all going to compile and it should work. Okay, so we're gonna have the editor. We probably need to get the Bevy inspector EGUI, which is going to be fun. I think, no, we just need to revive reflect, don't we? So we actually don't need the editor in our subgrades, which is what makes that so fucking good. Anyway, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go shapes and circles, and we're gonna go. Okay, so you need to be reflect. First off, you don't need a position anymore. Like I've got circles because circles are what I'm transferring. So this is a shader type. So we can actually have like a component circle and separate from a. Okay, so we'll kind of be like circle data, right, like that. And then you'll pub to the crate, I guess, crate. Like that. Because I don't actually want this if I do release this crate to be public. So then instead we're going to say derive reflect we're going to have a pub struct circle. Just going to have a radius pub radius f32 like that. Right, and then you're going to have a reflect required, no, not reflect, component, and then you're going to have a require transform okay, like that. Okay, so now we have a circle component with the struct circle pub new radius. Alright, cool. Cannot define inherit import. What? Did I spell it wrong? Okay. Right. So that one tells me there's probably a circle in Bevy prelude, which makes me think maybe we should be using that. Anyway, so we have a transform and a okay. So somehow I need to first off go like up here and be like, can you say hub use create SDF shapes shapes, and then just wildcard the shapes out, and then we're gonna go to shapes and we're gonna go hub use circle like that. Alright, cool. So next we need to make you like an extract, but I don't know how the extract works. I wanted to extract into a system that's not itself. If that makes sense. So like I can't just extract the component, because just extracting the component, I think, from what I understand, means that it'll okay, if I just derive extract component. Right. So implements extract. Oh, so we have to do something like so we can filter it. But so what I'm going to say, so this just extracts it. But what we need to do is, and so something about extracting the extract component plugin. So I thought we'll try and work that out. So we can just extract the component across, obviously. Yep. Because like clearly you want to be able to extract more than just that, but you might have to do it in a certain way. All right, so we're going to need to go like shapes. Import shapes. No, the plugin. Shapes plugin. Shapes plugin. Right, SDF shapes plugin. We should probably also call you like 2D shapes. So maybe we'll do that. So let's rename you shapes underscore 2D. Right, and then come here and we go, you're renamed to mod, and we put you in there. Okay, and then we go to lib, and it's shapes. So this is going to be a derive, config feature equals core 2D, and then you're going to be shapes 2D. Okay, so we now have a shape 2D, and then this is same thing. Config feature core 2D, shapes 2D. Okay, so the thing is, I feel like we need like a shapes that doesn't rely on the shapes 2D. Anyway, so circle dot. Yeah, okay, so we need like we need to have like a, where do I actually export the shapes? Alright, so we need like a shader SDF. Okay, so in SDF. Alright, in FDF we have to shape 2D, but we need like a hub mod shape. Alright, and then in shapes, we just do it here, we don't actually have a file. It's going to be like feature except pub use core 2D as shape. I mean, technically they're separate things because a circle and a sphere are not the same thing. Pub use shapes 2D. Super shapes 2D shapes, and then we can do like config feature core 3D yeah, okay. Shapes 3D, and then we go up to here, and we go you and then you like pub use shapes like that, cool. And then we go to the prelude. Maybe this is getting a bit screwy already. So we have a prelude and we have a separate camera and a fucking no, so you use shapes. Right. And we don't have to do this. We don't have to do a feature flag here because you just export shapes, and then inside shapes we export the correct type, and then you use prelude. Just use create prelude. That. Then it should only bring in the types it actually needs for the specific version. It's good to do. Okay, and then yeah, it's gonna get confusing, isn't it? Circles, and we're gonna drive. Oh, no, it's just config feature. Equals core 2D, and then this is going to be we kind of call you like shapes, shape underscore buffers. And then it's not going to be a vec of buffers. It's going to be a shapes 2D. This right, and then that is going to come from shapes 2D shapes, and we're going to go. You are going to have a pub. Right, struct shapes 2D, which is going to then have a buffer vec of circle data. Circle data, something like that, I think. Can't find shape 2D. Okay, so then we go here. 2D. We'll call it shape 2D buffer. Okay, wait, no, it's I want to call it 2D shape buffer. Okay, 2D shape buffer. Shape 2D buffer. Shapes 2D buffer. Okay, so we need to go this and go back to this and like put this shapes 2D buffer, right? And then we're gonna go here. We should probably make it its own resource, to be perfectly honest, but I'm not in the mood for refactoring this code right now. So then we need to go back to wherever it was, like lib, and then where our prelude was. I think it's a crate prelude, isn't it? Yes, lib. In here, we go here, we go, okay, so if, well, I mean, you can just export it out of there, can't you? Because you export shapes, and then shapes exports shapes 2D, I believe, when the feature is 2D. What? SDF. So your shapes exports shapes pub and then you need to be like pub use shapes and like wildcard export all of the stuff from shapes. Okay, then we go to shader, and shader has this thing about, okay, so first off we need to work out how to extract all this stuff. So in our shapes plugin, this is this SDF shapes 2D plugin. All right, so yep, can you fix that? Yes, cool. All right, so then we go to lib. You're going to hub use okay, so when you know, you can just call it the normal one, because the idea is that then they have the same name in each layer. Okay, cool, that'll work. So you have to go up to the lib here and work out, okay, so you're the SDF plugin. So the very first thing that this plugin I think wants to do is app.add plugins SDF shapes SDF shape plugin. All right, so the SDF shape plugin. So we add the shape plugin. So the shape plugin needs to app.add plugins, and we need to have an extract plugin, extract component plugin, default. something like this. So this tells it to extract components, but what does this actually do? Can you do that? Thank you. So you say extract. This plugin extracts the component into the render world for synced entities. Okay. So we extract C4F. Okay, only extract visible. Okay, this plugin extracts the component into the render world from synced entities. To do this, set up the extract schedule step for the specified it sets up the extract schedule step. Okay, but like my issue is like when do we actually extract update camera position? You have to fix that, don't we? Okay, so Q. So this is a. But like when do we actually extract? I think I've removed it, haven't I? I just have the default extraction. Okay, but how does Bevy do it? We need that update camera. The extracted view, and then the extracted view up here has like a prepare view uniforms. Okay, no, so we need the prepare view uniforms. And then we have like extracted camera, and we go to extracted camera. Okay, it's extract camera, and that has like extract. But like when is extracted camera added? Like when do they do this? Like what? How do we? Well, apparently nothing fucking does it. Like it's not used. So yeah, that's it. And then we go. Can I go up here? Like nothing uses the extract camera. Camera. Okay, but look, where? How do I? Because that's the thing. You extract it into an extracted camera, which is what I actually wanted to do. But like, where do I add this system so that it fucking works? Main camera texture usage. Okay, where's the extract camera? So you're a component in your debug, but like you're not the thing that's doing it. Reflect opaque. What lets you control this user. So I'm assuming it's got to be like a layer up camera, driving node, manual mode, projection, camera, render, texture, batching, meshes. So extract components. Stores the index of the unique instance. Extract component. Okay, it's Bevy rendering. Okay. So read only query filter, out, bundle. Okay. The output from extraction. Note that return based on the query returning node. Okay, so extract component, which takes in item, which is the requested item, I assume. Query item somewhere. Query data. Okay. And returns an optional out. Okay. Returns none based on the queried item will return the component from the entity in the render world. Okay. Wait. We'll remove the. Okay. Returning none based on the query will remove the component from the entity in the render world. This can be used, for example, to conditionally extract camera settings in order to disable our rendering feature on the basis of those settings without removing the component from the entity in the main world. Huh. The output may be different from the queried component. Okay. This can be useful for example, if only a subset of the fields are useful for the render world. Okay. Out has a bundle trait bound instead of component trait bound in order to allow use cases such as tuples of components as outputs. Okay. So what you're saying is I just need to not derive circle, but instead import extract component for circle. Okay. So the query, so your out is going to be a circle data. And then your type, so query data, is going to be self and transform. Is that how that works? I don't know. I'm wondering if I need to do extract and then obviously fucking query filter, type query filter, unit. Okay, so you don't like this because it's not a component. You are correct that circle data is not a component. Component. It's also a shader type. So, see, the question is like, why not take the transform with it? And so just take the circle and the transform. Is transform an extracted component? I don't think it is. We also want the global transform, not the transform. Require transform, and then we're going to grab the global transform. Because we only need the actual translation, so we actually want the global transform. Read-only query is not satisfied. That's because I need to say like a reference to self and a reference to global. Is that how that works? No. Is it like S query? Yes. S query. Reference to self and reference to global transform, like that. Is that how I define this? No. No. So do you take in self and global transform? No. How the hell do I derive an S query? Static global read-only query is not satisfied by the trait. The following types implement trait read-only query. T Bevy. Okay, so we need like a. Okay, so can we say self doesn't work obviously. We need to put like a to do so that you shut the fuck up to do. I need you to not. Okay, so extract component is not a valid request for the data request query. Wait, SDF shape to circle is not a valid request for the data in. Is a component. Try using reference. Okay, so reference to self. Okay. So if we said S query self, does that work? No. Static. Okay, so the trait bound query static does not even implement. So what you're saying is we need to do something else. Q as query data item W. What the fuck? Pub type query item Q as query data item. What? Okay. But what type? Self query data. Right. Query item. Alright, so query item, pub type query item. Something Q is equals Q as query data item. Yeah, so it should just be self, right? Like that should be the right type. Because it's saying self. Is it saying I need a tuple to self? Okay, and then it's saying it needs to be a static reference to self. Well, that's annoying. And a static global transform. Okay, I'm gonna have to end the stream soon, so if I can get all these circles working, that'd be nice. Okay, so we have item, and then my assumption is that you don't get to run if item is not valid. Yeah, I think. Like, right? Like, can we just let circle transform? Like, yeah, we can just do that. And then just transform data and truncate. It's translation. Okay. Okay. Right. So we can do that. I don't know if this is going to work because it's going to yell at me for other reasons. But so we can extract circle, and then we can go to here and we can say, hey, can you extract circle? Like so, circle. Can you just like wait? Why did you circle? That's too many circles, my dude. So okay, I don't know why I keep trying to put that back in. All right, so we're gonna add that. We're gonna go. Okay, so we need to go to a little bit. We need to go like you add the shape plugin. Yep. Shape plugin. Okay, and then we go shapes. And we go. Okay, so right buffer. All right. So can we? buffer dot shapes buffers dot right buffer. Can we say maybe something like right shapes? Right shapes, right? And then when we go to this type, we can import custom phase item buffers, and then we say fn right shapes, and then that's something like shapes buffer dot right buffers, and then we're going to go to the shapes buffers, and then we go import shapes 2D buffer, and we say fn hub fn right buffers takes in self. It needs to be mutable, doesn't it? Mute self, and then and then we bring you in, and we bring you in. Okay, so we write our buffers and we write our shapes, and then we say, hey, can't borrow self shapes as mutably, so we say you take it mutably, and we write shapes. Okay, I think that should work. It should like basically just trickle the type down. Opaque phase something. Okay, so something about circle data, uniform circle. Okay, so basically we don't need to set this shit up. We can say shape equals shapes 2D buffer shapes 2D buffer new, right? And then shapes dot what is it called? Dot right. Well, we need to make sure we actually return the type first off. So hub new, which just returns new buffer, buffer usage, storage. Okay, cool. So we do that, then we go right buffers. Pass that in. Okay, so then you do that, and then Okay. So we're going to bind it there for now, but that's not the right way to do that. And then we're going to say shapes. No, it's because they're shape buffers, and then it's what? No. Now it's shapes. Okay. Right. So that should work for now as we explain this. So out. Why is it saying it's a public interface? Okay. So circle data needs to be public. Annoyingly, you can't get to it. You can't get to it. That's fine. Radius is FN. So we need to mod. Here we need to go here. We need to go. Hey, when you add a circle, can we like app.register type circle? Okay. Don't register circle data. You're not an animal. And then we go to lib. No, we go to no, wrong crate. Here. And we go, hey, can we like spawn some circles? Spawn circles. We need commands, and I think that's it. And we say we probably want to use rand for something or other. Rand equals whatever rand comes in, and then we go here and we say, okay, let rng equal like random. We probably want the window, which is then going to be res. No, not res window. It's single window with primary window. Okay, so this gives us this. Then we can say for the I guess underscores in 0 to like 25. And then we say let radius equal 0 to 100, and then width minus okay, so first off, it's just shape. Well, prelude, shapes, circle, new radius, transform from translation x, y, and then z, and then global. We don't need to give it a global transform. It's not gen range, is it now? It's dot well, no, it's gen range. It's just we need to bring in that thing, and then we go spawn circles, and then this is a on startup, spawn circles. Right. Oh no, it's going to take ages because it needs to compile a whole bunch more stuff because it's got the editor. That should be fine. So we're basically going to spawn we're going to spawn a sequence of circles in. We should be able to move them around, I think, and change their radius and stuff because we have the edit now. Right, we're not extracting the circle data, so it's not actually going to work. So that's in shader. Update camera position. So we probably want to do that inside circle. So we need like a function that's like then update circles. Circle data. Update circle data. Now the question becomes one of those, like we need so we need query circles, which is going to be a query for circle data. We need our buffer, which, you know, that's a much better way of doing it. Use buffer res 2D shaped buffer. Right, so then we go up to here and we go first off, let's go to the 2D shape buffer, which is in super, import super. Okay, so let's go to here and go, you, my friend, are a derive resource. Right, and then we say new. We're gonna give you okay, so we have new, and then we go here, we go plug in, and we go, okay, can you app dot insert resource shapes 2D buffers new, right, like that, something like that. And then we go to we go here, we go to shader, and we go, okay, so custom phase item buffers. So we're gonna go, hey, you don't get 2D shapes anymore, but we do need to extract the 2D shapes still. Shapes. Okay. Display right buffer. Ooh, you still need shape.circle, don't you? Okay. We still need to somehow get the layout in here, which is annoying. All right, so you need to access the okay, derive. Well, no, not derive. I think it's like config. Feature core 2D. Get the shape 2D, and then we're going to go here. And we're going to go, hey, you are not binding to 0 anymore. I'm going to say like bind the display to 0, and then bind group entity. But we're going to say like your like jump up to 10. We're going to say, well, actually, we're going to jump to 20. I don't know if it matters that the bind groups are really far apart. I'm going to go config 20. Okay. And this is not going to, it's going to be shape, yeah, shape server. Because then the idea is that the ones that are called 2D, and then we still need to write shape stop right buffers. I need to get you mutably, don't I? Ooh, no. No, you're grabbing the resource, so don't do that. You don't get to do that. Don't touch the shape buffers. So we need to do like shapes buffers. Right, which is probably why you need to be like a thing. You know, circles. Yeah, you're public. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we go circles and we shader and we go, okay, what the hell is still wrong with this thing? So we call, okay, you don't have a right shapes anymore, but when we call update buffers, we can grab the resume. So I think what we do is we can say if buffers dot is changed. Right, so we then, yeah, do that. well, first we bypass change detection, and then we say buff, right? And then we're going to go, because I want to do this all just in the same place. We say mute shape. We go here, we go config 2D core shape buffers 2D buffers, and then we say oh, it needs to be mute. Mute. Res mute. Thank you. If shape, you know, also say config 2D. If shape buffer 2D is changed, write buffers. Well, it's not. It's write buffer, but it's dot display dot write buffer. Okay. Okay. I don't care. Hub to the crate. So write buffers does this. We need to go up a level and then say, where do we do the write buffers? Write buffers, we need to say, don't bother doing that if resource change, because we don't want to check every single resource. So we check each one individually. Okay, so we update circle data. So this is going to happen. This for, okay. So the question is, okay, I need this to be like, I want this to be if any have changed. Reset them all. Because I don't want to have to store their actual ID. How do I do this? How do I do this? I'm running out of time. Query. So we want to query for the circle data. And then I guess what we want to do is go like we can do something like we're gonna go like buffers dot circles dot clear, and then 4 circles, and then circles push the circles in. We say circles dot clone, I guess. Except circle data apparently doesn't implement clone, which is fine. You should be clone and probably copy, because I don't think you actually hold very much data. Yeah, clone copy. All right, so you do that. All right, and then you have your clone. Where there's a drop. Okay, so copy. So you do that, and then what you need to do is we need to dereference it. So then we go update circles, and we go mod, and we go update circles. So in here we go let some render app equal get render app return render app not found, it was not working correctly. Then we say render app init resource to shapes buffer. That's not. That's probably actually where we want the 2D shapes buffer, isn't it? Yeah, probably. Yeah, insert resource. Yeah, insert resource. And then open parentheses new. Like that. And then we say like render app dot add underscore system to render. And then we want to say it's something like update circles inset. So this is circles. Update circle. What? Oh, because it's not public. Herb. Quick. Update circles. Update circle data. Inset render set. Bring in. Nope. Bring in render set. We say prepare resources. Okay. This is render app, which we need to bring in as well. Okay, and then we're going to say u dot run if changed. So we need to change query is anything changed circle data, and also we want a removed, and it's query anything except it's not removed, as because that's not a thing that you can query. We want to say remove removed components circle bar like that. I think it's that, and then it's this, and then it's this, and we say yeah, something like that, and we say no, run if is empty not. That's the worst way of doing that, but anyway. So if either of those has anything in them, run the extraction. Okay, now if I run this, what the hell happens? Update circles. There's more private, yeah, whatever. Right, it shows ready. Okay, so wait, what was your problem? So something unwrapped on none, which is you. Because that's shader circles bindings. Right, you need to res cute. Cannot borrow world as mutable while it is also borrowed as immutable. Okay. Okay. Fuck you. The way this is going to work is we're going to go resource, we're going to go queue, we're going to import from world for shader buffer. You're going to grab those, you're going to say that let buffer equals mute self right. So let mute buffer equals self circle buffer right buffers and then return self. And then down here we're going to say instead of inserting resource, we're going to init resource shader 2D buffer. Okay. Cool. No, we don't need this anymore apparently. Okay, let's try that, because that now means that that resource isn't non-existent anymore because we initialize the resource, and then we should write the buffer if it doesn't already exist. Okay, so didn't like that because of why. It says thread main panic dash shader mod 2 because we tried to grab these resources, which is shader 2D buffer, right? Which means that we need to make sure we init that in the finish. So we can add those systems, we just need to cut that back. Okay. Wait, don't cut. Okay, there we go. Render app, init, so we need to initialize the shader buffer at the end. Get sub app mute render app not found. Okay, so we still have a problem because you're still panicking somewhere. So you're requesting this resource, which does not exist yet. So this is from world custom item phase buffer. Okay, so we need to make sure we do this. We need to call shapes before we call that, which is pretty easy. We just need to go, hey, shapes needs to be the first. Wait, one. Custom. Wait. No. Like what's calling this? Custom items buffer. That's annoying because I don't think I can stop that. Custom items buffer. So you're initializing these, which is happening here, which then you happen here. All right. So apparently this needs to happen first, but it happens second. And no, the way it needs to happen before those. Oh, that's going to crash again. It needs to be initialized first because it's the buffer, which annoys me. No, okay, so panicked where now? We're calling unwrap on circle share. Okay, so but world resource 2D shape buffer. What is this? This is the custom phase item buffers, which is this bit, right? Custom custom phase item buffer. So init resource, create feature call. So init resource shader buffer. This from world, you get this, you say write buffers. Unless I haven't done this right, and then you call write buffer. But then the write buffer reserve, and then it says self.buffer. Let sum equals self.buffer. So write buffers. Wait, query. Wait, what? Buffer. Write buffer. If self data is empty, okay, self reserve drive. Okay, wait, so the issue is that you won't create a buffer if it's a fucking nightmare. Okay, well, one thing is, do I need this? Fucking I do, don't I? Because I need to, so maybe I could have had that in that spot. Okay, let's put that back. What we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we put at least one circle in. I don't like that. That's annoying. So it's mod, and then we go. Was it FN finish? Do this. Copy this. Paste this. There we go. Okay, you can go away now. Come on. I gotta get this done so I can go do other things. See app, sub app, okay, can't find it. Let's go. Okay, do this. Okay, so then you get this. And okay, so what we need to do is we need to go here. We need to go, hey, when you write buffers, we need to say buffer.circles dot init reserve 1 derive. Okay, reserve, I'm assuming reserve capacity return self buffer drive create a hair. Okay, when we reserve, we should probably say, well, when we say capacity, sure, capacity 1. I'm assuming when we call reserve on you, if capacity is less than and equals self label changed, and not self dot label changed. If capacity is less than self dot capacity, device. So I'm assuming that should work now, because what it's doing is like it wouldn't write the buffers because the buffer didn't exist, because we're reserving at least one spot. Hey, okay, you're doing something else now. You're saying thread main panic that create shader resource requested resource does not exist in the world. So you were definitely called. Right, I hope. Okay. Where did that happen? Where do we need you? In here, right? We say finish. Let some warning. Okay, it didn't put out a warning. No. Okay. So why didn't it get to do that? So this is SDF shapes plugin, which happens before. Yep. No. So extract components plugin. Specialize. And so this isn't finished, which means that we should. How do I guarantee that the other one? I don't think there's any way to guarantee the order that they finish it. I just try again. Like that's what annoys me about it. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe I've missed saving something, and then it's like so it existed in a state of like a copy paste. Maybe no. It says you don't exist. Fuck off. Mod, and then we go. Oh, he's gonna just grab you, and then we're gonna start getting real lazy with it. Just paste you back. We can go here, and we go okay. Initialize that one first, then initialize the rest of the others. We need to fucking import it. Getting to the point, I'm just removing all the. I'm not gonna bother with adding the features and stuff like that. Taking too long. Nope. Okay. So validation error. Okay. So that's good. That's good. I think, because that says that usage flags buffer copy buffer uniform. Okay. Of buffer label did not contain required usage flags buffer usage storage. Okay. That means that I probably am just setting something wrong here, because the AI wrote the thing. It says it's buffer vec no buffer usage storage. Okay, but it said something about not having it. Wait, what do you mean? In derive, create bind group, a label. Okay, user flags. Is it because the shader was actually wrong? That's probably what it was. So first off, you are 0 and you are 20. Let's try that. Because then they're bound right. Oh, didn't like that. Why? What do you mean buffer of label with? Okay, use flags buffer usage copy uniform of buffer with no label did not contain required usage flags buffer storage. Why am I'm assigning something wrong? Come on. So in our shader, we assign our vertex we display uniform buffer. That's our display, and then we stick our display in slot 0. And we stick our binding in slot circle in slot there. So somewhere else didn't we define what it had to look like? So we've said that you have to be 0 and 20. Somewhere else I feel like there's a thing that said bind group or something or other. That's why it's unnamed, maybe. Set bind group here. Where's your bind group coming from? This bind group, which is this custom phase item thing, which is down here somewhere. Custom pipeline. So first off, you're in position. You're binding 0 and you're binding 20. Hey, okay. We rendered some circles. They're all apparently in the same place, which is a bit weird. Why are they all in the same place? Circle. Either size of 19. It's not targeting the right camera. Why are they not moving? Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. I don't know if it's redrawing it. I don't know. Just all not quite working. Global transform. Okay. I think they're all getting the same value, which implies that something's just like not extracting properly. So I need it to finish circle. Okay, update circle data. Maybe it's not detecting the changes. We also probably should bypass the change detection on our where is it we doing it somewhere? Where do we update our buffers? In here, right? We need to say like buffer bypass change detection like this, except buffer is now shaped buffers, and then like that. So we had to bypass change detection. So otherwise it keeps rewriting it again and again. Okay. So then we wrote them all in, right? We say circles and we say buffers.circle to clear. Right. So why are you not doing it? We push circle and circle data. So my assumption is that the because we're checking to see if maybe not. Changed. No, so when do we run it? It's like it's when. My assumption is because we only run it when changed circle data or removed circle data. If changed is empty or is empty, so either of them is empty, not. So they both have to be empty. True. No, it's the other way. If this and this is empty, if they're both empty, not. Is that right? I don't know. You're right. It's just like not removing. I should probably just do it every frame and make sure it works first. let's remove the run condition. Okay, so update circle data. Question is that like are the circles? Maybe all the circles are really too close together, but no, that doesn't make any sense. They're just not getting the right value because like they're all just like clumped in the same place. Like radius, global transform. It's like, is it extracting the data? Like that's the thing that's annoying me. I don't know. Update circle data. Okay, so can we say n equal 0? Let n equals 0. N plus 1. N. No, don't resize it. It's just print like updated circles. What is going on? What? Okay, update 25 circles in circle shader buffer. But why are they all? Okay. Can I do something like if n plus 1? Control V. N plus 1. We can say if n equals 0, print line writing circle to circle buffer circle. Circle data debug. Yep, like that, run. Update circle data is probably yeah. Come on. I just need to get these circles working and I can call it a night. So they are in fact having some kind of data, but it's just not getting to the shader by the looks of it. Like, so this is all working. It's definitely writing that information into the buffer. Maybe. So it clears it. Right. So we need to make sure that runs in prepare resource. Right, we need to go to this bit. Okay. Right. So then we need to go to lib and go, hey, is the right buffers, is this ever running? Print one. Right, circles. You're obviously getting something, but you're just like not getting much. What is your problem? Okay, so we're writing 25 circles, but they're all the same fucking circle, I think, maybe. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? So the fact that I can't move anymore makes me interested to see if maybe I'm overriding something that I'm not supposed to. Update camera position is still probably doing what it's supposed to be doing. My thought is maybe I'm putting the data in the wrong spot, but surely it's not going to let me do that. Binding. They're turning, like, there's little green circles, aren't they? Alright, what if we go to this bit, rerun it, so that we can... Yeah, so... Alright, so it's not doing anything if we don't give it an offset, which is interesting. Well, that's even more interesting, isn't it? If I... What do you mean? Okay, maybe it's because there's too many circles. It's like so. If v is less than 0, return red. Okay. Well, that's better. If I make that circle bigger, nothing really happens. I will transform. Transform. We move the circle that way, nothing really happens. Well, first of all, that one's like off the screen. Nah, it's not doing anything. God damn it. No. There, clip. I don't know. Anyway, I give it for tonight. I'm gonna call it a day. I will hopefully be streaming tomorrow. We will continue on with this adventure. Thank you for tuning in. I'll just leave the Discord. And yep. Alright, anyway, I'm terrible at ending streams. So thank you all for tuning in.